Sources of civil service biases may be related to their own identification with the government administrator, and their disinclination to oppose the fact that the behavior of their own group is determined by personal prejudice-creating factors. Political scientists accepted the value of an unbiased civil servant who makes his decisions after analyzing the facts, presents the data to his minister, carries out the policy of the government in power, and then reverses his policy when a new government comes into office. Political history has been analyzed mainly in terms of struggles among interest groups and political parties. The civil service, like the political scientists, was simply a passive, neutral factor. In recent years, however, political scientists have become aware of the fact that the government bureaucracy does play a significant role in determining policy. They still, however, leave the bureaucrat in a social vacuum. They now recognize that he plays an active role, but the determinants of that role are analyzed purely on the bureaucratic level. The bureaucrat's actions are analyzed on the basis of the goals of the civil service self-preservation and efficiency. These interests may be defined in terms of prestige and privilege, preservation of patterns of organization or relationships within a department, or maintenance of department traditions and policies. There is little recognition that the behavior of government bureaucrats varies with the non-governmental social background and interest of those controlling the bureaucratic structure. Members of a civil service are also members of other non-governmental social groups and classes. Social pressures from many different group affiliations and loyalties determine individual behavior in most situations. The behavior of an individual or group in a given situation cannot be considered as if the individual or group members had no other life outside the given situation one is analyzing. The direct relationship between class affiliations of members of a bureaucracy and the policies of the government has been demonstrated in the English civil service. J. Donald Kingsley has shown that as England changed from an aristocratically controlled nation to a capitalist state, its civil service changed correspondingly. The aristocrats who once dominated the British civil service gradually gave way to members of the middle class. The experiences in Saskatchewan also indicate the relationship between the background and the actions of the civil service. Trained in the traditions of a laissez-faire government and belonging to conservative social groups, the civil service contributes significantly to the social inertia which blunts the changes a new radical government can make. Delay in initiating reforms means that the new government becomes absorbed in the process of operating the old institutions. The longer a new government delays in making changes, the more responsible it becomes for the old practices and the harder it is to make the changes it originally desired to institute. The problem has not been crucial in Saskatchewan because of the small size of the government and its fairly limited powers. On a larger scale, however, as in Great Britain today, dependence on a conservative bureaucracy may prove to be significant in the success or failure of the Labour government. The suggestion that shake ups in the civil service on the expert policy _making level may be necessary at times for the adequate functioning of democratic government has rarely been considered by North American political scientists. On this continent, the problem of the civil service has traditionally been that of patronage appointment with its resultant inefficiency and malpractice. European social theorists, on the contrary, have been concerned with the implications for social change of a permanent governmental bureaucracy with its own vested interests and social values. The necessity to face up to the problem of bureaucratic resistance to change becomes urgent only when a radical party comes to office. The theory of civil service neutrality breaks down when the total goals of the state change. A change from the Liberal to the Conservative Party or from the Democratic to the Republican Party does not usually require a civil servant to make any major adjustments. The functions of the department and of the government as a whole remain fairly constant. The socialist state, however, which has as its goal a reintegration of societal values, giving priority of government services to groups that had been neglected and securing a large measure of government control, may fail in its objectives if it leaves administrative power in the hands of men whose social background and previous training prevent a sympathetic appreciation of the objectives of the new government. The planning state will require men wholly committed to the purpose the state is undertaking to serve. Men of push and go, energetic innovators and hard-driving managers. 1 degree in American history, the 2 most significant departures from a merit civil service came during administrations which proposed shifts from the values and purposes of the previous government. Andrew Jackson felt it necessary, as the spokesman of the Eastern workers and the Western farmers, to break up the old permanent staff of the government in order to effect his program. His actions were based in part on a reasoned criticism of the actions of the civil service of his day, expressed in his message to Congress in December, 1829. There are, perhaps, few men who can for any great length of time enjoy office and power without being more or less under the influence of feelings unfavorable to the faithful discharge of their public duties. Their integrity may be proof against improper considerations immediately addressed to themselves, but they are apt to acquire a habit of looking with indifference upon the public interests and of tolerating conduct from which an unpracticed man would revolt. During the period of the American New Deal in the 1930s, leaders of the Roosevelt administration privately complained of the difficulty of deflecting the bureaucracy from its ancient ways. The public service machine tended to continue in a straight line in disregard of the deviating influences of different public policy. 12 According to James A. Farley, some of the greatest troubles the president had were caused by subordinate officials who were in sharp disagreement with his policies and, rightly or wrongly, were sabotaging the job he was trying to accomplish. 1 The Roosevelt administration was forced to assemble almost a whole new set of officials to carry out the New Deal reforms. There is no simple solution to the dilemma of keeping government administration efficient as well as responsive to the will of the electorate. The increase in the power, functions, and sheer size of modern government necessitates the search for some means of controlling the bureaucracy. It is utopian to think that the electorate's dismissal of the inexpert politician, who formally heads the bureaucracy, will by itself change the course of bureaucratic activities. As Max Weber stated, the question is always who controls the existing bureaucratic machinery. And such control is possible only in a very limited degree to persons who are not technical specialists. Generally speaking, the trained permanent official is more likely to get his way in the long run than his nominal supervisor, the cabinet minister, who is not a specialist. 15 Government today is a large-scale administrative job requiring experts to operate it. Unless the electorate is given the opportunity to change the key experts as well as the politicians, elections will lose much of their significance. This problem will become more and more significant as efforts are made to increase the economic and social welfare role of the state. Decision-making by management. In industrial relations. Robert Dubin. Collective bargaining is bargaining. It is the active interplay of demands and counter-proposals. It results from a series of immediate and long-range decisions marked by extremely sensitive responses between bargainers. Understandings and disagreements are made explicit. Little if anything is left to gentlemen's agreements. Union management relations are characterized by highly developed, self-conscious interaction between the parties whose moves are dictated by a continual stream of decisions made in adjusting to each other and the bargaining situation. Hence, the importance of examining some of the factors influencing management decision-making in industrial relations. There are important imperatives arising out of the organization of business itself which affect decisions concerning industrial relations. These organizational imperatives deserve serious study. They profoundly influence the kind and timing of decisions made in collective bargaining by business managers. Immediate expediencies and the compromises of collective power relations determine much of what happens in union management relations. Yet, within the context of this rapidly shifting relationship, it is possible to detect repeating uniformities, some of which are directly attributable to the requirements of business organizations. Governing by roots. In a large company with multiple plant operations, the most obvious single consideration affecting labor relations decisions is the need for standardization and uniformity. Unquestionably, the administration of a workforce of several 100,000, or 50,000, or even 5,000 is a staggering job. It would be totally impracticable to attempt individualized treatment of so many workers. The almost nostalgic plea for the clinical approach, that is, for the setting forth of all the facts in every employee problem, is hardly possible in the large-scale enterprise. This is not to say that it would not be desirable or humane to treat each worker as an individual. The emphasis is rather on the fact that administration in the big firm necessitates standardization through rules and uniform procedures as a basis for prediction of future events. Management must be in a position to predict what will be the outcome, granting a given personnel situation. Similarly, employees are provided with a basis for predicting the effect of their own action or that of management representatives in the light of the rules governing their relationship to each other. The reign of rules is the administrative answer to the problems of governing in large-scale organizations. This rule-making habit is all-pervading. It takes its most obvious form in shop rules governing personal conduct and in the union agreement which sets forth the mutual rights and obligations of the contracting parties and their constituents. But job descriptions, production standards, standard procedures, wage rate structures, and policy manuals are rule-making, too. Even a casual examination of the manuals of procedures, operating codes, standards, and specifications to be found in most any industrial or commercial firm should be convincing evidence that rule-making and enforcing for the class rather than decision-making in the individual case plays an increasing role in the functions of the executive. There is an interesting paradox involved in the growth of governing by rule in large businesses. The goal of standardization and hence of predictability is certainly achieved. But making the rule for the class rather than the individual does two things to the individual worker. He becomes aware of his persona inability to make an individual deal for himself outside the company rules and procedures, except under the circumstances of a lucky break. He tends also to view himself as part of a group of similarly situated fellow employees who are defined by the rules as being like each other. In addition, uniform rule-making and administration of the rules makes unionism easier and, in a sense, inevitable. It should be reasonably clear that collective bargaining is joint rule-making. It is no great step to the joint determination by union and management of rules governing employment from the determination of them by management alone. Both proceed from the basic assumption that generally applicable rules are necessary to govern the relations between men in the plant. Once a worker accepts the need for general rules covering his own conduct, he is equally likely to consider the possibility of modifying the existing ones in his favor rather than to seek their total abolishment. The paradox stands out clearly. Governing men by general rules in a business makes for administrative efficiency. At the same time, it is likely to assist the growth of unionism, if not make it inevitable. The question is then raised as to how much efficiency in decision-making is lost through collective bargaining as over against decision-making solely through the management structure. This paradox is not the sole result of governing by rules. In a company which bargains with a single union for many plants, as General Motors does with the U.A.W.C.I.O., company-wide bargaining reinforces the existing tendencies towards standardization. From the union standpoint, a gain or loss made in the contract is shared by all members of the bargaining unit in all plants of the company. From the company standpoint, a master contract is necessary lest bargaining in the individual plant should result in local gains which would then be pressed by the union for application throughout the company. The company seeks to protect itself from such whipsaw tactics with a master contract, standardized for all company bargaining units. A second result of governing by rules is centralization in decision-making on industrial relations problems. It is clear that high-level decisions are required for broadly applicable rules. Personnel and collective bargaining policies tend to be applied generally throughout the organization. The decisions affecting them gravitate to a central point, less and less discretion being permitted to the local or department management. Thus, General Motors, with a highly developed theory of decentralized management, has perfected centralized control in the industrial relations field. Even individual job rates negotiated locally must be reviewed and approved in Detroit before becoming effective. What, then, are the organization imperatives affecting industrial relations decisions which can be related to size of firm? We can expect uncoordinated decisions dealing, case by case, with individual workers to be replaced by rules which apply impartially to classes of employees. The real decision-making power and skill are involved in establishing the rules. Their administration tends to be reduced to mechanical formula or may even be permitted to go completely outside the company structure by the settlement of disputes by umpires or arbitrators. In addition, centralized decision-making is generally associated with standardized rules. Unionism is both an effective means for worker intervention in company rule-making as well as a force amplifying the tendency for centralized management decision-making. What the union regards as the buck passing sometimes displayed by lower-level supervisors and executives is, in reality, logical behavior in a system of centralized decision-making. In addition, the slowness with which systems of rules are permitted to change through collective bargaining or administrative decision is a product of the cohesion of the rule systems and the internal logic which binds the rules into systems. The personal relations between company and union officials will tend to have diminishing influence upon decisions affecting their relationship. The criterion of sound decisions is then conformity with a pre-existing set of rules. The character and integrity of the bargainer on the other side of the table hardly matter. There is no cordiality in the relations that exist between John L. Lewis and the coal industry spokesman with whom he bargains on an industry-wide basis. Yet the two parties are able to establish elaborate rules through collective bargaining as a basis for continuing relations. Tuesday Root-Maxon processes, a business is characterized by a high degree of organization. This is exemplified in the formal organization chart and the minute functional divisions of work. A consequence of the complicated structure of a firm is its sensitivity to changes in operations. Indeed, the very existence of an individual business may depend upon its ability to adjust to changing conditions affecting operations. It is typical for a business to operate on a crisis basis. There are always problems, either internal or external, whose solution requires constant choices among several courses of action. Conscious and explicit decisions are repeatedly being made throughout the company which solve immediate problems. Such problems arise constantly in all phases of the business. Generally minimized in a business are the areas in which common understandings and traditional solutions to problems are prevalent. The new and novel, the better way of doing it, bigger and better products, are commonly used adjectives reflecting the premium placed upon change. But change resulting from meeting crises in the business is not given unlimited range. Decisions affecting the firm are made in the light of a body of policy and practice already in existence. This provides a practical limit on the extent to which innovations can be incorporated into the operating creed of the business. Moreover, decision-making areas have different degrees of susceptibility to change. In the fields of production processes and methods engineering, changes which produce greater efficiency or lower costs are constantly being sought. The highest premium on change is probably in those areas. The same is true of the sales field and advertising. In the area of industrial relations or personnel management, changes may be accepted much more reluctantly. In fact, the objective of management policy may be stability rather than change. Within particular areas of decision there is a tendency toward consistency in policy. This consistency may be seen in two ways. Decisions making changes from established policy or practice are tested and generally brought into alignment with the existing body of procedure and policy, and in putting the change into practice organizational realignments may be necessary. In any event, the very segregation of areas of decision from each other creates an imperative only for consistency within rather than between areas. Sometimes one of the most difficult functions of the key management decision makers is to resolve conflicts in policy or practice between areas of business operations. For example, the sales department may insist on a particular design of the product because of its consumer appeal. The production people argue against the design on grounds of difficulty or expense of manufacture. Both groups are right and consistent within their respective areas of operation. When the choice is finally made, it will represent a tactical defeat and not a defeat in principle to the losing group. The loser would urge the same course under similar circumstances in the future. This point has an important bearing on decision-making in industrial relations. Observers have often been struck by what appears to be an abandonment of strict business thinking in certain decisions about labor relations. For example, very severe financial risks may be accepted in pursuit of a labor policy. Witness the year-long strike at the J.I. Case Company after the war, which practically halted production and sales during most of the period of the strike. A decision to risk such a lengthy interruption in sales, if based upon considerations of production or raw materials or design, would certainly be viewed with skepticism. But a decision leading to the same result in labor relations was judged on quite other grounds than its influence on profit and jobs. What such an instance illustrates is that policy formation on labor issues can readily proceed from premises unlike those behind other business decisions. Management decisions in the field of industrial relations are not always characterized by the logic of the market. The characteristic of specialized areas of decision following the functional division of labor is common to all organization. It represents a feature of bureaucracy in which the job holder succeeds in making his job self-contained and as independent as possible of all other jobs. The "let George do it" attitude, when found in a firm, is an excellent index that George operates in a separate compartment of business action and decision, recognized as discrete by both himself and his fellow workers. Contrariwise, emphasis on coordination or integration or rationalization in the business firm is another evidence of concern with over-specialization of action and decision. The officials responsible for accounting or production or personnel come to think in terms of their professional specialization within a framework peculiar to their own line of work. As the ideas unique to a specialty become more specialized, associates in other departments of the firm are more inclined to stay out of the area of the specialist, partly because they are no longer familiar with his frame of reference or comfortable with his jargon. The specialist follows the logic of his specialty and tends to bring his actions and decisions into conformity with it. The segregation of industrial relations as a separate field of business activity has resulted in the designation of distinct functionaries and the rise of outside paid consultants. The specialization, however, does not ensure a broad consensus regarding a frame of reference for industrial relations men. What, then, is the basis for the logical system within which the individual industrial relations executive operates? An industrial relations specialist typically does not have first-hand knowledge of production processes and plant operations. His knowledge is about people and the operations of hiring, placement, training, promotion, layoff, discharge, retirement, etc. All these processing operations are standardized and of general application. They are most easily controlled through general rules. Again we come back to the question of rule-making, but this time in terms of specific policy problems rather than as previously considered in terms of the broad movement toward governing by rules. It is one of the important advisory functions of the industrial relations specialist to emphasize to line officials the need for hewing to the line of shop rules, company policy, and the union agreement. Most of the issues dealt with by personnel and labor relations men can be handled with little reference to the details of production processes. This has led to an almost universal plagiarism in the field. Industrial relations specialists have an insatiable hunger to know what is being done in other companies. Any policy, technique, or gadget which might be used in the home company is quickly copied. In fact, many of the paid consultants in the field have as their main stock in trade a set of gadgets or a system which is extolled for universal application. The logic of the industrial relations specialists can then best be characterized as a preoccupation with the internal consistency of rules, procedures, and operations concerning the processing of groups of people within a company. Increasing separation from production and operations has tended to divorce many of the decisions of policy in industrial relations from production decisions, whether the labor decisions are made directly by the industrial relations specialist or by top executives on his advice. Collective bargaining. We will examine three of the several aspects of collective bargaining which relate directly to the decision-making processes in a company. When union and company bargain, the relative flexibility of each side to compromise is a significant condition. Structurally, management is in a more favored position in this regard. Management has centralized and absolute control at the top levels over its own policy formation. It does not need ratification of its policy except within its own ranks, and then only at the top. The union is a political organization, and its officials owe an accounting to membership for official action in collective bargaining. Union leadership is constantly confronted with the need for bringing the outcome of its bargaining into accord with the initial promises made. In actual contract negotiations, unions often appear to be more flexible than management. An explanation is not hard to find. Management policy is generally more firmly fixed and explicitly expressed in company rules and policy. Furthermore, management has a central core of resistance to union invasion of management's decision-making authority. Jointly determined policies always invade what were formerly exclusive management decisions. Management was there first. It had sole power within the limits of government regulation to set the conditions for employment in the business. The union is always making the demands. The company seeks to defend itself against the inchworm tactics of the union to gain a point here and there in an apparently uncoordinated drive against aspects of company policy. Any management concession is a potential threat to the entire labor policy because it is likely to unstabilize a more or less consistent structure. The result can be either a slow change and the gradual evolving of a new pattern of management labor policy through long-time collective bargaining, or a dramatic conversion and reorientation. Industry generally was shocked and surprised when the Taylor-Lewis Agreement opened the door to the organization of the steel industry in 1937 and the eventual organization of most mass production industries as well. A second point related to the question of flexibility in decision-making has to do with the extent of a break from past policy. It must be recognized that each individual union-management relationship does not recapitulate the historical development of collective bargaining in general. A union seeks to incorporate all its latest gains in the labor contract at the newly or recently organized company. This means that on the employer's side, in addition to giving up or modifying the powers of sole decision in labor matters, there is little opportunity for a gradual union encroachment on management decision-making prerogatives. One need only to talk to a typical open-shop foreman faced with living under his first union contract to realize the impact of this situation within the entire management structure. The same type of crisis is faced by a management which has developed a feeling of security because of a stable relationship with its union. Suddenly a new pattern is set in a key union contract. The local union wants the concession gained in the pattern-setting company. The local management is forced to readjust, or at least consider readjusting, its entire policy structure to the new conditions. The extent, then, to which the new body of policy proposed to management departs from the existing structure of policy may be crucial in determining the ease of transition. At the same time, of course, a temporary alternative is to go along with the proposed change, however radical. Management may view compliance with the pattern as expedient until the day when matters will be restored to an older balance. Management usually has very strong incentives for taking advantage of every opportunity to hasten the return to the older balance. Thus, the imperative of relative consistency in labor policy may provide the basis, not only for management defense against current union demands, but also for the framework of a positive formulation of management demands. There is some considerable evidence at present, for example, that individual firms are succeeding in bargaining successfully for a return to previous positions in relations with the union. The third general point with respect to collective bargaining is the development of formalism as distinct from a more pragmatic approach. There has been an almost universal growth in the length and complexity of union contracts. This is in part because they now cover more subjects. It is primarily due, however, to the compulsion to expand, qualify, and define rules and their application and limitation. The very rule-making process leads to formalism and a legalistic outlook. This is no better illustrated than in the briefs often submitted to impartial umpires and arbitrators. They are written in courtroom jargon, with appropriate reference to the rule or rules violated, precedent decisions and interpretations of the rules, and the evidence supporting the actions of the parties to the controversy. One of the results of formalism and the reign of rules is to deal with symptoms of worker dissatisfaction and industrial unrest rather than their causes. For example, in one of our very largest corporations, a union official was discharged for leadership in organized defiance of management in violation of the contract. Workers objected to a work schedule and the arrangement of time clocks in relation to place of work. Yet, the umpire ultimately had to rule on the merits of the union official's discharge and was never even asked to consider and, in fact, would have been prohibited according to the contract from considering the issues which created worker unrest. Emphasis has been centered in this discussion on some of the considerations affecting management decision-making in industrial relations. In particular, attention has been focused on some of the influences which are traceable to the character of business organization and generally not within the scope of personal control. This is by no means a complete coverage of management decision-making in the labor field. Nevertheless, these notes may suggest an approach to the study of industrial relations by seeking the underlying uniformities which characterize a highly mercurial social relationship. In recent years, empirical studies of industrial, political, and military bureaucracies have rediscovered the importance of the small groups and interpersonal relations which form, typically not according to plan, at many points in these large organizations. The newfound emphasis of social research on these informal groups has contributed greatly and promises to contribute further to our understanding of the ways in which bureaucracies operate. But as it gathers force, this emphasis threatens to obscure the basic fact that the main lines of authority and control are not merely the resultants of these informal relations, however much they may be affected by them. The importance of small groups, emerging spontaneously from interactions within the bureaucracy, may for a time have been lost to view. It would be a disservice to have renewed interest in these groups crowd out systematic concern with the formal structure. The selections in this chapter avoid any such tendency, being variously concerned with the linkages between the two. Among other things, they show how there develop two systems of status which are not always in accord. The individual's formal position in the bureaucracy need not coincide with the informal ranking assigned him by associates. Barnard traces out the sources of status systems within bureaucracy and their implications for the adaptability of the organization. In their brief summary of the formal and informal organization of an industrial plant, Roethlisberger and Dixon emphasize the interdependence of the two and their distinctive social functions. The selection by Dreyfus goes on to suggest that recognition of the importance of prestige gradations can lead employers to substitute wholly symbolic distinctions for other forms of reward. Status systems generate their own sustaining beliefs and myths. The selection by Stauffer and his collaborators presents systematic data of a kind not often utilized in the study of bureaucracy to show how status barriers in the American Army impeded communication and led officers to develop distorted images of sentiments prevailing among enlisted men. And the article by Myers illustrates the status-preserving function of myths for various occupational groups in industry. The functions of status systems. Chester I. Barnard. The analysis to be presented herein is based upon experience and observation of the kind commonly understood by those who have organizing and executive experience, but it does not purport to express a consensus of opinion. It sets forth that systems of status in formal organizations are necessary as a matter of need of individuals, and as imposed by the characteristics of cooperative systems, especially with respect to the techniques of communication essential to coordination. But it also appears that systems of status generate uncontrolled and even uncontrollable tendencies to rigidity, hypertrophy, and unbalance that often lead to destruction of organization. The scheme of presentation is as follows: the nature and technical apparatus of status systems, the functions of status systems with respect to individuals, the functions of status in cooperative systems, and the destructive tendencies of systems of status. Tuesday, nature and technical apparatus of systems of status in formal organizations. By status of an individual in an organization we mean in the present text that condition of the individual that is defined by a statement of his rights, privileges, immunities, duties, and obligations in the organization and, obversely, by a statement of the restrictions, limitations, and prohibitions governing his behavior, both determining the expectations of others in reference thereto. Status becomes systematic in an organization when appropriate recognition of assigned status becomes the duty and the practice of all participating, and when the conditions of the status of all individuals are published by means of differentiating designations, titles, appellations, insignia, or overt patterns of behavior. Two kinds of systems of status may be discriminated, both being simultaneously observed in nearly all organizations and being partly overlapping and interdependent. The first kind, which we shall call functional systems of status, is that in which status does not depend upon authority and jurisdiction but upon function. The ranks are vertically divided into lateral groups of different callings, trades, crafts, métiers, divisions of labor, specializations, and professions. One common characteristic of them all is that authority of command of one over another is lacking, or is irrelevant at least to the functional status. But this does not mean that functional statuses are equally degree valued. On the contrary, the variation is wide, from the low of common, unskilled, and casual labor, intermittently attached to organizations, to the SNICH, cent.g, of the expert accountant, lawyer, architect, physician, and clergyman. Though lateral differentiation of status is not confined to formal organizations, it is a characteristic of such organizations generally and especially of the larger organizations conspicuous for their elaborate divisions of labor. Functional status is a general attribute. For example, merely performing carpentering at a given place, which would determine specific status varying for each individual from time to time and from place to place, is not what we mean by functional status. The carpenter is presumed by all to have certain capacities regardless of who he is or what he is doing, and conversely is presumed to have limitations, example, he is not authorized to give medical advice. It is the presumption of capacities and limitations without necessary regard to the immediate concrete activities of the individual that is the essential feature of systematic status. The emphasis is upon the potentialities of behavior, not necessarily upon the immediately observable behavior. In the second kind of status system, which we shall call the scalar, status is determined by the relationship of superiority or subordination in a chain of command or formal authority and by jurisdiction. In this kind of status system, the primary relationships are customarily conceived as being along vertical lines, of above and below, of superior and subordinate. Status is distinguished by horizontal levels, and integration is by vertical groups, several such groups exemplifying a pyramid of authority. It should be noted that status is a general attribute of an individual associated with the occupation of a usually rather narrowly restricted position. For example, a naval captain possesses certain prerogatives not enjoyed by those of inferior rank and is deemed qualified for positions for which those of inferior rank will not ordinarily be acceptable, but the position of command actually occupied at a given time will be confined to a particular ship or shore station or staff position, and the immediate authority and responsibility will be correspondingly restricted. Although the status systems of general societies will not be treated in this paper, the close interrelation of general social status and status in organizations should be noted. Where in a general society a low status is assigned, based, example, on race, nationality, sex, age, education, ownership of property, or family, it is difficult in general to acquire high status in formal organizations in that society, and where there is high social status it tends to facilitate attainment of high organization status, though less so in democratic than in aristocratic societies. Conversely, those having low status in a formal organization are not likely to have high social status, though there are many exceptions, and those having high status, especially in important organizations, tend thereby to acquire higher general social status. The bearing of this is that if status systems are necessary in formal organizations, it is probable that they will extend into general social relationships, in greater or less degree, depending upon the society. Nearly all members of formal organizations may be observed to be much preoccupied with matters of status, and the leaders or managers of such organizations are almost constantly concerned with problems of status for reasons that will be treated in some detail later. But to fix more clearly what we mean by status, it seems desirable to present briefly here the organization apparatus by which status is established and maintained. This apparatus may be described as of the following categories: ceremonies of induction and appointment, insignia and other public indicia of status, titles and appellations of office and calling, emoluments and perquisites of position and office, limitations and restrictions of calling and office. Tuesday functions of systems of status with respect to individuals. Systems of status of different kinds and of various degrees of elaborateness and complexity are found in most if not all formal organizations. The establishing of a nucleus of such a system is one of the very first steps in creating an organization. Are these facts merely reflections of habitual attitudes and needs transferred from general society and coming down from antiquity? The view to be developed here is that systems of status, though they may be affected in degrees and in details by habitual attitudes and needs projected from the customary beliefs of people, are fundamentally determined by the necessities associated with the needs and interests of individuals as biological and social units, and upon the requirements arising from the physical and social limitations inherent in systems of cooperation. It may be asserted first of all that systems of status arise from the differential needs, interests, and capacities of individuals. I shall discuss these in 5 topical divisions, as follows: 1. The differences in the abilities of individuals. U. The differences in the difficulties of doing various kinds of work. UI. The differences in the importance of various kinds of work. 4. The desire for formal status as a social or organizational tool. V. The need for protection of the integrity of the person. 1. Differences of ability with respect to any kind of effort in which there is social interest obviously lead to a recognition of difference of status of individuals in respect to that kind of effort. This does not necessarily imply superiority or inferiority in general, although, in fact, usually the lack of capacity of individuals for most kinds of effort or even for any valued effort whatsoever does inescapably establish for them a general position of at least technical or productive inferiority. U. The second base for status is, as contrasted with personal ability, the relative difficulty of things to be done. The difficulties will usually be appraised on judgment based on general experience and observation, or, more objectively, on the basis of the numbers or proportions of individuals who can or cannot do well the various tasks. May. Superiority in formal organizations depends upon exceptional ability for exceptionally difficult work of exceptional importance. Importance in this context includes more than economic importance. High status is not accorded to superior ability to do unusually difficult things of trivial character, except perhaps in very restricted circles. On the contrary, if an activity is regarded as exceptionally important, even though not very difficult, superior status is nevertheless likely to be accorded to superior ability with respect the need of integrating personal history by the conferring of status, the need of imputing superior status to those from whom commands are to be received, the need of imputing superior status as a means of symbolizing possession of personal value in participating in an organization, and the need of status as a protection against excessive claims against the individual. Tuesday functions or status in cooperative systems. Up to this point the approach to systems of status has been in terms of the characteristics of human beings and their bearing on behavior and fundamental relationships in formal systems of cooperation. Much of the theory stated above appears to be sensed by executives, though not necessarily comprehended intellectually and not made explicit. Proceeding, then, on this level of discourse it appears necessary to the executive to recognize by some formal means differences in the ability of individuals and differences in the importance of their work or of their contribution to cooperative effort. However, executives are probably much more conscious of the necessity of systems of status as a function of the system of organization communication, the fundamental process in cooperation, as an important part of the system of incentives, and as an essential means of inculcating and developing a sense of responsibility and of imposing and fixing responsibility. 1. A system of organization communication, in order that it may operate with sufficient accuracy and rapidity, has to be so designed that it may easily and quickly be assured that particular communications are authentic, authoritative, and intelligible. Under ordinary circumstances, and especially with respect to routine matters, explicit authentication of communications is not required. Personal acquaintance with or knowledge of the communicator together with the relevance of the communication to the general context and to previous communications are sufficient. The status system is not of great importance in this connection. But in times of emergency and great danger or in respect to important matters, explicit authentication of communications often becomes necessary. Witnessed written communications or letterheads indicating the name, position, and title of the communicator and personal introductions by mutually known third parties are among the means used. There is no doubt that here the status system greatly facilitates authentication. It is one of the practical uses of insignia of office. It is in respect to the authoritativeness of a communication, however, that we find the basic need for systems of status. The primary question of the recipient of a communication, assuming that it is authentic, i.e., comes from whom it purports to come, is whether the contents of the communication may be relied upon as a basis for action. This is what we mean by authoritativeness. Authoritativeness in this context is of two kinds, functional authoritativeness, and scalar or command authoritativeness. Whether a communication reflects the facts and needs of the situation depends upon whether the individual that emits it has the general qualifications for understanding what he communicates about and whether he is in a position to have the essential concrete knowledge. A report from a carpenter about the condition of a generator in a power house is initially not credible, that of the electrician in charge is credible, though not conclusive, that of an electric power engineer is more credible and may be accepted as final. The authoritativeness of the report depends in part upon the qualifications of those reporting, and these are presumptively established by formal status. The functional status system is so extraordinarily convenient in providing prima facie evidence of the authoritativeness of communications that we depend upon it almost exclusively in the conduct of daily affairs generally as well as in all organizations. It does not imply any generalized superiority or inferiority of status in this aspect. It does not exclude discrimination as between individuals having the same status, nor does it assume errors may not occur in relying upon the prima facie evidence granted dy statuus. Vac. The special system of status associated with chains of command or hierarchy of authority depends upon each position being a communication center, the inferior command being associated with restricted areas or fields, the higher command being more comprehensive. Outside the technical competence special to each field of organization, the general functions common to all hierarchies of command are, to evaluate the meaning of communications received in the form of advices and reports, largely affected by the status of the transmitter, to know to whom communications should be relayed, to select that which needs to be relayed, and to translate communications, before relaying, into language appropriate to the receiver. The system of command communication cannot effectively work except on the basis of a status system. For very small organizations communication may effectively be addressed to persons, but for larger systems status becomes primary. Contrast saying to the new office boy, take this order to Bill Jones in Building K and take this order to the foreman of Section 12 in the Y department in Building OETN2. Although both functional and scalar systems of status are essential to establishing in a practicable degree the authoritativeness of communications, authoritativeness is not sufficient. Unless communications are intelligible, they cannot be acted upon correctly or effectively. Now, it is apparent that the intelligibility of a communication depends not merely upon the capacity of the communicator but also upon that of the receiver. Thus communications of the same content will differ very greatly, depending upon the status of those to whom they are addressed. Whether a communication is intelligible depends upon the use of language having the same meaning to the originator and to the receiver of the communication. This requires a selection of language, depending upon from whom and to whom the communication is made. Systems of status are an indispensable guide to the selection of appropriate language. Systems of status are also important because maintenance of status and improvement of status are among the essential incentives to cooperation. The scarcity of effective incentives calls for use of many kinds of incentives, and their wise use requires, especially in larger organizations, their systematic use. Status as an incentive has two aspects suggested earlier. The first is that of prestige for its own sake, as a reinforcement of the ego, as security for the integrity of the person. This is an important need of many individuals. They will work hard to satisfy it and forego much to attain it. The second aspect is that of prestige as a valuable or indispensable means to other ends. Thus some men endure publicity or accept conspicuous positions of onerous character as a means of supporting organizations or of eliciting the support of others because they like philanthropic or scientific or cultural work, which is their fundamental incentive. The importance of status as an incentive is shown by the immense amount of work and sacrifice made by innumerable volunteer heads of social, philanthropic, religious, political, and scientific organizations. For some the motive is directly personal. For others it is the good of the cause and the personal incentive is satisfaction in the promotion of that cause. The system of status is a strong and probably an indispensable developer of the sense of responsibility and therefore of stability and reliability. Loss of status is more than loss of its emoluments, it is more than loss of prestige. It is a serious injury to the personality. Thus while improvement of status is important, especially to the more able, and desirable to many, loss of status is much more generally resisted. It is difficult to accept, or to be accepted in, a reduced status. Indeed, the fear of losing status is what leads some to refuse advancement of status. The desire for improvement of status and especially the desire to protect status appear to be the basis of the sense of general responsibility. Responsibility is established and enforced by specific penalties for specific failures and by limitation of status or by loss of a particular status for failure in general. Although both methods in conjunction are most effective, of the two it would appear that the second is much more effective than the first, especially as to those above low levels of status. In view of the extreme importance of dependable behavior, the function of status in creating and maintaining dependable behavior is probably indispensable. The extent of criminal behavior suggests that specific sanctions are not sufficient in general to establish adequate responsibility. We have now completed an abbreviated presentation of a rationale of status systems universally found in scalar organizations. What has been set forth may well be summarized before we proceed to consider the disruptive tendencies inherent in them. Status systems have their origins in differences in the biological and socially acquired characteristics of individuals, in differences in the difficulties of the various kinds of activities, and in differences in the valuation of these activities. Systems of status are a means of protecting the integrity of the person, especially of those of inferior ability. Superior status is often necessary to the effectiveness of the work of those of superior ability. All this is on the level of biology and social psychology. Additional observations on the level of sociology and the technique of organization show that systems of status are necessary to specialization of function, that they are essential to the system of organization communications for purposes of coordination, that they are important and sometimes indispensable as affording incentives, and that they are important in promoting the sense of responsibility and, therefore, the dependability and stability essential to cooperation. These inductions from experience and observation and from history are not scientific proof of the theory outlined, but they are believed to present a fair basis, of considerable probability of correctness, for the assertion that systems of status are not the product of irrational mores, mythologies, and rationalizations, but are specific modes of adaptation of behavior to fundamental characteristics of individuals and to the fundamental physical, biological, and social properties of systems of scalar organization. Disruptive tendencies inherent in status systems. The concern of executives is not only with the organizing functions of systems of status but with their disruptive tendencies, for, paradoxically, such systems operate like principles of growth, necessary to attain maturity, but without a self-regulative control that prevents disproportionate development of parts, unbalance, and maladaptation to the environment. Thus, the executive who promotes by positive means an improved system of status, however essential to immediate purposes, thereby generates disorganizing forces, the neutralizing of which is the more difficult in that the executive himself is a central part of the system of status. The pathological aspects of systems of status to which these remarks refer have not been adequately investigated. We shall focus our consideration of the subject on the following topics. 1. The status system tends in time to distorted evaluation of individuals. It restricts unduly the circulation of the elite IU. It distorts the system of distributive justice. 4. It exaggerates administration to the detriment of leadership and morale. V. It exalts the symbolic function beyond the level of sustainment. 6. It limits the adaptability of an organization. 1. As set forth herein before, the system of status is founded on and made necessary by the following 4 factors, in addition to others, relevant to the present topic: differences in the abilities of individuals, differences in the difficulties of various kinds of work, differences in the importance of various kinds of work, and the needs of the system of communication. The first of these factors is strictly personal and individual. To the extent that status depends upon individual ability and willingness to employ it, it may be said to be individual and not social. Personal status may to this extent be said to be correlative with personal merit. As we ascend to the other bases of status, more and more qualification of the conception of individual merit is required. The rating of the individual by the importance of his work, a social evaluation, may be necessary to effective and efficient allocation of ability in the social system, and it may therefore be essential to the adaptation of the society as a whole to its environment. However, status so determined tends, as experience shows, to be imputed to the individual as SWZCH rather than to a particular socially valued role of the individual. When inferior status is assigned on this basis, it is transferred to the individual generally, and similarly when superior status is assigned. Thus exaggeration of personal inferiority and superiority results. The effect upon the characteristics of the individual contributors to an organization is deleterious, depressing and limiting those of inferior status, stimulating and sometimes intoxicating those of superior status. Restoring or creating morale in the one, restraining the other, then become a major problem of organization. The system of communication by means of which coordination is secured in cooperation is a strictly social phenomenon. Being indispensable to purposeful cooperation, the necessities of the system of communication become prime, being secondary only to the prior existence of an organization whose members are willing to cooperate. Now, undoubtedly the capacity of individuals to function in a system of communications depends upon natural abilities, general knowledge and experience, facility in general and special languages, technical and other special abilities, but though often indispensable, such general capacities and potentialities are secondary to the abilities directly associated with a particular communication position and with immediate concrete knowledge. One cannot function as, or in, a communication center if one is not at that center, nor, if at that center, without knowledge of the immediately available means of communication and of the immediately precedent communication materials, i.e., what has just transpired, what further communication is called for, to whom and where further communication should be made, from whom and where communication should be elicited. Neither general nor special abilities suffice to meet the requirements if this local and concrete knowledge is not available. Thus the primary specific abilities required in communication are those of position, of being at the place where communication may effectively be had and where immediate concrete knowledge may be obtained. The manning of posts of communication by those possessing the requisite abilities of position is so indispensable to cooperation that a system assuring such manning and hence of the acquirement of such abilities has precedence over all other considerations in an organization, for the breakdown of communication means immediate failure of coordination and disintegration of organization. The indispensability of systematic communication in organization thus leads to imputing a value to the individual that relates to the role he plays and to the exaggeration of the importance of immediate local ability in communication as against more general and more personal ability. The dilemma involved may be brought out in terms of a practical organization problem. It will ordinarily be the experience of the general executive that there are able men available for appointment to positions occupied by men recognized to be of inferior ability, but who are immediately superior with respect to local knowledge and experience in their posts, and also superior in the sense that they are accepted in their posts by others. It may be clear that in the long run, provided immediate breakdown is not involved, it would be better to replace the inferior with the superior man. Nevertheless, to do so may involve costs in terms of immediate organizational disadvantages so substantial that the net effect even for the long run might be adverse. These disadvantages are, if replacement is made, there will be ineptitude of functioning for a longer or shorter period. Insofar as this occurs because of lack of local knowledge, it will correct itself in time, which in general will be shorter the greater the general ability of the replacing individual. The less difference there is in ability, the more doubtful is the utility of change. Communication involves mutual relationships and habitual responsive reactions. A new man, entirely aside from his intrinsic abilities in the position, is new to others in the immediate communication network. Their capacity to function is disturbed by change. The operation of the system depends in considerable degree upon mutual confidence of the communicators. Change decreases this confidence. This is ordinarily not important as related to single changes not frequently occurring. Its importance increases at an accelerating pace as either the number or the frequency of replacements increases. Thus, although systems or status are based upon individual abilities and propensities as related to tasks socially evaluated and upon the requirements of the system of communication in organizations, we find that the rating of the individual by the role he occupies and emphasis upon the importance to the organization of immediate local abilities of position lead to under- and overvaluation of individuals artificially, i.e., in terms of status as an end instead of as an intermediate means. Whatever the system or principle by which posts of communication are filled, in general, errors occur, with the result that some men of inferior abilities are placed in relatively superior positions. The effects of aging, of physical, moral, and intellectual deterioration, of changing conditions and purposes, all call for continual readjustment and replacement in the status system. The process of readjustment and replacement is well known as the circulation of the elite. Ideally, the circulation of the elite should be so free that the status of all should at any given time be in accordance with their relative capacities and the importance of their functions. It is rather obvious that failure of this circulation to the extent that generally those of inferior capacity occupy positions of superior status will so reduce the efficiency of cooperation that survival of organization is doubtful, and that the dangers of rebellion and revolution will be so great that even for the short run such a stoppage of circulation may be fatal. Without a system of status, as has already been stated, injustice results to those who are the less capable, by failure to protect them against overburden. If an adequate system of status is employed, it may involve injustice when the higher emoluments of higher status are greater than warranted in the sense that they are greater than necessary. It is not intended to discuss here the problem of distributive justice generally involved in differential emoluments. We shall assume that a differential system is necessary and just. What concerns us now is the distortions of justice arising from the restrictions upon freedom of promotion and demotion. The injustices arising are of two sorts. The aggregate of emoluments of higher status are excessive in the sense that they do not secure the degree of service that the capacities ideally available make possible. The social dividend in the broadest sense is less than it should be, and the failure is a loss to those of inferior status generally. Individuals capable of filling positions of higher status better than those occupying such positions are unjustly deprived of the emoluments that they are often encouraged to seek. I am using emoluments in a most general sense, including not only remuneration, but also recognition, prestige, the satisfaction of exercising one's abilities, and, for those of philanthropic motivation, the satisfactions of the largest service of which they are capable. These injustices inherent in the practical operations of systems of status are not hidden. Men are aware of them in general and sometimes exaggerate them, and they are also aware of them specifically as affecting them individually in many circumstances. The effect of the sense of injustice involved depends partly upon the degree to which the status system is sluggish or congealed. When status is fixed by birth or limited by race or religion, the extreme of disorganization may follow. When the status of individuals corresponds well with their abilities, some loss of esprit de corps and of cooperative efficiency only may be involved. Nevertheless, the effects of the injustices inherent in status systems are sufficiently great to require positive balancing considerations and sentiments. The consideration of most importance is that, except as to those of the lowest status, conservatism is protective of individuals. Even though the retention of someone in a position of higher status may be felt to be specifically unjust to one of lower status, the situation may be duplicated with respect to the latter and someone of still lower status. In some degree, recognition of a right to retain status is therefore felt to be generally just, even though in particular cases the effect may be thought not so. The sentiments supporting conservatism with respect to status are developed and maintained by rationalizations, ceremonies, and symbolism. They have for their broad purpose the inculcation of the doctrine that the primary interest of the individual is dependent upon the maintenance of the whole organization and its effective operation as a whole, and that whatever is necessary to this end, even though it adversely affects the individual, is offset even to him by the larger advantage accruing from it. 4. An effective system of communications requires not only the stable filling of specific positions of different status, but also habitual practices and technical procedures. Failure to follow these procedures with routine persistence in general leads to confusion, lack of coordination, and inefficiency or breakdown of the system. The lines of communication, the system of status, and the associated procedures, though by no means constituting administration, are essential tools of administration and are the most visible general parts of it. Being the tangible machinery of administration and indispensable to it, the protection both of status and of procedure comes to be viewed quite sincerely as the sine qua non of the organization. The overvaluation of the apparatus of communication and administration is opposed to leadership and the development of leaders. It opposes leadership whose function is to promote appropriate adjustment of ends and means to new environmental conditions, because it opposes change either of status in general or of established procedures and habitual routine. This overvaluation also discourages the development of leaders by retarding the progress of the abler men and by putting an excessive premium on routine qualities. V. Among the phenomena connected with the status system are symbols of office or of class of trade. Much of this symbolic practice related to office in the abstract is transferred to the person of the individual filling the office, and in this way the individual himself by reason of his status becomes a symbol of the organization and of its purposes. This is so true that although it is usually not difficult to distinguish between personal and official acts per se, it is not acceptable in general to distinguish personal and official behavior of officials or for them to tolerate contumelious behavior of others toward them when wearing insignia of office or otherwise publicly known to hold office. One effect of the symbolic function of office and its associated status is to retard the circulation of the elite. The removal of an official to whom symbolic attributes have become attached, whether for incompetence or for other more reprehensible causes, unless they are very grave and publicly known, is widely felt to be derogatory to the office and to be an injury to the organization both internally and often externally as respects its prestige. Thus it comes about that the symbolism involved in office and status in the aggregate outruns the capacities of the men who have become symbols of organization. 6. From what has been presented it is perhaps evident that in some the effect of the status system, though essential to coherence, coordination, and esprit de corps, is to reduce flexibility and adaptability. When the external conditions to which an organization must be adapted are stable, the importance of flexibility and adaptability is much less than under rapidly changing conditions, and the importance of coherence and refinement of coordination, in terms of efficiency, is much greater. Were it possible to forecast for a long period what the conditions will be, the problem in principle would be merely to establish an optimum system of status, a mean between extremes minimizing disadvantages and dangers, but reasonably conserving the advantages and certainly adequate to the minimum necessities. It would hardly be appropriate to call such a problem a dilemma. The dilemma lies in the fact that future conditions cannot be forecast correctly. Hence, for current purposes, it is necessary to employ and often to elaborate a system of status whose inherent tendency is to become unbalanced, rigid, and unjust. We have seen that both functional and scalar systems of status are necessary to formal organizations of scalar type, but that interests are generated by or within them, forcing them to rigidity, lack of correspondence to real merits and real needs, and to hypertrophy, especially in their symbolic functions. As these matters are reflected on and as the technical apparatus of organization is studied, no doubt corrective measures can be known. They can be applied, however, only with great difficulty from within an organization, for even the chief executive is the chief of the status system and dependent on it. It therefore requires endless persistence, extraordinary ability, and great moral courage to control the dangerous developments in them. Probably, the principal needs can be summarized as three: to ensure that there is correspondence between status and ability by free movement, to prevent the systems of status from being ends or even primary means, and to see that the emoluments of office and of trade or profession are proportionate to the necessary level of incentives and morale. Formal and informal status. F. J. Roethlisberger and William J. Dixon. 2. Or formal organization of the plant. The social organization of the industria plant is in part formally organized. It is composed of a number of strata or levels which differentiate the bench worker from the skilled mechanic, the group chief from the department chief, and so on. These levels are well defined and all the formal orders, instructions, and compensations are addressed to them. All such factors taken together make up the formal organization of the plant. It includes the systems, policies, rules, and regulations of the plant which express what the relations of one person to another are supposed to be in order to achieve effectively the task of technical production. It prescribes the relations that are supposed to obtain within the human organization and between the human organization and the technical organization. In short, the patterns of human interrelations, as defined by the systems, rules, policies, and regulations of the company, constitute the formal organization. The formal organization of an industrial plant has two purposes: it addresses itself to the economic purposes of the total enterprise, it concerns itself also with the securing of cooperative effort. The formal organization includes all the explicitly stated systems of control introduced by the company in order to achieve the economic purposes of the total enterprise and the effective contribution of the members of the organization to those economic ends. Tuesday, informal organization of the plant. All the experimental studies pointed to the fact that there is something more to the social organization than what has been formally recognized. Many of the actually existing patterns of human interaction have no representation in the formal organization at all, and others are inadequately represented by the formal organization. This fact is frequently forgotten when talking or thinking about industrial situations in general. Too often it is assumed that the organization of a company corresponds to a blueprint plan or organization chart. Actually, it never does. In the formal organization of most companies, little explicit recognition is given to many social distinctions residing in the social organization. The blueprint plans of a company show the functional relations between working units, but they do not express the distinctions of social distance, movement, or equilibrium previously described. The hierarchy of prestige values, which tends to make the work of men more important than the work of women, the work of clerks more important than the work at the bench, has little representation in the formal organization, nor does a blueprint plan ordinarily show the primary groups, that is, those groups enjoying daily face-to-face relations. Logical lines of horizontal and vertical coordination of functions replace the actually existing patterns of interaction between people in different social places. The formal organization cannot take account of the sentiments and values residing in the social organization by means of which individuals or groups of individuals are informally differentiated, ordered, and integrated. Individuals in their associations with one another in a factory build up personal relationships. They form into informal groups, in terms of which each person achieves a certain position or status. The nature of these informal groups is very important, as has been shown in the relay assembly test room and in the bank wiring observation room. It is well to recognize that informal organizations are not bad, as they are sometimes assumed to be. Informal social organization exists in every plant, and can be said to be a necessary prerequisite for effective collaboration. Much collaboration exists at an informal level, and it sometimes facilitates the functioning of the formal organization. On the other hand, sometimes the informal organization develops in opposition to the formal organization. The important consideration is, therefore, the relation that exists between formal and informal organizations. To illustrate, let us consider the relay assembly test room and the bank wiring observation room. These two studies offered an interesting contrast between two informal working groups. One situation could be characterized in almost completely opposite terms from the other. In the relay assembly test room, on the one hand, the 5 operators changed continuously in their rate of output up and down over the duration of the test, and yet in a curious fashion their variations in output were insensitive to many significant changes introduced during the experiment. On the other hand, in the bank wiring observation room output was being held relatively constant and there existed a hypersensitivity to change on the part of the worker, in fact, what could almost be described as an organized opposition to it. It is interesting to note that management could draw from these studies two opposite conclusions. From the relay assembly test room experiment they could argue that the company can do almost anything it wants in the nature of technical changes without any perceptible effect on the output of the workers. From the bank wiring observation room they could argue equally convincingly that the company can introduce hardly any changes without meeting a pronounced opposition to them from the workers. To make this dilemma even more striking, it is only necessary to recall that the sensitivity to change in the one case occurred in the room where no experimental changes had been introduced, whereas the insensitivity to change in the other case occurred in the room where the operators had been submitted to considerable experimentation. To settle this question by saying that in one case the situation was typical and in the other case atypical of ordinary shop conditions would be to beg the question, for the essential difference between the two situations would again be missed. It would ignore the social setting in which the changes occurred and the meaning which the workers themselves assigned to the changes. Although in both cases there were certain informal arrangements not identical with the formal setup, the informal organization in one room was quite different from that in the other room, especially in its relation to the formal organization. In the case of the relay assembly test room there was a group, or informal organization, which could be characterized as a network of personal relations which had been developed in and through a particular way of working together. It was an organization which not only satisfied the wishes of its members but also worked in harmony with the aims of management. In the case of the bank wiring observation room there was an informal organization which could be characterized better as a set of practices and beliefs which its members had in common, practices and beliefs which at many points worked against the economic purposes of the company. In one case the relation between the formal and informal organization was one of compatibility, in the other case it was one of opposition. Or to put it in another way, collaboration in the relay assembly test room was at a much higher level than in the bank wiring observation room. The difference between these two groups can be understood only by comparing the functions which their informal organizations performed for their members. The chief function of the informal group in the bank wiring observation room was to resist changes in their established routines of work or personal interrelations. This resistance to change, however, was not the chief function of the informal group in the relay assembly test room. It is true that at first the introduction of the planned changes in the test room, whether or not these changes were logically in the direction of improvement, was met with apprehension and feelings of uneasiness on the part of the operators. The girls in the beginning were never quite sure that they might not be victims of the changes. In setting up the relay assembly test room with the object of studying the factors determining the efficiency of the worker, many of the methods and rules by means of which management tends to promote and maintain efficiency, the bogey, not talking too much at work, etc., were, in effect, abrogated. With the removal of this source of constraint and in a setting of heightened social significance, A new type of spontaneous social organization developed. Social conditions had been established which allowed the operators to develop their own values and objectives. The experimental conditions allowed the operators to develop openly social codes at work, and these codes, unhampered by interference, gave a sustained meaning to their work. It was as if the experimenters had acted as a buffer for the operators and held their work situation steady while they developed a new type of social organization. With this change in the type of social organization, there also developed a new attitude toward changes in their working environment. Toward many changes which constitute an unspecified threat in the regular work situation, the operators became immune. What the relay assembly test room experiment showed was that when innovations are introduced carefully and with regard to the actual sentiments of the workers are likely to develop a spontaneous type of informal organization which will not only express more adequately their own values and significances but also is more likely to be in harmony with the aims of management. Although all the studies of informal organization at the Hawthorne plant were made at the employee level, it would be incorrect to assume that this phenomenon occurs only at that level. Informal organization appears at all levels, from the very bottom to the very top of the organization. Informal organization at the executive level, just as at the work level, may either facilitate or impede purposive cooperation and communication. In either case, at all levels of the organization, informal organizations exist as a necessary condition for collaboration. Without them, formal organization could not survive for long. Formal and informal organizations are interdependent aspects of social interaction. Prestige grading, a mechanism of control. Carl Dreyfus. My discussion of the social relations among the employees in the commercial department will have as its basis the rank order of the organization. This gradation furnishes the main principles of division for my observations. Social influences, relations, and reflexes are due to and shaped by the setup. In the enterprise, the line of demarcation between management and employees is by no means distinctly drawn. The hierarchy is a highly differentiated structure. Its rank gradations are marked by various characteristics. First, by the individual's actual or usurped power to issue orders and to demand obedience. Second, by the responsibility which an individual has or believes himself to have, in other words, by his independence, or the degree of his dependence on a superior. Third, by his real or fictitious participation in the management of the enterprise or the department. Fourth, by his representation of the firm in public, either in purchases or sales or by signing the firm's papers or letters. A broad power to command and issue orders always carries with it a wide responsibility. Conversely, it is possible for an employee to occupy a responsible position which gives him no authority to issue orders yet makes him feel that he participates in the management. Briefs, in his description of the hierarchy of an enterprise, mentions but two of the foregoing items, the first and the third. The gradation is made according to the power to issue orders, to expect and to demand discipline. The extent of the power to issue orders and the distance of that power from the central management of the enterprise are the principles of the hierarchic structure. One exception must be taken to this definition. First, it is incomplete. Second, it fails to indicate that, as a mark of distinction, not only the actual power to issue orders is of importance, but also the unauthorized exercise of this power, and likewise not only the real, but also the illusory closeness to the central management. Neither is it permissible to call these marks of distinction the principles of the hierarchic structure. They are only the marks of gradation, not the principles. In the following pages I shall explain the factors that brought the rank order into existence. Tuesday, interests of the employer. The employer is fundamentally interested in preventing the employees of his enterprise from confronting him as a homogeneous group. He attempts to undermine and split their strength through minute subdivision and differentiation. Furthermore, the employee's intense yearning to be somebody in the enterprise is not to be underestimated. It has its effect upon the shaping of the rank order. Not only is the outer form of the organization greatly influenced by this motive, but also the formation of its inner structure, a multitude of departments and gradations strengthen the self-respect of the employer and his ambition to be the head of an important organization. The gradation, however, extended far beyond the technical necessities and requirements of the organization, affects a social and psychic equalization within the rank order for the economic exploitation of the employees. Exaggerated differentiation causes the employees to forget their dependence and stimulates the illusion of the possibilities of promotion. The small power in the hands of some of the employees in the system, even though it is illusory, makes them tolerate their many hardships. Thus the system of gradation, as shown in subsequent discussions, becomes of great ideological importance. Tuesday interests of the employers. The rank order gives the employee his definite and fixed position within the organization. This position confers upon him rights and duties and determines his technical function. It also decides whether or not the employee, in his occupational activity, can satisfy his urge for social recognition and such impulses as in the ordinary course of his life remain unsatisfied. This opportunity, however, exists to a far greater degree under the system of artificial differentiation than under one in which artificial influences are eliminated and the gradation is made according to the strict requirements of the organization. If he holds a position which at least affords him the illusion of superiority to some of his co-workers, the employee is enabled to attain a degree of social recognition within the organization as compensation for economic need and social oppression outside it. Such a position is seemingly of higher rank, and in the detailed organism of the artificial setup it stands, in fact, somewhat apart from other positions. This has its effect upon the social circumstances of the employee outside the enterprise. Conversely, the desire for such a position in the establishment is due to social differentiations existing outside the establishment. It is, however, mainly through psychic motives that the employee consents to and collaborates in differentiations of the rank order not based upon technical necessities. The force of impulses and drives is of the greatest influence upon the gradations of the business ladder. The sadistic inclination inherent in many individuals finds an opportunity for satisfaction in the artificial setup wherever an individual holds a position of power, either actual or apparent. This opportunity exists for almost every employee, because even the lowest rungs of the ladder always offer possibilities for the illusion that the employee has some power to issue orders, although this power may be exercised only over apprentices, office boys, or messengers. Sadistic impulses, especially when coupled with a strong craving for authority, often render an employee a very undesirable co-worker or superior, as he is always anxious to exercise and to overreach his power of command and to torture and harass his co-workers. Another powerful impulse, narcissism, helps along the recognition and formation of the artificial gradations. Narcissism is part of the makeup of every individual, although, of course, its manifestations are not of equal force. An individual holding a job in a business craves satisfaction of this impulse all the more as the work itself and the economic and social position of the employee alone do not satisfy it. Narcissistic individuals, therefore, welcome the artificial differentiation and complication of the business gradation and grasp the chance of exercising even the smallest power of command, despite the fact that the authority bestowed on them may be only fictitious. Some promotions to manager of a sub-department, to a semi-independent post, or to representative of the firm afford the employee deep satisfaction and flatter his pride to an extent not justified by the importance of such events from an organizational and economic standpoint. A position which enables the employee to shine in the outside world is the most desirable of all. The positions of traveling salesman, buyer, and salesgirl, as we shall see further on, are desired chiefly because they offer opportunities for the satisfaction of narcissistic urges. Often the most superficial signs of priority are sufficient to satisfy the narcissistic individual: a word of recognition from the employer, praise from a superior, or an office somewhat better equipped than others. The narcissistic desire for authority is intensified by considerable resentment in all those cases, where, through pauperization and loss of class, former independent employers, army officers, or public servants have been forced to become employees. Jealousy and envy among employees of the same rank or among those just one step higher or lower in rank are incited and inflamed by the continuous struggle for promotion due to the employer ideologies of employees. The fear lest they lose their position and thereby all source of income aggravates the struggle. Thus arises that type of employee described by the term scorcher or slave driver. Such an employee identifies himself intensively with the executive powers that be, with the superior and the employer, and, although an individual part of the organization, he considers himself a powerful representative of the present system. Tuesday influence of the employer. The disturbance of the solidarity of the employees is intensified by the efforts of the employer to prevent, from the beginning, a too close relationship among his employees. In many establishments, for instance, there is a rule forbidding the employees, in their conversation among themselves, to use the familiar du instead of the more formal sie. A similar order states that friendly relations among the employees are to be avoided as much as possible, as they interfere with the normal conduct of business. These rules exemplify the effects made to disrupt the solidarity of the employees by a multiplication of the business gradations. The arguments offered in defense of these regulations and wishes are not very plausible. An article on this question published by the house organ of a department store includes the following comment: a particular reason why the too familiar form DW should be avoided is the fact that one of the employees may be promoted and so become the superior of his former colleagues. In such case, perhaps for the very reason that formerly he was a colleague, it is imperative for him to maintain a certain distance between himself and his subordinates. To term such an attitude high-hatting would by no means be justified. Now, if the new superior continues to use the informal du with his former co-workers, he will certainly find it difficult to maintain that degree of authority which his new position requires of him. If, on the other hand, in his relations with his former colleagues he changes immediately after his promotion from the familiar du to the formal sie, he will lose a considerable amount of sympathy, and a smooth cooperation will be made difficult. But, all other considerations aside, the use of du is offensive to many customers. The standing of the business, and consequently that of the employees, suffers. For it cannot be denied that persons of good breeding usually preserve a certain distance and use the familiar DW only in addressing those with whom they actually have narrower bonds of sympathy. Even the Book of Etiquette suggests that, though friendliness and courtesy should prevail among employees, too great familiarity is not to be encouraged. Especially in the office and places of work, du should be avoided. The rules of an Austrian provincial bank contain the following. Section 28. The management looks unfavorably upon personal social relations of its employees outside the bank. 4 salary groups among the employees. The principles of division in the official salary schedule of employees are symptomatic of the artificial structure of the rank order. In these schedules we still find differentiation long since discarded in practical business. The so-called occupational and business groups have in part been done away with through the process of rationalization and mechanization. For these theoretical groupings the desire for manifold differentiations is also decisive, and illusions of higher positions and of possibilities of promotion are of far greater influence than the conditions actually existing in the establishment, in spite of the fact that in the rationalized establishment these various classifications have, as such, long ago been abolished. Just as the various functions of organization have already become specialized in the management, so the work of individual departments is thoroughly divided. In the large modern establishment we no longer find the correspondent and accountant with their wage scale tag as described above. If the stenographer handles foreign correspondence, then she is a specialist in one particular language in which she takes dictation and transcribes on the typewriter. The accountant who, without any degree of independence, operates the bookkeeping machine or who performs other special work, is now tied to standardized or routine work. It is true that in a large establishment there are more rank than salary gradations, but even the latter exceed the number of groupings actually required from a technical point of view. It is interesting to note what one of the largest German publishing houses has to say on this point. In the case of commercial employees, the regulation of the position in the business by salary agreement has not been successful in the long run. The mere fact that the salary schedule enumerated 54 different categories of employee groups was proof that the situation of the employees was unsuited to a collective regulation. Furthermore, these 54 groups did not include all groups necessary for a complete classification of the employees. This attempt to bring a large number of different individual performances within one scheme of salary schedule resulted in the injuring and restricting of a majority of employees working independently and in the permitting of a minority of subordinate employees to profit at the expense of the others. Registered Psychological Ops ERVATIONS. The psychological expert gives an interesting confirmation of artificial division in the rank order of the establishment. Psychotechnical investigations, conducted by experimental psychologists in a large Berlin office of the electrical industry, indicated that the differentiation made by the personnel staff as to the work of the employees had no justification in fact. After a close examination, the psychologists reduced to 3 groups the 25 declared by the management to be the ultimate number of technical and functional groups necessary for the proper working of the establishment. The first group comprised the large army of employees who merely performed standardized or routine services, such as shipping clerks, typists, file and office clerks, etc. At all times during the day, from morning to night, these employees perform nothing but standardized and mechanized work, whether by machine or by hand. No distinction was made between the employee who operates the Hall-Airith machine, the typist who day after day has to write the same stereotyped letters, and the shipping clerk who makes out, day by day, the same shipping blanks according to detailed instructions. The second group, that of bookkeepers, was established solely because, from an experimental psychologist's point of view, the bookkeeping activity is to be considered separately, since it deals continually with figures and computation of figures. The examining psychologists gave as the reason for this separate treatment the desire to make specific bookkeeping tests. Otherwise, they agreed that this group, in the general psychological sense, might just as well have been omitted and the greater part of it classified among the first and the smaller part among the third group. This third group included those employees whose work carried with it a limited amount of responsibility and a certain independence and discretion of action. The higher type of correspondent in the complaint department, for instance, whose duty it was to cope with the objections of customers, had to act with a certain amount of independence and responsibility. It is true, however, that this work can be called individual in a very narrow sense only, because under the system of thorough rationalization of the process of work the function of such a correspondent has, in the last analysis, also come to be purely routine work, as he acts upon a few similar cases again and again. In regard to the other employees of this group similar parallels can be drawn. This analysis of work functions and of the way in which they determine positions in the enterprise differs in many respects from our own examination, because its aim has been the preparation of psychotechnical fitness tests. Nevertheless, this digression into experimental psychology can furnish certain indices for our study. Bureaucratization of the commercial department. The artificial complication of the rank order, which permits numerous employees to feel that they hold higher positions and are to a certain extent independent, is, with its unwarranted differentiations, telescoped positions, and ramifications, diametrically opposed to efforts of rationalization. Illusory powers and fictitious responsibilities are obstacles to a division of the work functions and to a scientific, standardized, and planned course of management. The conflict between the economic force necessitating rationalization and the social and psychic forces within the enterprise is found, to a greater or lesser degree, in every organization. The process of rationalization with its consequences, which mechanize the work of the employees and deprive it of its personal and true character, considerably undermines the hierarchic system. On the other hand, gradation based on factors which are, from a business point of view, by no means adequate frequently crosses the lines of the rationalization process. The result of these crossings is a phenomenon much resisted by scientific business circles. They give to it the name bureaucratization. Unfortunately, the genesis of this difficult state of affairs is falsely described. The cause of bureaucratic rigidity, which turns to loss the very process of rationalization established for the express purpose of profit, is not the process of rationalization, the division of the work functions resulting from it, or the structure of the establishment shaped to suit the requirements of that process. The cause is rather the artificial differentiation of the rank order, which by far exceeds the gradation warranted by the technical requirements of an establishment. Barriers to understanding between officers and enlisted men. Samuel A. Stauffer, et al. Although the Army's social system was such that officers with the best will in the world would find it difficult to bridge the gulf which separated them from the thoughts and feelings of the men under their command, one of the surprises experienced by the observant social scientist in the Army was the number of officers who assumed, apparently quite sincerely, that they succeeded in so doing. All comparative studies made by the research branch showed that officers tended to believe that their men were more favorably disposed on any given point than the men's own anonymous responses showed the men to be. Table I presents a typical illustration of this wishful thinking on the part of officers. In each of 53 infantry rifle companies in the United States, the company commander was asked a question like the following: how many of your enlisted men would you say feel proud of their company? Almost none of them, about 1/4 of them, about half of them, about 3/4 of them, almost all of them. Table I: accuracy of estimates by company commanders of favorable attitudes among men in their own company. Number of companies in which the overestimated under-attitude area estimated correctly. Estimated total pride in outfit 438253. Desire to be a soldier 424753. Satisfaction with job 3318Z53. Importance of infantry 3114853. Data from S121, United States, April 1944. The men in the same company were asked, "Do you feel proud of your company?" "Yes, very proud." "Yes, fairly proud." "No, not proud." Undecided. If over 87% of the men checked either very proud or fairly proud, the was considered correct. If his answer was almost all of the men would say they felt proud of their company. If 62% to 87% of the men checked very proud or fairly proud, the was considered correct if he checked about 3/4. Enlisted checks by 37% to 62% were equated with officers' checks of about half. Enlisted checks by 12% to 37% of the unit sample were equated with officers' checks of about 1/4, and enlisted checks by less than 12/4% with officers' checks of almost none. As Table I shows, 8 of the 53 officers estimated their men's responses correctly by the above definition. But 43 overestimated the proportion of their men who would say they were proud of their company, as contrasted with only 2 who underestimated. The same tendency is seen with respect to other items shown in Table I.1. The same tendency was observed in studies overseas as well as in the United States. Psychologically, one of the elements in this habit of officers of overestimating their men's favorable attitudes was a product of the tendency to project one's own attitudes upon the men. Overseas studies of officers and men who were veterans of infantry campaigns showed that if officers felt in rather low spirits they tended to think that enlisted men did also, while if the officers manifested high spirits they tended to think enlisted men did the same. How much this represents projection only and how much, if at all, it represents some possible causal connection or some other association, cannot be separately determined from the data. Insofar as the tendency to projection existed, the net effect ordinarily would be to lead officers to overestimate the favorableness of men's attitudes for the reason that officers' own attitudes generally were more favorable than the men's. Characteristic differences in attitudes between officers and enlisted men are evident in almost any area one could mention. With very few exceptions, officers tended to have more favorable attitudes toward all aspects of the military system than enlisted men. They were more content with Army life, they were more satisfied with their jobs, they had greater pride in being soldiers, they had less aggression against the Army, and so on through the whole gamut of attitudes toward the structure and functioning of military society. In Table 2 are presented some of these comparisons in attitudes drawn from scattered studies in which, In each case, cross-sections of officers and enlisted men in the same units were asked parallel questions. In no case can the observed differences in response be accounted for simply in terms of differences in background characteristics. It is difficult to account for such differences in attitudes except in terms of a class patterning of views. Table I: Comparison of officers and enlisted men's attitudes on selected subjects. Enlisted officers: Men. Question: How interested are you in the work you are doing in your present Army assignment? %. Saying, very much interested 82-50. Question: In general, do you feel that you yourself have gotten a square deal from the Army? %. Saying, yes, in most ways have 65-4. Question: In general, how would you say you feel most of the time, in good spirits or in low spirits? %. Saying, I am usually in good spirits 53-24. Question: What do you think of military control and discipline at this post? %. Saying, it's about right 62-42. Question: How many of your officers are the kind who are willing to go through anything they ask their men to go through? +% saying, all or most 92-37. Question: The Army would be a lot better if officers and enlisted men were more friendly with each other. Apparent class differences in thinking between officers and enlisted men extend, as has been indicated, to many different areas. It is interesting, however, to note one bit of evidence that these differences appear to be sharpest on matters which tend to reflect on those aspects of the military system which place the enlisted class at a disadvantage relative to the officer class and for which officers are likely to feel some responsibility. In the February 1945 survey of 5,000 officers and 3,500 enlisted men in the United States, cited in Table 2, the following question was asked: below is a list of things enlisted men commonly gripe about. In your experience, which of these do you think enlisted men usually have good reasons to gripe about? Table 3 shows the percentages of officers and men who said they think enlisted men usually have good reason to gripe about each item. It will be noted that the first 4 gripes on the list, where the differences in attitudes are the sharpest, all relate to matters in which enlisted men are disadvantaged relative to officers and for which officers are likely to feel some direct responsibility. The last 2 gripes on the list, concerning which there are practically no differences in attitude between officers and men, are matters for which officers are less likely to feel responsible and from which they are likely to feel they themselves suffer almost as much as enlisted men. From the same study on which Table 3 is based comes an exemplification of the point illustrated earlier, in Table I, of the tendency for officers to overestimate the favorableness and underestimate the unfavorableness of enlisted men's responses. Both officers and men were asked to check the following statement: most enlisted men do not respect their officers. Agree, disagree. Only 25% of the officers agreed. American Samoa contrasted with 54% of the enlisted men. While psychological interpretations in terms of projection will help explain the discrepancy between what officers thought men felt and what the men felt, it must be recognized that the basic social system of the Army impeded rather than facilitated a meeting of minds. Not only were the experiences of officers and men different, but also the barriers of power and social distance were almost insurmountable. The power relationship was an obvious barrier. A considerable difference in perspective between officers who exercise authority and men over whom the authority is exercised is probably inevitable, at least in an organization operated on an authoritarian basis. And whether in the Army or elsewhere, completely candid interchange of attitudes on all subjects does not ordinarily occur between those who wield power and those who are subject to that power. But in the Army this inescapable barrier was augmented by the fostering of status differences and physical as well as social distance between officers and men. Officers could be easily misled by the rituals of deference exacted from all enlisted men. They were sirred and saluted and rarely answered back. It is easy to understand how during the course of time they could come to mistake these compulsory outward symbols of deference for voluntary respect and fail to perceive underlying hostilities and resentments. Officers were practically entrapped into assuming that they were symbols of respected authority. It is easy to understand, too, how the different treatment accorded to officers because of their different status blurred their insight into some typical enlisted attitudes and the reasons for those attitudes. Some flavor of the status difference between officers and enlisted men and of one type of difference in treatment that went with it is revealed in the following account written for the research branch by an officer commissioned directly from the ranks. The actual episode may have been an unusual one, but it is illustrative of some common underlying attitudes. After being commissioned and discharged as an enlisted man, I was transferred to station complement to be sent from camp. I had to check over some items of clothing with the supply sergeant of the new assignment. Not wishing to put on my uniform until I was ready to go, I was wearing the clothes of a private. As I stepped into the supply room, the sergeant was not there, but a few privates were waiting. Being in a hurry, I started to look for him in the next room. Just as he came into the room, leaving me and a couple of other privates a little ways in the supply room, his opening remark, with a belligerent glare, was, "How about over there behind that counter?" and without waiting for compliance, "And what's the matter with you getting out of there too?" was directed at me, I being a little further in the room than the other two. I moved out and said nothing. The first man to the desk was handing in laundry. The sergeant took the slip. "God damn, this isn't the way to make out a laundry slip. Haven't you been shown how to make this out right?" The man said, "No." "Yes you have, by God, and don't tell me you haven't. Weren't you in that formation yesterday?" "Yes, I thought so. I told every one of you how to do this right. By Jesus, you haven't any more brains than a frog on a railroad track. Now you take that slip and you make it out right." Here was the non-com in perfect form and attitude. He turned to me next. "Now what the hell do you want?" It was a little extra strong. He remembered I had gotten in his way a moment before. I wanted to see what would happen, so I quietly told him that I had been commissioned an officer and transferred prior to leaving camp and that I'd like to check some clothes off. "Oh yes sir, I'll take care of that right now." He was all courtesy and service. He wanted to fix things about himself and ended up with an apology for treating me as he had, saying I certainly wouldn't have if I'd known. The fact is that he hadn't been out of form at all. I just occupied two roles which brought out the contrast sharply. In view of the barriers to communication between officers and enlisted men imposed by EE and status, strengthened by the psychological stresses of officer training, and enforced by physical ital as well as social separation, it can hardly be surprising that officers were often so inadequately aware of what enlisted men were thinking. As a partial corrective to this situation, the Chief of Staff ordered the Director of the Information and Education Division to prepare for distribution to field grade officers a monthly publication called What the Soldier Thinks. The first issue appeared in December 1943 and the publication continued throughout the war. After the first 3 issues appeared, the distribution was ordered extended to company commanders throughout the world. This publication was prepared in the research branch. Another source of information from which officers could get a flavor, if not always a representative sampling, of enlisted men's thinking was in enlisted men's publications like Yank and Stars and Stripes. The attitudes expressed in many cartoons and stories were unmistakably clear. The male columns were full of letters setting forth the views of enlisted men in no uncertain terms. But such sources of information, whether in the army or out, are of dubious reliability and easily challenged. The army had 2 somewhat contradictory but widely accepted antidotes: the old army tradition that griping is a universal form of amusement among enlisted men, ordinarily harmless and without specific meaning and, hence, not to be taken seriously unless it becomes excessive, and the conviction of many officers that any expression of opinions they dislike must represent only the unjustified extreme views of a small minority of disgruntled troublemakers and that such expression is likely to damage the morale of the great majority who are good soldiers and, hence, such expressions should be suppressed. In this connection it is revealing to compare the answers of cross-sections of 300 officers and 2,000 enlisted men in the European theater to this question asked in October 1945, If someone back home not in the army were to read B-Bag every day, how true a picture would he get of the problems of most soldiers in the European theater? 58% of the officers American Samoa compared with 16% of the enlisted men replied very untrue or fairly untrue. From time to time, the vigorous character of enlisted criticisms drew down fire from high commanders. But at the very top the freedom of B-Bag and of cartoonists like Malden was vigorously protected during the war. And it is something of a tribute to the officers in the Ito study just reported, that in spite of the critical character of B-Bag, 69% of them said they liked B-Bag very well or fairly well, and only 19% felt that articles in the Stars and Stripes which criticized the army had, in general, done more harm than good. Traditionally, the most important formal army machinery for facilitate in communication upward from enlisted men to officers was the Inspector General system. Any enlisted man had the right to talk to a representative of the Inspector General. Since this officer was outside the soldier's immediate chain of command, the soldier could, in theory, talk with him with impunity and voice any complaints he chose. At the end of the war in 1945, a survey of a cross-section of 2,908 soldiers in the United States was made to ascertain how the system worked, as viewed by the men. About half of the men said that during their army careers they had felt the desire to bring a complaint to the attention of the Inspector General. Yet only 1 in 5 said they actually took their stories to the IG. Why did the majority not exercise their prerogative? The men were asked to tell their reasons, which fell into 3 groups. 1. Difficulty in getting to see the Inspector General, too much red tape to go through to see him. You have to get permission from your IST sergeant to see the CO. Then permission from the CO to see the IG. Unable to obtain information or permission as to the routine or place to take complaint. The day our officer found out as to my and others going, we were forced to fly 8 hours and could not get to see the IG. This took place when the IG visited our field. 2. Uselessness of seeing the Inspector General. I didn't think it would do me any good. Because I did not think they would act on it anyway. Because I spoke to him once, then nothing happened. It would be futile. I've taken complaints to them before and no action was taken whatever. So the hell with it. 3. Fear of reprisal, for the simple reason that if my co found out he would have made it hard for me. Being afraid of punishment after doing so. Because figuring we will get it later from the co. Afraid of kickback. Because of being threatened by another officer not to. Because in almost every instance company brass finds out and you suffer more. Because the IG gave our names over to the officer we bitched about on a prior occasion. Men who had taken their complaints to the IG were more likely to be critical of the IG system than men who had not. Only 33% of the former said the system worked very well or fairly well as compared with 53% of the latter. This may merely reflect the possibility that the kind of men who took complaints to the IG were the kind of men who were more critical of army organization in general, a hypothesis supported by the fact that the better educated men were both more likely to see the IG and to be more critical of the IG and the army in general. Nevertheless, such figures are hardly a testimonial to the effectiveness of the system as a method of channeling complaints upward. The chaplain also was a repository of confidences, and research branch representatives, in going from post to post in the United States and overseas, met with instances in which a chaplain with a particularly effective personality played an apparently significant role as a channel of communication. No study is available as of the end of the war, but evidence from a survey made in 1942 indicates that most men were not as likely to go to their chaplain with a personal problem as to their own commanding officer. For example, among 751 soldiers with over 1 year of service, only half of the men said they had ever consulted an officer about a personal problem, 33% are mentioning their commanding officer and 13% are mentioning the chaplain American Samoa, the one to whom they went, with scattering mentions of other officers. Catholics were a little more likely to mention the chaplain, 17% as against 11% for Protestants. In some organizations, The medical officer was an important channel of communication, notably in the air forces with relation to flying personnel. The problem of establishing locally a really effective means by which unit officers could be apprised of what their men were thinking was never effectively solved in the Army. A promising procedure was tried out in 1944 to 1945 in the redistribution centers in the United States. Group sessions were held at which enlisted men were invited to voice their complaints and discuss them with one another and with the officers. The same procedures also were tried in some other situations, where commanding officers were sensitized to the importance of better rapport. Need for maintaining effective lines of communication upwards from men to officers at the unit level is not unique to the Army. It has its parallel in civilian industry. But in industry, the organized labor movement has achieved formal recognition of rights of workers to have spokesmen, and behind the exercise of those rights stand the sanctions of the privilege of striking or of quitting one's job permanently. Since such sanctions are inadmissible in the Army, it becomes all the more important for the Army to review its methods for transmission of attitudes upward and to conduct in peacetime controlled experiments to measure the effectiveness of new procedures which might be proposed. Myth and status systems in industry. Richard C. Myers. Among all occupational groups, but particularly in the skilled trades possessing a craft tradition, occupational morale, i.e., the particular conception of the well-being of the work group held by workers and the ego satisfactions derived therefrom, is to a certain extent dependent upon myths and fictions. 1. The mythical and fictional elements of occupational culture emerge as the selective aspects of the occupation, and the job conditions change while traditionally established conceptions of social relationships remain relatively unaltered. Although technological change and mass production techniques have reduced many skills and have opened the way to disintegrative forces in many of the trades, yet there are substantial traditions remaining in the industrial field. Studies of specific occupations have pointed out the organizational and ideological elements of contemporary work groups which have survived despite an encroaching technology, and, in fact, in some instances have become strengthened and further elaborated. Actually, in those trades which are struggling most vigorously to protect their identity, the recourse to myth is most pronounced, because, as pressures for purely logical behavior are intensified, there is a tendency to hold to those things which have the sanction of time and which have produced occupational satisfaction in the past. Below the level of the skilled trades one finds a considerably more rudimentary tradition, particularly in the more emergent occupations of the mass production industries. Rather than myths centered in a complete occupational culture, more unitary fictions of fairly recent origin are characteristic of this level, developing across occupational lines and oriented with regard to factory-derived policies and procedures. The myth in industry is subject to examination from a number of different points of view, in addition, perhaps, to an initial determination of the degree of difference between the facts and the false conceptions which are held, or, as the case may be, persistently presented by certain groups in the industrial structure. A useful analysis of myth would seem to be directed toward discovering the self-conscious quality of items in occupational culture, functions performed, and the relationship of myths to certain status systems in industry. Such an analysis makes it possible to distinguish important variations between myths and enables one to know the conditions under which myths persist or tend toward elimination. From the standpoint of the self-conscious quality of mythical items in occupational culture, two general types of myths can be distinguished: the culture-centered, or unconscious myth, and the strategic myth. 1. The unconscious myth is so centrally established as a part of the occupational subculture that its validity is not usually questioned by those who are indoctrinated in the occupational tradition. Although the essential falsity of the postulates of the myth is perhaps known to other groups and is subject to check and validation by any who may wish to conduct the proper investigation, some occupations possess an integration in terms of which the dispensable items of culture are reduced to a minimum. Where occupational subcultures have been allowed to accumulate in relatively undisturbed fashion, many of the practices, beliefs, and sentiments tend to depend on and reinforce one another. Example: the superior morality of craft experience automatically justifies and ensures the legitimacy of fixing proper production schedules. Ideologically self-contained insofar as the worker is concerned, the occupation does not admit of much self-conscious evaluation. The trades or crafts constitute the occupations in industry whose integration is such that essentially mythical beliefs are not subject to constant logical challenge and thus may be said to be unconsciously held. An example of this type of myth is to be found in the building industry, particularly among such old line trades as carpentry and bricklaying. Here one can identify, at least for significantly large groups in local areas, what might be termed the myth of the boy apprentice. The apprenticeship type of training, emphasizing a lengthy period of systematic indoctrination during youth, has social as well as technological meaning in the trades, since it serves as a distinguishing mark separating craft workers from those overnight mechanics in other occupations who have acquired neither skill nor an occupational morality. Carpenters, bricklayers, and other building tradesmen place a high value upon growing up in the trade and rather categorically assume such a process to be true of all building craftsmen. The concept of the boy is important as it represents to the tradesman a kind of dedication in youth to a course of action involving patience, abstinence, and the arduous acquisition of high skill. The concept of the boy also evokes strong sentiments because it tends to symbolize the linkage of familial tradition and occupation. Building tradesmen frequently speak disparagingly of middle-aged workers from factory occupations who from time to time make tentative efforts to find building employment. In the same manner, the tradesman rejects the young man who accepts the high entering wage of factory employment and, who, presumably by doing so, indicates that he lacks the stamina and foresight to undergo the more demanding, but more ethically rewarding, sequence of apprenticeship training. On the surface, and in view of the restrictions found in the trades as to the number of apprentices who may enter training, these beliefs might seem to represent sheer hypocrisy maintained for logical ends, and, in fact, among critical groups in management and business largely outside of the building industry, they have been so interpreted. However, careful examination of these beliefs, centering around the concept of the boy apprentice, point to the conclusion that, if such beliefs are rationalizations, they are almost wholly occupationally derived rationalizations of long standing with relatively little self-consciousness. Although rather complete, uncritical acceptance of the concept of the boy apprentice is characteristic of skilled building craftsmen. Investigation indicates that for substantial groups in certain areas the facts concerning entrance into the trades do not conform to the standard conception. In 1940 and 1941, a total of 1,600 occupational histories were obtained from building tradesmen working on jobs in the Michigan cities of Detroit, Jackson, and Saginaw, and in metropolitan Chicago. Data were obtained concerning age at which the trade was entered and the nature of the trade training. Of this group, 39% of the tradesmen indicated that they had entered their particular trade at 25 years or above, and 42% of the tradesmen indicated that they had experienced no formal, regulated, apprentice training, but instead, had come in as backdoor mechanics, i.e., had picked up some skills in an informal, unsupervised way and had been voted in as journeymen. Registered private studies of construction managers and some union officials support this view. Several union officials expressed the opinion that over half of their union membership had never been actually apprenticed in the legal sense. Although these findings are obviously limited in scope, all available evidence points in the same direction, namely, that the conditions of formal boy apprenticeship do not accurately describe the entry into the trades of substantial numbers of operating journeymen, and thus that the conception is an occupational myth, for the most part unconsciously held. 2. The strategic myth in industry is based upon an awareness by an official group within the formal structure of occupational organization that there is some discrepancy between the facts and traditionally held conceptions, and that there is some utility to the preservation of mythical beliefs. In many of the occupations the final crystallization of working rules and practices is represented in the codes of the union. The union has taken over the function of systematizing and maintaining the various items of occupational culture. However, the unions of the old line trades, as well as those of the mass production occupations, are formal organizations which possess an administrative structure and a number of legitimate objectives which conform, at least in part, to the objectives sanctioned by business generally. Relative economic advantage, as expressed in varying wage rates and the negotiations over hours of labor, constitute the legitimate objectives as accepted by the professional negotiating and administrative classes in both management and labor. Most of the formal organizations of workers have developed relatively small but administratively powerful groups of officials, who, through extended periods in office, have come to divorce themselves from their previously held work roles and occupational tradition and have come to accept values of the managerial type. There are numerous examples of the disassociation of trade union officials from the values of the rank and file. The almost continuous process of negotiation with management on rate questions, which reflect management's supreme preoccupation with the logical factors of production, almost inevitably pushes the professional union representative into management's rational value system. Changes in tools, materials, and manufacturing processes, which logically indicate a possible downward revision of job classifications and wage rates. Readily recognizing a threat to the economic bargaining position of the trade organizations, union officials may turn to whatever strategic weapons are at hand. Emphasizing the irreplaceable quality of certain manual skills and trade practices, union administrators frequently make the attempt to cloak fundamental changes and strive to give the job a traditional appearance. To this end, union workers are urged to maintain their claims to all old operations, as well as to take over and elevate the standards of any new work where shoddy or cut-rate practices might be introduced. This affirmation of the ethical quality of occupational experience and training makes a strong appeal to the worker who unself-consciously accepts his own presence on the job as a guarantee of proper production practices and is relatively unaware of the possible economic inappropriateness of his classification and hourly rate. This type of industrial myth in which there is an attempt to hide or to frustrate increasingly simplified tasks by an unwillingness to recognize change, and the insistence that there are no operations that do not require traditional occupational abilities, is strategic in that it is used by union officials in a rational manner to further larger purposes of economic bargaining. However, to many of the rank and file workers in the occupation the mythical aspects of the work situation are not particularly apparent. Actually, for such a myth to be a useful strategic device, it is necessary that the workers be culturally centered. When self-consciousness begins to appear, that is, when the worker begins to be keenly aware that his operations are definitely outmoded or degraded and that his pay and prestige are only artificially maintained, the strategy is no longer effective, as the myth diminishes. At times, occupational self-consciousness among certain groups of workers may block union management's strategic purposes. If workers of some tradition become convinced that the tasks to which they are assigned involve some occupational degradation in terms of pace, skill, materials handled, individual initiative, and relationship to other work groups, they may refuse to subscribe to the economic objectives of their union officials. For example, in Detroit, the tile layers have rather persistently refused employment at high rates on jobs involving the use of the increasingly popular metal tile. They have argued that such a material degrades the skill of those that stick it on, and, as a result of their choice, have lost much of the work to other groups. Although union leaders have consistently urged them to work with the material as if nothing in the trade had changed, such a logical argument has apparently only served to impress the tradesmen with the unsatisfactory reality of their technological position. On one of the large war housing projects near Wayne, Michigan, the carpenters walked off the job on several occasions because the methods used in construction involved an unusually large amount of form building and saw and hatchet work. The carpenters charged that it was obvious to everyone on the job that they were doing work of an inferior grade although at a high rate. During this time the union officials made every effort to keep the men operating as if no changes in construction had taken place to preserve the myth of undifferentiated tasks and appropriate skills. 3. There are other industrial myths in which the factor of occupational culture is not so clearly involved, but, instead, the function of the myth for the individual in a status system which emphasizes individual achievement constitutes the dominant element. Such myths lie largely in the realm of the conceptions which supervisors and other managerial personnel have of their jobs. This myth may be called the compensatory myth registered and may be regarded as having the central function of explaining the failure of a logical system to operate to the personal satisfaction of individuals identified with it in industry. There is steady pressure upon certain persons in the plant and on the job to get ahead. To many, this means constant concern over promotions and progress into or through the ranks of supervision, rather than the development of further occupational virtuosity. The formal, rational, line, or chain of command organization of industry sets up the relatively narrow channels of rising in the world, and the social values emphasize the importance of achieving positions of authority. Although informal factors, such as integration in the work group, personality traits, and service to family and community are considered valuable and significantly influence the satisfactions of some persons, there are many individuals in industry who evaluate themselves, not in occupational terms, but in terms of access to the higher levels of authority. When promotion of the line organization of industry is blocked, this kind of therapeutic myth which provokes an inclusive rationalization for failure of the individual to achieve advancement, may be found. The individual egoistically rejects personal responsibility for failure and is receptive to a general cultural explanation of the situation. The myth is likely to appear in terms of a common denominator of general cultural rejection and prejudice. Stereotyped religious, racial, and ethnic evaluations are held to be operative. Such beliefs are repeated again and again in the office and shop until they achieve true mythical proportions. In some instances, of course, religious and ethnic discrimination as to advancement in industrial systems does have some definite basis in fact and thus constitutes reality, not myth. However, investigation of particular industrial concerns reveals that in numerous situations there is no evidence of systematic bias in the control of promotions, despite the fact that individuals in the organization constantly make such statements as everyone knows that a Catholic, an Italian, or a Southern white can't get ahead around here, as the case may be. A variation of the myth occurs when a minority group in the general culture is believed to have assumed control of the personnel system in the industrial organization. In the situations where there is relatively little communication between upper-level executives and the lower managerial ranks, personal fears and frustrations about getting ahead can be eased by full adherence to the mythical belief that a clique in the organization is systematically exploiting prejudice on other than occupational grounds. A related type of myth is one which might be termed the folk myth, which offers a categoric explanation of human differentials in industry in terms of qualities assigned groups and individuals in the folk culture. Such qualities are usually considered to be organic in character. Examples of this myth are found in the beliefs in industry that Negroes love wet work or instinctively enjoy hot work in the foundry or mill. The compensatory myth assumes a manipulation of ethnic and religious characteristics for logical ends, while the folk myth emphasizes the inevitable outcome of certain innate human abilities and limitations. The final myth that we may perhaps distinguish here is the fabricated myth. This myth may be created by management and union organizations in industry to serve rational purposes, such as achieving a favorable position in the bargaining process. The fabricated myth of management or of the unions can be directed either internally toward the labor force or toward the public. Such a myth whose outlines are once agreed upon by public relations and labor relations experts can take almost any form, although to be most successful it must adhere to the most creditable objectives accorded management and the unions in the general culture. The myth is synthesized by limiting and controlling access to information concerning internal policies and economic position, and the use of effective propaganda techniques. Myths of this kind stemming from industrial sources can have far-reaching effects. Example: the myth actively sponsored during World War II that the production workers in the factories were selling out the men overseas. It would seem to be of significance to relate the foregoing types of myths to the status systems found in industry, as not all groups in industry, laborers, craftsmen, managers, and union members, measure their social position in the same manner. They are, in fact, responding in some degree to separate status systems. Briefly stated, one can identify the system of general social status, or status based upon the factors of age, sex, race, and nationality, which extends throughout the community. Secondly, there is the lateral system, following the outlines of the division of labor. Further, as Barnard Registered points out, there exists what might be termed the scalar system, which is characteristic of formal organizations and in which status is determined by superiority or subordination in a chain of command and by jurisdiction. The essence of scalar status is a vertical ranking of authority, as in the pyramiding levels of supervision in industry. In industry, as in the community, these status systems tend to overlap, making it at times difficult to determine the relative degree to which persons and groups respond to each. However, despite the cross-system influence of status, among certain broad groups in industry, status is more consistently evaluated within one framework than another. The groups in industry and their status systems are roughly the following: operatives and laborers in mass production industries. These unskilled and semi-skilled workers in the industrial cities today are frequently recent migrants from relatively isolated regions of the agricultural South. They represent folk cultures with well-established beliefs centering around the family and sentiments and rituals derived from similar experience on the land. When not fully integrated into new cultural systems, example union organizations, they respond both in the factory and in the community largely on the basis of status as defined in the folk cultures. General status of this kind is assigned on the basis of physical and social characteristics which have already been interpreted by pre-industrial experience. Skilled tradesmen. The skilled workers in building, railroading, and other industries are identified with particular cultural traditions which have grown up around well-defined occupations. Lateral status is the status which is associated with this group, as all of those who have partaken of a particular tradition and perform the same function are possessors of the same rights and privileges. Managers and supervisory officials. The supervisory officials in industry are principally linked to the scalar system. Those who are designated to supervise the work of others, particularly outside of the craft area, tend to evaluate themselves and all others in terms of the degree of authority allowed them and the degree to which access to the next higher rung on the ladder of authority is available to them. Mass production unionists. A most significant group in industry from the standpoint of possessing a separate status system is the group of unskilled workers from folk culture backgrounds who have joined the more recent, mass production unions and have been rather completely indoctrinated with the idealized conception of worker well-being propounded in union ideology. Here, status is not based upon function, as all functions are of a rudimentary type, neither is status of the scalar type, in which the primary measurement of worth is the supervisory position and its degree of authority. Neither does the union system exactly correspond with general status, as the idealized system may be somewhat at variance with some items in the general system, such as race attitudes and behavior. Status is achieved in the union system by taking a strong union stand on all issues defined as critical by the union ideology and by vigorously opposing managerial values. The fact of separate status systems in industry suggests the linkage of the particular types of myths outlined above with particular status systems. The folk myth, and to a certain extent, the fabricated myth, are identified with the system of general social status, within which system the operatives and laborers in the mass production industries function. The culture-centered myth and the strategic myth are more peculiarly myths of the skilled tradesman, where status is laterally established within the limits of the occupation. The compensatory myth is the myth of management, where persons measure themselves in scalar terms. At the present time it is probably true that the fabricated myth is the myth most characteristically found among mass production union members. Some implications of the analysis and classification of myth presented above may be stated as follows. 1. Depending upon their status systems, persons in industry are more highly influenced by one kind of myth than another. 2. In determining the length of time that a myth is likely to persist or the speed with which it may decline and disappear, knowledge of the type of myth is of primary importance. For example, the strategic type of myth is much more subject to decline than the culture-centered myth. 3. As the culture-centered myth is significant in maintaining occupational morale, the tendency of such a myth to be modified under modern industrial conditions is of importance to persons concerned with the practical aspects of industrial relations, since definite behavioral changes on the part of workers are likely to follow disturbances in the myth. 4. As the compensatory myth represents a vital factor in the personality integration of individuals in the management system of industry, an understanding of its function may offer the basis of the better adjustment of the individual to formal structures. Conflicts of authority. Large bureaucracies do not commonly have the unified character suggested by their outward monolithic appearance. Component bureaus may engage in acute conflict as a result of overlapping jurisdictions, competing loyalties, and incompatible objectives. Dimmock provides a case study of bureaucratic infighting which illustrates the tactics utilized by a newly created division to maintain itself against the opposition of rival agencies in the larger bureaucracy. The selection from the Hoover Commission presents another case study analyzing the sources and consequences of continued conflict between two federal agencies operating in the same sphere. Expanding jurisdictions. A case study in bureaucratic conflict. Marshall E. Dimmock. The only way an executive can be certain that any failure to perform effectively is his own is to assure himself in the first place that all the elements necessary for a unified administration are in his hands. He cannot afford, however, to stop dead in his tracks in order to iron out the problems of a limited jurisdiction, nor to clarify the relationships between his own organization and those which have the power to detract from its full effectiveness and efficiency. The work must go forward. But if he has a clear idea of what is required of him in getting his job done, if he knows precisely what his objectives are and can identify and be on guard against the hazards to survival that surround him, then he will have constantly on the border of his mind those steps which are necessary to round out his jurisdiction and protect the future of his program. It becomes a sort of sixth sense with him, always present but scarcely ever conscious. It is this sixth sense which, when unexpected opportunities arise, causes him unhesitatingly to move into a position where his enterprise can avail itself of the chance to complete its powers. Thus does the executive enter the arena of power relationships. There is a difference between aggrandizement which merely looks to greater financing, more employees, and increased power and prestige, and that which is an integral part of the strategy of performing a unified and rounded function. It is easy to rationalize the one into the other. The executive, therefore, must honestly examine his own thought and motives so as to make sure that his desire for a unified authority is not in reality an avid, if disguised, thirst for power. Nothing will more quickly dissipate the strength of his organization than the assumption of unnecessary and unrelated activity. Similarly, nothing is more indispensable to success than the proper juxtaposition of related parts so that his machine may operate smoothly and with no cylinders missing. The first step in rounding out your jurisdiction is the clear determination of objectives, for you cannot make valid detailed plans for either your program or your strategy until you know just where you are going. The determination of objectives influences policy, organization, personnel, leadership, and control. In the RMO, the determination of objectives entailed a good deal of paperwork. Our purpose was to prevent ship delays, but in order to accomplish this we needed to do a great many things, such as keep a supply of men on hand, shift them to different parts of the country as needed, see that men in the correct ratings were placed aboard the right ship at the proper time, devise means of recruiting experienced seamen, determine how many more would have to be trained in each rating, and improve seaman health and morale through a program of repatriation, health, and welfare. Thus did our field of operation become increasingly multiple and the determination of objectives more complicated. As a first step, our control officer had to discover how many officers and men we would need in each category over specified periods of time by weeks, months, and a year. A careful calculation revealed that we must manage to retain most of the 70,000 men already employed by the merchant marine and at the same time add an approximately equal number to the employment lists over a 12-month period. With this information at hand we could now consider the possible sources of supply. We knew that there were plenty of experienced seamen in the country, the majority of whom, however, had secured lucrative and safe employment in shore industries. We decided, therefore, upon a recruitment campaign, based upon an appeal to patriotism and self-advancement because of the high wartime wages for seamen, in order to attract as many of these men as possible back to their original calling. The only other source of manpower supply was the government training program for seamen operated by the United States Maritime Service, and here, in an important area so far as our success was concerned, we encountered our first problem of divided authority and jurisdictional overlapping. Only 2 months before the RMO was created, this training program had been transferred from the Maritime Commission to the Coast Guard, following an administrative survey and recommendations by the Bureau of the Budget. Thus, the Coast Guard now controlled the principal and most reliable source of new seamen recruits. This was a matter of vital concern to us, since planning forceful action requires an integration not possible under divided authority. In addition to this hazard, we now met with competition within the WSA itself. A Director General of Shipping had been appointed to supervise the WSA Division of Operations, and had made provision for a manning operation separate from ours. It was argued that the manning of ships was part of their operation, that personnel was not a separate function in the private shipping companies, and that there was no dividing line between the supplying of men and the actual discharge of their duties on board. The operating officials of the WSA contended, therefore, that the RMO should merely recruit the men as they were needed, and that thereafter the marine superintendents, contacting the individual companies, would act as intermediary and notify the RMO of what was required. This would have meant that the RMO would be cut off from all direct contact with its clients, the executives of the shipping companies operating WSA vessels as agents of the government. To us, this seemed clearly undesirable. We felt that the extra step, involving an intermediary, was cumbersome and unnecessary, and that, furthermore, the only way we could be sure of giving satisfactory service was to deal directly with the ship operators. This question, which closely affected our survival, was clearly in the area of power relationships and would have to be settled in open combat if necessary. Also, at this point, we were beset by difficulties from without. Chief among these were the maritime labor unions, who watched our every move with deep concern in the belief that a government manning program was a potential threat, especially during wartime, to their future welfare. The maritime industry differs from most others in the central position occupied by the union hiring hall. Some 85% of those employed in the industry were organized. In the case of dry cargo operators, for example, contracts between the unions and the companies were almost 100% effective, there being only 1 or 2 exceptions. This coverage had been won only after long, bitter fights, strikes, and setbacks. For many years, attempts had been made to break the union organizations, by company unions, by shipping masters, and by competitive government hiring halls. The old sea service, created during the First World War and continuing for a period thereafter, was still unpleasantly remembered in union circles. For the most part now, so far as we were concerned, the union officials were more suspicious than openly hostile. They wanted to be sure of our intentions, and whether the motives of those in command would stand scrutiny. But there were others who took the position that it was better to destroy at the outset a program which, although harmless at the moment, might become the tool of persons less scrupulous. Another difficulty from the outside stemmed from the attitude of the ship operators, many of whom became suspicious of us when they realized that we were not eager to antagonize the unions. Our attitude of cooperation in that direction meant to them, apparently, that we were automatically controlled by the unions, so that they also were lukewarm in their support of our program. Thus we worked in an atmosphere of sharp watchfulness, both from within and from without. Clearly, therefore, we had some points of controversy to settle before we could count on a successful operation. When a jurisdictional fight is to be undertaken, you first look around you for your natural allies. Then you try to estimate the possible strength of your opponent. Finally, you outline your tactical campaign, keeping always in mind the importance of the right kind of timing. Timing is a constant factor of management and contributes more than most to the quality of individual executive achievement. In our case, the first priority was to stabilize our own internal situation in the WSA. Accordingly, Captain Macaulay and I approached Admiral Land and emphasized the necessity of a clarification of jurisdiction within the WSA. We argued that the RMO should have undivided responsibility for the recruiting of seamen, placing them in the manpower pools at the various ports, and referring them aboard ship as the requirements arose. We pointed out that, to be effective, the RMO must have an unimpeded and direct line of operation from recruitment through placement. It was our contention that not until the men crossed the gangplank did the jurisdiction of the operating division begin. After listening to both sides, Admiral Land agreed with our viewpoint and brought that particular controversy to an end. We were now free to proceed on other fronts. Our next step was to define the relationships that were to exist between the RMO and the maritime unions, for we recognized that they could be a valuable ally once they understood our position and gained confidence in our motives. No question of policy could be more important. Our position was clear: we recognized the central role of the union hiring halls, we were determined not to infringe upon the agreements between operators and unions, we wanted the hiring halls to continue to meet the principal manpower requirements of the merchant marine and were content to supplement their work. We made it clear to the union officials, therefore, that the principal responsibilities of the RMO were, first, to collect exact information on personnel supply and demand, second, to make sure that all the sources of supply were tied together in such a way that available manpower could be used as efficiently and as economically as possible, and third, through effective organization, to make sure that no ship was delayed because the right man was not available in the right place at the right time. Ours was a job of planning and coordinating. We were not interested in taking over functions already being satisfactorily handled by the unions. The unions, for their part, recognized frankly that they could not supply all the personnel which would be needed under the expanded merchant marine program, and in the face of increasing shortages, they acknowledged, therefore, that the RMO would have to furnish a large number of both officers and men. If the total active manpower was to be doubled in a year's time, and the only sources of additional supply were the experienced men who might be brought back to the industry through direct recruitment activities, plus new men trained in the government schools, then it seemed clear that the RMO would have to be the point of intake for both. Here it became necessary to lay down another fundamental principle of operation. The RMO would supply officers and men to the unions when they were needed for assignment to specified vessels in carrying out collective agreements, and any such men would be sent via the hiring hall rather than directly to the ship. If an operator having a contractual agreement attempted to get men from the RMO rather than from a union, he would be politely told that they could not be supplied. On the other hand, we recognized the needs of the unorganized companies, especially the tankers, who could be expected to make heavy demands upon our manpower resources. Our agreement with the unions and the companies, therefore, was that when an unorganized company requested officers or men they would be supplied directly, since obviously here the unions had no right to be consulted. Having reached this point in our negotiations with the unions, we took up a proposal that would do much to make or break our effectiveness from the standpoint of controlling the problem of manpower supply and demand. If a unified job was to be carried through, it was obvious that we, as the central agency, must have complete information on all sources of manpower supply. This meant that the RMO must receive daily reports on how many men each union had available, the number in each rating, and the particular ports at which they were located. If to this number were added those on call at the offices of the RMO, then this combination, plus any alien officers and seamen who might be secured in an emergency, constituted the grand total. We were fortunate in that our proposal for a steady flow of this information was readily agreed to by all the maritime unions. It was further agreed between us that when the unions were short of men they would call upon the RMO, and when we needed men they would reciprocate if possible. These arrangements were to bear fruit when we shortly encountered a problem that had to do with the stabilization of the personnel of the shipping industry. It involved a fundamental truth of manpower utilization, namely, that with the right kind of organization and cooperative agreements a relatively few trained men are worth more than a larger group whose number is not certain and who are not immediately available. The merchant marine industry had been one of the worst offenders, if not actually the worst, with regard to the turnover of personnel. Some 400,000 men, for example, had sea service at one time or another in the 6-year period during which the Bureau of Marine Inspection maintained records. This meant that 3/4 or more of their number were rolling stones, men who went to sea but once or who shipped out only when they felt like it. These were of no use to us. Drifters could not be tolerated in wartime. The casual worker was a burden. It was the good, hard core of those who made the sea their livelihood on whom we needed to rely, a group of some 45,000 to 60,000 men who could be counted upon to ship out regularly. The only way we could double the size of merchant marine personnel in a year's time and get men who would stick to their posts was with the help and cooperation of the unions. Accordingly, we issued instructions to our field offices, copies of which were sent to all operators and union officials, setting forth as simply and decisively as possible these principles of operation. Thus the unions were assured that their best men would be used to the best advantage, while at the same time those few operators who were inclined to chisel and had previously relied primarily upon crimps were plainly told that the government's manning organization would be run on the level. Having now worked out a satisfactory relationship with the unions, and with the operators as well, we were prepared at this point for our second jurisdictional struggle. This had to do with the government seaman training program, then located in the Coast Guard, which, accordingly, controlled our most reliable source of manpower. On this question our natural allies were the maritime unions, the state maritime academies themselves, and the ship operators, all of whom might be expected to favor a civilian administration of seaman training as against the military type of supervision exercised by the Coast Guard. In our attempt to regain control of the training program we had to work through the Bureau of the Budget. The argument that weighed most heavily with them was our contention that the seaman personnel program could not be effectively operated unless it was unified. The output of the training schools constituted one of the principal sources of new sea personnel. In order to plan and control its most economical disposition, the schools themselves needed to be tied in closely with the organization responsible for overall planning and manning. In addition, we pointed out that the armed forces were already so busy that it was a mistake to entrust a civilian function to them. Finally, we stated our belief that advantage should be taken of the wartime situation in order to create a unified shipping administration that would place the industry in as sound a condition as possible by the end of the war, thus avoiding a setback such as it received following the First World War. There was a further aspect of our relationship with the Coast Guard which also seemed important to us. This had to do with the control of entry into the merchant marine. Under law, the Coast Guard was responsible for the issuing of certificates to men in the entry ratings and licenses to those in the skilled ratings. These functions had likewise been transferred to that agency within recent months, this time from the Commerce Department as part of the general reorganization scheme recommended by the Bureau of the Budget. Here, again, it seemed desirable to us that all the government controls involved should be drawn together in the interest of a unified manning operation. This would mean combining the licensing and inspection functions of the Coast Guard with the jurisdiction of the WSA. Estimating the strength of our opponent, however, it did not seem that we could be successful in this, and so, rather than fail on two fronts for lack of concentration, we worked on the transfer of the training program alone, hoping that a more favorable opportunity would later present itself so far as the licensing and inspection functions were concerned. The Bureau of the Budget proved cooperative and saw the point of our arguments, with the result that in 3 months, in August of 1942, the training program was retransferred to the WSA. The RMO thereafter had a full-fledged brother. Captain Macaulay's title was changed from assistant to the administrator of the WSA, to deputy administrator, and now supervised 2 divisions to which a third, maritime labor relations, was soon to be added. We were to discover, however, that the rounding out of jurisdiction by means of this transfer did not solve the whole problem. Here, again, we faced the question of power relationship between our organization and a possible rival, even though we were now both responsible to the same superior official. To be sure, we no longer had a competitor in another agency soliciting prospective employers for the placement of seamen, but other difficulties became clear. One of the truest of statements about institutional life is that man's psychology is created by his job. The employee of the RMO, for example, accepted as a matter of highest conviction that the most important thing in the world was to prevent a ship delay due to crew shortage. The employee of the new training organization, on the other hand, naturally adopted as his crowning article of faith the belief that the best man is the trained man. This was accompanied by certain corollaries, one of which was that a trained man should have preference over all others, even those with previous sea experience, and with this the RMO could not agree. Another corollary was that the merchant marine had for years been manned by untrained seamen who were not so high physical and intellectual types as those chosen by a selective process. Their conclusion was that the manpower of the merchant marine must be remolded. This attitude was understandable but impractical. During the war period, when the manpower situation was abnormally tight, experienced men had to be given preference even though potentially they might be less qualified than those who were trained. Convinced to the contrary, however, the training organization proceeded to turn out as many candidates as it could, despite the occupational imbalance thus created, and resented our failure to give them placement preference on every occasion. Loyalty and family feeling were argued. The result was that at various periods during the life of the RMO there was an overproduction of trainees in the various entry ratings, which sometimes became a matter of serious embarrassment. The training organization then argued that there was not an overproduction of trainees so much as a deliberate failure on the part of the RMO to place them. This was the familiar game of buck passing. There was, however, this much merit to their charge: we did attempt to adhere to the overall manpower policy of the country as laid down by the War Manpower Commission, which rightly insisted that experienced men should be preferred over new men brought into an industry, whether trained or not. We also argued that the emphasis of the training organization might better be on the upgrading of men already in the industry to meet the new needs and avoid an imbalance, rather than upon the turning out of large numbers in the entry ratings. We were finally successful in getting this recommendation accepted, but the achievement was slow and painful, due in part at least to the greater ease with which those in the entry ratings could be trained compared with the difficulty of setting up and operating upgrading schools. Moreover, the upgrading schools were only a temporary, wartime measure, whereas the regular training program could continue on a permanent basis. The sense of institutional survival and of power, although natural and universally shared, was a force in the training organization with which we had to reckon in a serious way. Nor were we free of other potential competition. The Army Transport Service, for example, although it operated relatively few ships, manned them with civilian crews. For a while we dreamed of the possibility of a unified manning organization for all water transportation, but were soon awakened when the ATS made it clear that they intended to take care of their own placements. This seemed to us a duplication of time and effort, and we remained alert to the possibility of collaboration. Eventually, after nearly a year, we were able to enter into an understanding with them whereby the RMO took care of most of their recruitment and manning requirements, including the sending of personnel to the various theaters of war. And finally, hovering over us like a sword of Damocles, was the threat that the Navy might take over the merchant marine. This had nearly occurred in the First World War, and there were rumors that such a proposal was not yet dead. This danger had a salutary effect on the RMO, of course, because it gave us a sense of competition and tended to tone up all our operations. We realized more clearly than ever that it would not be sufficient merely to supply the quantity of manpower needed. We must also supply the right quality so that the ships might be operated efficiently and under proper discipline, thus giving the Navy no grounds for saying that it could do a better job of operating the merchant marine. In addition, with our own survival in mind, we made comparative studies of the relative cost of operation under Navy and civilian supervision. These revealed that, whereas the WSA was operating Liberty ships with crews of less than 45 men, the Navy customarily required several times that many on the same model vessel, and that in consequence the cost of Navy operation was greater despite the fact that civilian wages were higher than those of enlisted men. Our most telling point, however, was the long-standing tradition and technique of merchant ship operation, which resulted in better methods of stowage, a more skillful handling of cargo, and shorter turnaround time. Navy personnel is trained to handle guns, civilians to handle cargo, and there is all the difference in the world between the two. Because of these considerations, we felt confident that if we did a good job we could avoid the rocks of Navy expropriation. In this, of course, we were supported by the operators and by the maritime unions. These survival factors are the stuff out of which the executive must fashion his strategy, based upon timing, influence, and the right use of power. The administrator does not operate in a self-contained vacuum. His work is part of the flow of social forces. He is placed in a managerial position for a purpose, but it is not self-perpetuating. It is more than mere housekeeping. It is more than the application of textbook theories, important as these are. The executive is a tactician and a philosopher. He must live by his wits, his competitive instincts, his understanding of social forces, and his ability as a leader. He does not operate in a fixed environment. He must change his environment or adapt to it where necessary, and then try to influence it in any ways which seem indicated in the accomplishment of the ultimate purposes of his program. Power relationships are inherent in every administrative situation. The executive must be fully aware of their necessary implications and prepared to struggle openly for power and for survival, lest, by false modesty, weakness, or self-delusion, he lose or seriously restrict his jurisdiction and endanger his program. No job can be done satisfactorily when any important element is missing. Clashes between business and government, between business concerns in the same field, between management and labor, between related government bureaus, and between geographical and sectional interests, are the stuff from which such power conflicts are fashioned. Thus it is that the leadership of an organization, whether in business or in government, involves a constant struggle against other wielders of power. Men with red blood and courage derive satisfaction out of fair contests fought along constructive lines. But when the pugnacious quality is too pronounced, then fighting becomes an end in itself instead of a legitimate means to program effectiveness. It requires men of considerable breadth and perspicacity, therefore, to draw the discrete line between what is socially useful and what is merely a consequence of vanity and combative instincts. Thus, if competition and infighting are not to cause more social harm than good, our future leaders must be educated broadly in the elements of statecraft, found equally in business and in government and essential to the health and welfare of both. Duplication of functions. A case study in bureaucratic conflict. The Hoover Commission. In February, 1940, Congress received two separate reports recommending construction of a multiple-purpose reservoir on the Kings River in California, one prepared by the Corps of Engineers and the other by the Bureau of Reclamation. The reports were dissimilar in several important respects. Each report had acquired proponents and opponents among the local interests, and the two federal agencies were put in competition with one another to obtain the support of the California beneficiaries. Why did two federal water development agencies plan similar multiple-purpose projects on the same river? Why were not the conflicts between the two agencies reconciled at an early stage in the planning process, and the competition between the two put to an end by the President's office? What have been the results of this uncoordinated conflict? What has been the effect on the public interest of agency competition to win the support of local groups of water users? A case history of the Kings River project offers an excellent illustration of the type of uncoordinated water resource development which calls for immediate remedial action in the public interest. Such a case history may indicate the broad outlines of necessary reform. As early as 1937 both the Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation undertook investigations of the Kings River area. The investigation of the Corps of Engineers was initiated under the Flood Control Act of 1936, that of the Bureau of Reclamation, under an allotment from an appropriation under the National Industrial Recovery Act. Both investigations were requested originally by the same Water Users Association in the Kings River area. The association apparently wanted to see what each agency would propose so that they would be in a position to express a preference for that plan which would afford them, as existing water users, the greatest benefits at the least costs. The likelihood of controversy between the two federal agencies developed soon thereafter. Although the engineers of the Corps and Bureau effected an exchange of physical data, separate field investigations were conducted and each agency developed its conclusions and recommendations independently. Through its Drainage Basin Committee for the Central Valley area, the Water Resources Committee of the National Resources Planning Board was made aware of the developing agency conflict before the field reports were completed. The Water Committee was very much opposed to the submission of separate reports by the two agencies. They preferred that the survey organizations cooperate to deliver a single report reflecting the combined judgment of the water experts in the executive branch of the government. From experience they knew that integration of investigations is effective if undertaken at the initiation and field study stages of project investigations before findings are crystallized. It is largely and necessarily perfunctory if delayed until the basic conclusions have been reached independently by those concerned. The committee, however, was unable to effect the desired cooperation before the field reports were completed and the valley water users, having learned of the conflicting recommendations of the two agencies, had begun to take sides for the Bureau or for the Corps depending largely on which plan would provide greatest benefits at least costs to them and under fewest operating restrictions. The survey report of the district engineer was submitted to Washington in April 1939, and soon thereafter the tentative field report of the Bureau of Reclamation was transmitted to Washington headquarters. President Roosevelt was made aware of the developing conflict in the area. Although one would not expect that the President of the United States should take time to personally concern himself with an interagency conflict over a public works project, President Roosevelt viewed the Kings River controversy with such concern, particularly as regards any precedent it might set for irrigation and flood control policy, that he instructed the two agencies to keep their reports confidential insofar as their contents had not already become known to local interests and requested a conference in his office on the problem on July 19, 1939. At this conference the President indicated his concern over the duplication of water resource development functions in the Central Valley and similar areas and stated his firm desire and intention to eliminate similar duplication in the future. As for the Kings River project, the President agreed to an arrangement whereby the two agencies would cooperate in preparing independent reports, but these reports should contain agreement on both design and economic features of the project. As for future areas of potential conflict, the President instructed the Departments of War, Interior, and Agriculture, in cooperation with the National Resources Planning Board, to draw up a memorandum of agreement which, by ensuring consultation in the early stages of project planning, would preclude the possibility of similar conflicts. The interagency agreement, negotiated in response to this request, and known as the Tripartite Agreement, authorized free interchange of information between the three agencies in the field in the preparation by any one of reports on multiple-purpose projects, and joint consultation in the field and in Washington on any such reports. At the time the agreement was negotiated, many in the executive office of the President felt that it fell short of the requirements of the situation and of the desires of the President. Experience under the agreement confirmed these fears. Although it did contribute to some improvement in field cooperation, the agreement did not eliminate conflicts and divergencies in later reports. The Water Resources Committee would have preferred that the arrangement on the Kings River project provide for the submission of a joint report by the two agencies rather than of separate, but reconciled, reports. However, the President requested the agencies to submit their revised reports to him, and it was the understanding of the two agencies that the reports would then be reviewed for the President by the Water Resources Committee before they were made public or submitted to the Congress. In this way some of the advantages of a joint report might be realized. On January 23, 1940, the Secretary of the Interior submitted to the President, through the National Resources Planning Board, the revised report of the Bureau of Reclamation. 4 days later the Director of the Board informed the Chief of Engineers that the Secretary of the Interior had forwarded his report on the project to the President through the Board and stated that, when your report on the project is received, the Board will then have an opportunity to comment upon any points of difference which may exist between the two sets of recommendations. This we will do promptly. On January 31, the Chief of Engineers acknowledged receipt of the Director's letter in writing and stated that he understood that the reclamation report had been forwarded to the President, through the National Resources Planning Board. The Chief of Engineers, however, did not state that the report of his department had been completed nor that it had been sent directly to the President on the preceding day. By the time the National Resources Planning Board heard that the Engineer Department report had been sent directly to the White House and communicated with the President's executive clerk to catch up with it, they found that it had been allowed to pass directly to the Congress. Thus, the recommendations of the Corps of Engineers were made public without any opportunity for review by the Water Resources Committee and before they had been fully reconciled with those of the Bureau of Reclamation. As for the action of the White House in allowing the War Department report to pass directly to the Congress, no definite explanation is available. However, it is believed that it was a clerical error, that the White House was under the impression that the report had cleared the Planning Board. As for the action of the Chief of Engineers, it may well be that the instructions of the President at the July conference has been to submit the revised and reconciled reports to him, but the engineers knew that the reports were not fully reconciled and they knew that the Secretary of the Interior had transmitted the reclamation report to the President through the National Resources Planning Board where it was being held, awaiting receipt of their report. Whether or not the urgency of competition between the two executive agencies over matters relating to the Central Valley was in any way responsible for the actions of the Engineer Department surrounding transmittal of their report to the President, this competition may very well have been responsible for a significant variation from the uniform procedure for the preparation of engineer survey reports. The procedure, as prescribed by orders and regulations, requires that the district engineer conduct the survey in the field and that the division engineer, the Board of Engineers for Rivers and Harbors in Washington, and the Chief of Engineers, each review the survey report and state their conclusions and recommendations in an endorsement to the district engineer's report. In this case, however, the report of the district engineer which was transmitted to Washington in April 1939, was not used nor was any revision of this report which might have been made after the President's conference. Instead, the Chief of Engineers used as the basis for his report a very brief interim report of the Board of Engineers which had been prepared in Washington in June 1939 before the original conference with the President, and which made no reference to the district engineer's survey. To this brief interim report the Chief attached his own recommendations, containing those revisions in project design which had been agreed to jointly by the Office of the Chief of Engineers and the Commissioner of Reclamation. The play for time advantage may have dictated this procedural variation. More important, however, is the fact that thereby the President and the Congress were provided with a report which, though designed to serve as the basis for action upon a highly controversial project recommendation, was seriously lacking in basic data. Upon learning that the engineer report had gone to Congress, the chairman of the National Resources Planning Board, on February 2, 1940, wrote to the President, "We understand that the Army report has already gone to the Congress. In justice to the Secretary of the Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation, it now seems desirable that the Interior Department report should also go to the Congress even though the Army and Reclamation recommendations have not yet been completely reconciled." And so, in February 1940, the Congress received two separate reports from the federal agencies, each recommending construction of a reservoir at Pine Flat site on the Kings River. The reports were generally reconciled on features of engineering design but were far apart on matters of water economics. The conflicting recommendations became a matter of public record. They attracted ardent proponents and opponents. The scheme for ensuring integration prior to the crystallization of findings and recommendations had failed. Future events were to confirm the conviction of many in the water field that integration, which is delayed until basic conclusions have been reached and published independently by those concerned, is extremely difficult, if not impossible, of effective attainment. Findings. A. Results of Central Valley conflict. 1. 7 years elapsed between the time the agencies first submitted their reports to the Congress on the Kings River project and the time President Truman released funds for commencing construction. Although a large part of this delay can be attributed to the intervening war years, a significant portion is due to the conflict. 2. It is still questionable whether or not the water resources of the Kings River are being developed and will be utilized in accordance with the most economical and beneficial utilization of all water and related land resources of the San Joaquin Valley and the Central Valley Basin. 3. The Kings River project will cost the federal government considerably more than it should. A significant portion of the irrigation benefits, as yet not subject to precise evaluation, will in all likelihood never be repaid to the federal treasury. 4. Some of the beneficiaries of the Kings River project may be able for all time to avoid the acreage, land speculation, and full repayment provisions of federal law. 5. The easing of repayment and operating requirements of federal reclamation law with respect to the Kings River project may result in considerable pressure on the federal government to make equivalent concessions on other existing and proposed irrigation projects. Such pressure, if it succeeds, will increase the cost to the federal government of water resource programs by hundreds of millions of dollars. 296. The structure of bureaucracy. 6. The outcome of the conflict will in all likelihood favor the owners of large tracts of land and the present users of large quantities of irrigation water. Prospective and small landowners and water users will not benefit proportionately. This finding has greater application to the Kern River and other areas to the south than to the Kings River area, where there are a number of relatively small landholders. 7. Duplication of water planning work in the Kings River area has added an unnecessary charge to the federal budget. 8. The conflict over the Kings River project has consumed an unreasonably large amount of the time and effort of the President of the United States. 9. The intensity of the conflict over the Kings River project has led to embarrassing and unbecoming conduct on the part of both the Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation and a consequent loss of public confidence in both agencies. B. Causes of continuing inability to resolve the Central Valley conflict. 1. The basic cause of the conflict over the Kings River lies in the fact that two federal water resource agencies are operating in the same river basin, each planning multiple-purpose water control projects. 2. The basic water use philosophies of the Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation, as revealed by their plans for the Kings River, are in sharp contrast. The Bureau gives primary emphasis to closely integrated, multiple-purpose drainage basin development. The social objectives are those related to the wide distribution of federal land improvement benefits among small independent landholders and of federal power benefits among all ultimate consumers, rural and urban. The Corps gives primary emphasis to the cost-benefit ratio of individual water projects, measured largely in terms of the localized benefits and costs that result when each project is considered alone. The major concern is flood control, and there are few social objectives related to the wide distribution of benefits. 3. The conflict arises in part from the different laws under which the two agencies operate. Statutory inconsistencies are important, but care must be taken not to lay full blame on this cause. Disharmony, often attributed to statutory differences, could be reduced through the conscientious effort of those engaged in the work. 4. The two agencies hold conflicting concepts of administrative responsibility. The Bureau holds itself directly responsible to the President and, through the President, responsible to the Congress. The Corps holds itself directly responsible to the congressional committees which handle its legislation and hardly responsible to the President at all. This basic difference makes effective coordination within either the legislative or executive branches extremely difficult. 5. IHE procedure whereby the Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation announce to local interests the tentative recommendations, contained in field survey reports, before these recommendations are fully reconciled with those of other federal agencies, makes effective reconciliation more difficult. The recommendations acquire partisan support and opposition among local interests who attach themselves to, and provide support for, one federal agency or the other. 6. The dominant interest theory has failed to solve the conflict. All parties have accepted the statement of the theory, but failed to agree on its application. New questions raised by the application of the theory include, should the theory be applied to each individual project or to an entire basin-wide plan? Should the dominant interest be determined solely by a comparison of prospective benefits to be derived from each purpose of a multiple project, or should other factors be taken into consideration? Where estimates of benefits prepared by the Corps and the Bureau differ, which figures are to be adopted? 7. Executive coordination by the Executive Office of the President has failed to solve the conflict. In addition to the reasons indicated in preceding paragraphs, the following are important. A. Vigorous and effective efforts at coordination on policy matters were not taken at the initiation of the investigations. Integration of investigations is effective if undertaken at their initiation before findings are crystallized. It is largely and necessarily perfunctory if delayed until the basic conclusions have been reached independently by those concerned. B. The two agencies have been allowed to submit separate reports on both the Kings River and other individual projects and on the comprehensive basin plan rather than a single coordinated report reflecting the common judgment of the water experts of the executive branch of the government. C. Since the abolition of the National Resources Planning Board, the Executive Office of the President has taken little positive action to facilitate the reconciliation of conflicting agency recommendations. The office has taken a stand for the President and has required agencies to inform Congress of the President's program, but it has not prevented the submission of conflicting reports to Congress and, more important, it has not taken the affirmative steps necessary to effect the development of a single coordinated basin-wide plan. 8. The Federal Interagency River Basin Committee has been ineffective as a means for reconciling conflicting agency views, policies, and recommendations. 9. Lack of uniformity in legislative consideration of authorization and appropriation for projects recommended by the Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation has abetted the conflict between the two agencies. 8. Recruitment and advancement. Like other forms of social organization, bureaucracies face the problem of evolving patterns for recruiting, and thereafter distributing, personnel. In some degree, the character of personnel is determined by the wider social structure constituting the environment of the bureaucracy. Changes in the cultural values or educational opportunities of social strata, for example, may lead to marked changes in the social origins of aspirants to positions in public or private bureaucracy. Within these limits, each bureaucracy can, in some measure, control the nature of its personnel. The composition of those seeking employment in a bureaucracy will presumably be affected by public images of the social status, security, financial reward, and prospects of advancement it affords. Various methods of recruitment from these aspirants each pose distinctive problems of adaptation by the bureaucracy. These and related problems which have been subjected to careful study are considered in the present section. The selection from sharp traces historical shifts in the composition of recruits to the French civil service. The apparent decline in the status of the governmental bureaucracy and the correlative rise in the status and comparative financial rewards provided by business organizations and independent professions are linked with important changes in the social origins of functionaries. These changes, in turn, presumably affect the adequacy of public administration. Using more systematic data, Miller studies the social origins of chief executives and directors in American business bureaucracies about the turn of the century. His findings are at odds with the belief, common among some eminent American historians, that these officials were largely recruited from the lower social and economic strata. Apart from the relevance of these particular findings, this study shows the importance, in this as in other problems of bureaucracy, of supplanting casually illustrated impressions of observers with the facts of systematic research. In their study of the recruitment of bureau chiefs in the federal government, McMahon and Millett find that, contrary to some current opinion, the use of formal merit systems does not lead to an increase of average age at appointment. This selection focuses throughout on the interplay between methods of recruitment and advancement, and the requirements of effective administration. Much the same emphasis is found in the short comparative review by Dimmock and Hyde of policies for recruiting chief executives in business and government. They go on to suggest criteria which must be satisfied if these officials are, in general, to be adequate to their organizational tasks. However much it may differ in detail, the patterning of inducements for seeking and holding employment in a bureaucracy has some underlying uniformities, and these are theoretically formulated by Simon. He analyzes the major types of motives, among which the concern with advancement is only one, for accepting participation in organizations, and outlines the relations between organizational and personal objectives in diverse kinds of bureaucracy. Though advancement in a bureaucratic career may be a motive for participation, it does not follow that the actual chances for advancement are easily or correctly evaluated by members of the organization. Through systematic surveys of the attitudes of American soldiers, Stauffer and his collaborators uncovered the fact that the lower the rate of promotion in a given branch of the Army, the more favorable the appraisal of promotion opportunity by the personnel in that branch. This seeming paradox is explained by the social contexts in which these appraisals of opportunity occur. The promotion of individuals within a bureaucracy may, of course, also be described as the succession of individuals in bureaucratic positions. Such replacements, particularly of chief executives and managers, give rise to a series of organizational repercussions which are in part examined by Goldner. Focusing on a case history of succession in an industrial organization, he analyzes the connections between succession, the subsequent replacement of auxiliary personnel, bureaucratization, and the need for the successor to take account of the established, though informal, networks of social relations, sentiments, and expectations of personnel in the organization. Historical changes in recruitment. Walter Rice Sharp. The transition from patronage to open competition during the last 30 years has been paralleled by an equally significant change in the sources of recruitment for public employment. As has already been suggested, the dominant urge that led most young Frenchmen to seek careers in government offices before the war was a desire for the calm bourgeois security they seemed to offer. Stability of tenure and a sure, if modest, provision for old age satisfied the French youth of the 19th century. He was not then interested in the possibility of making, American-wise, a fortune in a few years, rather it was his hope to live a respectable, socially esteemed life in his own milieu. In those days the public service carried high prestige, no profession or occupation enjoyed a better social rating. The fact that so many state posts were by tradition honorary appointments bears eloquent witness to the esteem in which public employment at the middle and upper grade levels was held. Magistrates and military officers, prefects and ambassadors, inspectors of finance and state engineers, departmental directors and bureau chiefs, even redactors and lowly copyists, all these were valued more highly than comparable employments in private life. French literature is filled with tales of heartache over failure to pass the concours that would open the magic door to the title of fonctionnaire, and not a little of the incessant intrigue resorted to by family and friends in their efforts to salvage the defeated aspirant. This situation, however, was already beginning to change as the present century opened. Formerly, the public service had been recruited almost entirely from aristocratic and bourgeois circles. One found few sons of shopkeepers and peasants wearing the uniform or insignia of public officials. Most of the full-time civil servants came from families that at least touched the rentier class, if they were not squarely inside it. Geographically, recruitment was heaviest from southern France, where industrial development lagged. It was more common than not for a young man entering upon a government career to possess an independent income of appreciable proportions. There would usually be enough, at any rate, to supplement his official salary so as to cause him no worries about establishing a family in the approved thrifty, birth-controlled French manner. But by the dawn of the present century the cost of living had mounted so much higher than the Third Republic's official salary range that the fonctionnaires' bourgeois rents frequently became inadequate to bridge the chasm between official and private scales of remuneration. Furthermore, opportunities in the field of business and the private professions were becoming more and more attractive to ambitious young men. The latter, too, seemed to become infected, at any rate many of them, with the virus of commercialism. More and more, wrote M. Leffes in 1912, certain advantages which formerly attracted men to state employment are losing favor, namely, the value that used to attach to certain honorary positions, rank, title or decoration, also, the matter of old age retirement pensions, since the practice of insurance against old age is now general and accessible to everyone. As early as 1910, government personnel officers were lamenting the ominous falling off in the supply of candidates for posts which were formerly in great demand. Instance after instance might be cited in proof of this alarming state of affairs. From the Foreign Office to the Postal Administration came the plaint that vacancies could not be filled without appreciably lowering the entrance standards traditionally set for them. The youth of France was even then showing some signs of that restlessness which was to shake the generation following the struggle of 1914 to 1918. The bourgeois sources from which governmental recruitment normally sprang were tending to be engulfed in the wave of democratization that swept over political and social institutions everywhere in Western Europe in 1900. Sons of Le Peuple began to see in the public services an opportunity to push upward a social niche or two. Here and there among applicants for intermediate posts appeared young men from families whose heads belonged either to the industrial proletariat or to the peasantry. Due to the gradual spread of educational scholarships by grants from state funds, a limited number of the more talented children of factory workers and concierges, of small farmers and agricultural laborers, might aspire to careers calling for a secondary education as a prerequisite. Government posts that had once been the exclusive preserve of the upper bourgeoisie began to be filled increasingly from the middle and lower bourgeoisie. The war greatly accentuated this evolution. What had in 1910 been, in the French vernacular, a mild crise, became by 1926 a veritable crise. Before the war, the father might say to his son, "If you don't work hard at your studies, you will be good only for business." Today, he tends to reverse his admonition, "If you are not studious you will have to resign yourself to becoming a fonctionnaire." The result has been that in recent years entrance examinations have been deserted by the wholesale. At least three reasons may be assigned for this extraordinary state of affairs: the depreciation of the franc to 1/5 its pre-war value, together with the failure of the government to adjust salaries upward to keep pace therewith, the corresponding loss of income from rents, forcing thousands of civil servants to live almost entirely from their meager official salaries, and the decided post-war increase in French per capita wealth, with living standards for the commercial and industrial classes which would be relatively higher even if governmental salaries had retained their 1914 purchasing power. What has been taking place is a quasi-revolution in the internal economic and sociological texture of the French nation, a revolution hitting worst of all the old bourgeoisie. The new generation of students after the war found themselves completely disillusioned about the glory and honor of spending all one's life behind a government desk at a rate of pay which seemed to them ridiculously inadequate to the amenities of la vie moderne. Returned from the trenches, they were seized with a spirit of freedom and initiative that reacted in terms of an urge to recoup the economic losses of the war over night. Life, after all, was short. The old social categories seemed to be breaking up. Fortunes had been made in a few months by those behind the lines. High taxes and currency inflation gave one cause to wonder whether anything was stable. These youth felt that they must make hay while the sun shone, and that they must do it by their own immediate efforts. They could not afford to wait long years for infrequent promotions which at best promised a livelihood wholly out of proportion to the levels they might hope for in following industrial, financial, or journalistic careers. At a time when, in 1927, the maximum basic remuneration for the highest-ranking permanent state officials was 80,000 francs, it was not uncommon for the big banks and insurance companies to pay from 200,000 to 300,000 francs to men on their directing staffs. How difficult it was for the state to win against such competition from la grande industrie may be seen from an instance related by the secretary of the Syndicate de Professeurs de Lycées. Ennegrage, although without any technical knowledge of finance, was offered an attractive position in a large bank at the salary several times higher than the maximum for lycée teachers. What the bank wanted was a man of high culture, a man with ideas and imagination, the necessary technical knowledge he could easily learn. The sequel was that the state lost to the banking world a teacher of brilliant promise whose vacancy could not be filled for a long time, if at all. Only by postponing the age of retiring the older men in secondary education has the government been able to keep its teaching staffs reasonably well manned since the war. Other examples of this tendency are legion. 2/3 of the young technicians graduating from the École Polytechnique, the great state engineering school, are now going elsewhere than into state service. Those who do enter the Ministry of Public Works stay hardly 4 or 5 years until they are lured away by attractive offers from industrial concerns. Candidates for posts in the colonial service have alarmingly diminished during the last few years. Those naturally attracted to adventure overseas prefer to attach themselves to big private exporting and importing houses. In the Ministry of Labor, where it was customary before the war for as many as 150 applicants to take each examination given to fill 4 or 5 vacancies, there were in 1927 only 30 candidates. During the 4 years immediately preceding the war, 321 candidates tried out for clerkships in the Division of Indirect Taxes of the Ministry of Finance. During 1923 to 1926, only 121 took the examination. In the PTT, the ratio of applicants to appointments fell by 1/2 in 13 years. Applicants for executive and clerical posts in the customs service fell from 153 in 1913 for 31 vacancies, to 45 in 1926 for 37 vacancies. So the comparison might continue for numerous other branches of the administrative services. It is only in the subaltern field staffs of the postal, educational, and similar establishments that recruitment has remained easy. Here the old desire for stability of employment, with the prospect of an old age pension, is still strong among the unambitious who do not feel drawn toward any particular vocation. As one goes up the hierarchical scale, however, it may safely be postulated that recruits for the civil service are being drawn in steadily increasing numbers from lower social strata than a generation ago. Surprising enough, this generalization will hold even for the gilded ranks of French diplomacy, where emphasis upon classic culture and savoir-faire has been traditionally notorious. More and more, according to the testimony of none other than the director of personnel at the Quai d'Orsay, are the sons of gendarmes and elementary school teachers presenting themselves for the foreign service. Not a few have been accepted for such posts, although the majority of successful applicants still come, of course, from la bonne bourgeoisie, as toned up by a substantial sprinkling of aristocrats. For the most part, then, the dominant motivation of those nowadays seeking entry into the service of the state is more strongly than ever a desire for security and steady, but not too strenuous, work. Moral considerations play today a less conspicuous role than formerly. As France moves forward in the direction of an industrialization of values, the prestige of serving the state tends proportionately to diminish. It is common to hear the term fonctionnaire treated with mild contempt. To the new leaders of the French business and professional world, it suggests small honor. Since anyone, even a marchand de bar, can now maneuver so as to get an official decoration of some sort, the French weakness for personal insignia can be satisfied outside the ranks of the military and civil services. The result is that youth with ability and ambition are turning away from state employment in growing numbers. Social backgrounds of the business elite. William Miller. One might have supposed that historians, largely occupied as they have been with the activities of ruling classes, would have been among the first to study systematically the problem of the recruitment and tenure of elites. This problem is an especially interesting one in a country such as the United States, which has had no official caste systems and no legally established hereditary hierarchies. Yet most American historians have shied away from it. One few of them have even raised questions about the locus and transmission of power or status in modern times. Moreover, those who have discussed in particular the ascent of 19th and early 20th century business leaders have tended to attribute their success simply to the possession of more shrewdness or trickiness or more pluck or luck or other private qualities than competitors who failed to rise. The very few historians who have considered social determinants such as family background or work experience have, by stressing the alleged values of poverty or of starting business in boyhood, placed their emphasis, as we shall see, quite at the opposite pole from where it belongs. The present study of 190 business leaders of the first decade of the 20th century and of 188 contemporary political leaders on whom data are presented for comparison aims to call historians' attention to the critical but neglected field of elite recruitment, to suggest a method by which data may be collected and analyzed, and to present some of the results of applying this method to a particular area in which a few historians have speculated to strikingly misleading effect. The men discussed in these pages were all office holders, many of them never organized a business of any kind. Yet the dull titles by which these men are called and the bureaucratic maneuvering in which they must often have engaged should not suggest that these were petty men exercising small powers in petty domains. The mere fact that they were bureaucrats should suggest the contrary, for while there are many examples of petty bureaucracies, generally speaking only large enterprises operating in large theaters need hierarchical structures. At the start of this work I had decided that 200 men were all that an individual could study in a seasonable time, and that from that number, statistically reliable results could be obtained. If these men were selected from the largest companies regardless of field, the bulk of them would have come from the railroads. If, on the other hand, an equal number were taken from each major business field, representatives of small insurance companies and banks would have mingled with the elite, while many from great railroads would have been excluded. This dilemma could be solved only arbitrarily. The companies from which men were chosen were taken from the following major fields: manufacturing and mining, steam railroads, public utilities, finance. Degree companies in the first three fields were ranked by capitalization, the commercial banks by deposits, and the life insurance companies by assets registered from the Statistical Abstract of the United States and other sources summarizing census information. I then took the capitalization of the entire manufacturing and mining, steam railroad, and public utilities industries in the United States in or near 1910, the total deposits of the national banks, and the assets of the life insurance companies. These I simply added together and distributed the leaders among the four fields more or less according to the proportion of the total represented by the figure used for each. The next step was to choose the topmost positions from which these men should be selected. Should directors be included, or chairmen and members of key panels such as finance or executive committees? What of executive vice presidents, general managers, or cashiers of banks? Investigation of the locus of different types of power in large corporations has only just begun. For the period of this work it may fairly be said that there are no studies. The decision to limit this work to presidents and board chairmen of corporations and some partners of unincorporated investment banking houses permitted me to choose men from a larger group of companies that would have been possible had men from more positions been selected. It may have caused some persons of great importance to be excluded, but all of those included, at any rate, were bound to be men of first rank registered. No one who was president or board chairman in a listed company in the decade 1901 to 1910 has been excluded. Registered 174 of these men held approximately 2,720 business directorships. A few held more than 100 each. The average was about 16.1 degrees. Clearly, these men were leaders not only in their own companies but in the entire business community. As stated earlier in this essay, some general American historians have made enough casual remarks about the recruitment of modern business leaders to form a rough explanatory model. I want now to point out some of the facets of this model and then to introduce some of my own findings to show how obsolete it had become by the first decade of this century, if, indeed, it ever fitted the facts. Virtually all the generalizations that go to make up this model are based upon a few remarkable life histories from the robber baron period. Thus in most of the books that are at all concerned with the recruitment of business leaders one finds accounts of Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, J. Pierpont Morgan, James J. Hill, and Edward H. Harriman. In The Growth of the American People 1865 to 1940, Arthur M. Schlesinger, Sr., cites in addition such older heroes as Cornelius Vanderbilt and Gustavus F. Swift but not later ones. Charles A. and Mary R. Beard, in The Rise of American Civilization, add to the ubiquitous 5 J. Gould, William H. Vanderbilt, Collis P. Huntington, J. Cook, William A. Clark, and Philip D. Armour. Few general historians discuss a greater number of men than do the Beards, but much more significant, practically none discusses any later men. Arthur Schlesinger says vaguely of the latest group of business leaders he discusses that they arose in most cases from obscure origins and unhindered by moral scruples, they were fired by a passionate will to succeed. 13 In the last discussion of business leaders in the American nation, John D. Hicks says, typical of the railroad builders was James J. Hill, who, he points out, was an immigrant from Canada. The Beard's analysis of the life histories of American business leaders ends with the 11 men named above, of whom they write. Of the group here brought under examination only 2, Morgan and Vanderbilt, built their fortunes on the solid basis of family inheritances while only one had what may be called by courtesy a higher education. Morgan spent 2 years in the University of Göttingen. Carnegie began life as a stationary engineer, J. Cook as a clerk in a general store in Sandusky, J. Gould as a surveyor and tanner, Huntington, Armour, and Clark as husky lads on their fathers' farms, Hill as a clerk for a St. Paul steamboat company, Harriman as an office boy in a New York broker's establishment, Rockefeller as a bookkeeper in Cleveland Yen. The Beard's inference is that these men, starting from the lowliest jobs as exemplars of the tradition, rose from the most humble origins to the very top. This may actually have been so, not only of these few men but of the large majority of business leaders whom they are taken to represent. But, it may be asked, how many in modern times start much higher than these men did, even among the well-born, college-trained young men who, as Fortune put it, spend a few years in the mummery of working in the plant before ascending to the highest executive levels? 1 degree surely, of itself, an initial low-status job does not necessarily imply lowly origins. 7 It is instructive to note that even the more perspicacious historians, when they err on the origins of business leaders, do so on the side of the tradition. Thus the Beards describe Rockefeller, the son of a Barnumesque itinerant entrepreneur, as the son of a farmer. 1 Registered, and Henry B. Parks writes of F. Augustus Heinze, the copper magnate who was born in Brooklyn, New York, into a comfortable business family, as a young German immigrant. 19 Though most historians say little about it, there has been in the United States for well over a century a sizable and growing working class, propertyless, segregated, often remarkably apathetic to the alleged opportunities of American business and political life. Into this class most immigrants, starting with the Irish in the 1840s, have been channeled. Historians generally imply by the individuals they select as examples that this class and this class alone has supplied our business leaders, that their school, to quote Carnegie himself, was the sternest of all schools poverty, that they were graduated from it early in life into apprenticeships as mechanics or poor clerks, and that against the boy who swept the office, or who begins as a shipping clerk at 14, the college graduate has little chance, starting at 20, degree yet to read the lives of business leaders, even of those who presumably are the pillars of this tradition, is to look almost in vain for working class or foreign origins, and even poor and unschooled farm boys are not conspicuous among such leaders. Of Rockefeller and Heinze I have already spoken. The historians themselves have accounted for J. Pierpont Morgan and William H. Vanderbilt. J. Cook's father, Eleutheros, was a lawyer who was sent to Congress. Harriman's father, Orlando, was an Episcopal clergyman, the one exception of his generation in a family of several brothers who followed the family tradition of successful trading and commercial pursuits. Harriman himself married the daughter of a banker and railroad president who started him on his railroad career. Even a farm boy such as Elbert H. Gary, who experienced early in life the arduous regimen of work on a pioneer farm, an experience which endowed him with excellent health and a robust physique, was raised in a settlement named after his forebears and in a house that was a large one, for the time the largest in the settlement. The Big White House on the hill it came to be called. 24 Doubtless, examples can be found in the period emphasized by the historians of men whose life histories more fully substantiate the tradition. What of the men in the later period to which the historians tacitly allow their explanations of origins and assent to apply, and which is the subject of this essay? Had the typical American business leader of the first decade of the 20th century been an immigrant? Simply to ask the question is to answer it. Of the 187 businessmen studied here whose birthplaces are known, only 18, or less than 10%, were born abroad. Surely these men were less typical of the topmost business leaders of their time than the 55% who were born in the eastern part of the United States, in New England and the Middle Atlantic states. 28 of the 18 business leaders who were foreign-born, moreover, scarcely 2 or 3 fit the historian's concept of the poor immigrant who made good, and even these men had been brought to the United States at such an early age that they may be said to have been bred if not born here. If not typically poor immigrants, were these business and political leaders the sons of foreigners? More of them were, surely, but the typical leader in each field was born into an American family. Moreover, these families themselves had, in most instances, been in America for many generations. Almost 3/4 of the business and political leaders were at least of the 4th generation of their paternal lines to reside in America, many were of the 7th and even the 8th generations. Colonial families were represented by 73% of the business leaders and 79% of those in politics. 56% of the former and 47% of the latter were of families that had settled in America in the 17th century. Even were they not of colonial ancestry, most of these leaders could point to British, and many to English, forebears. They could claim Protestant, and often Episcopal or Presbyterian, backgrounds. If not of recent foreign origin, was the typical American business leader of the early 20th century a migrant from a farm? The political leaders far more frequently than those in business came from rural areas. Almost 60% of the latter were recruited from the larger towns and cities. Indeed, more than 20% of them were born in cities that around the middle of the 19th century had populations of 100,000 or more. Upon these men rural influences even in a predominantly rural society must have been at a minimum. Yet more significant in answering the question are the occupations of the fathers of these business leaders. Here we find that even of those born in rural areas fewer than 1/3 had fathers who were mainly farmers. 56% of all the business leaders, on the other hand, had fathers who had been in business, often big business, before them. 8 of 10, indeed, came from business or professional families. The next table shows the social status of the families of these business and political leaders. A few were classified as lower class. Men were classified as of the upper class when it was clear that their fathers, like those of August Belmont, Cornelius K. G. Billings, or Charles Deering, were themselves big businessmen, or where their families, like those of Robert Todd Lincoln or Winslow Shelby Pierce, were politically eminent. Generally speaking, those in between, including some businessmen with no special claims to wealth or power, or professionals like the average clergyman, doctor, or lawyer, were ranked as of middle-class origins. This does not mean that their fathers were not of help to them. James B. Duke, for example, rose to wealth and power with a company founded by his father. George W. Perkins moved to a partnership in the House of Morgan, probably the acting head of the House at one stage, from a vice presidency in the New York Life Insurance Company in which his father, a minor executive there, had given him his business start. The selection of bureau heads. Arthur W. McMahon and John D. Millett. The selection of bureau chiefs by promotion, whether pursuant to requirements or as a matter of practice, is already sufficiently prevalent to sharpen a much discussed and fundamental problem of personnel. This turns on the relation of technique to administration. Especially does it center on the question of the suitability of scientific or other technical training and experience as preparation for broad responsibilities of direction and supervision. The scope of the bureaus emphasizes the issue. Many are vast in terms of any comparison. But beyond the needs of internal control are the managerial tasks involved in the ramifications of the external relations of bureaus as instruments of public policy, to the impinging activities of other agencies, to the management of the national administration as a whole, to Congress, to the particular complexes of competing groups with which the bureau is immediately concerned, and through the spreading circles of obscure and indirect effects, to the compounded interests which are the public. Bureau leadership calls for an awareness of all these. A pervasive problem is thus posed for consideration in reviewing the selection and tenure of bureau heads. It is emphatically not a question of the desirability of internal recruitment by promotion. Rather, it is a question of the implications of the latter. Experience, when focused in terms of the mode of choice of the bureau chiefs in office at the close of 1938, is doubly revealing. In the first place, as a matter of formal requirements, the selection of the heads of slightly less than half of the 62 units is already subject to some variety of merit system, 27 of the posts being in the competitive classified service and 3 being covered by special closed schemes of commissioned personnel. In the second place, the practice of selection by promotion has run beyond such requirements. The heads of 14 other bureaus were taken from within the national administration, being drawn almost without exception from the competitive classified service. In addition, 4 others were brought from related state or local work by what amounted to a sort of promotion. Of the 62 bureau chiefs, therefore, 48 might be considered instances of career tenure. 8 of the remaining 14 bureau heads, though recruited from outside, possessed varying degrees of related administrative experience gained under semi-public or public auspices. Political considerations appear to have dominated in the choice of only 6 of the chiefs in office at the close of 1938. The condition summarized in the foregoing figures is not temporary. Being of slow growth in response to long-present need, it has been the prevailing practice for some years. This fact is shown in a comparison of bureau leadership in 1926 and in 1938. The dates that are involved are not only convenient, but are also logical in their relation to overturns of party control in the national government. In each case, approximately 5 years had elapsed since a change in the political complexion of the White House. It is hardly necessary to observe that any comparison doubles the hazards of judgment which are involved in a realistic classification of the modes of selection of individuals. The 12 years after 1926, although attended by changes in the leadership of all but 9 bureaus, brought no striking alteration in the relative prevalence of the main types of selection. The scope of the comparison, of course, is narrowed by numerous intervening modifications of administrative structure. Of the 62 bureaus treated in the analysis of leadership in 1938, only 47 were in existence in 1926. It is appropriate to confine the present discussion to these units. The comparison may be stated in tabular form, as in Table I. Despite the extent to which bureau chiefs are selected by promotion, whether in connection with formal merit systems or otherwise, the rate of turnover has been considerable. Nor has this varied greatly within the last 30 years. Comparisons from period to period are embarrassed, to be sure, by the extent to which bureaus merge, disappear altogether, or are created. A crude indication of the survival of bureau chiefs from decade to decade will suffice to indicate the relative rapidity of renewal at this level of personnel. It has been noted that 47 of the 62 units dealt with in 1938 existed as bureaus in 1926, a little more than a decade before. In only 9 cases was the incumbent in 1938 the individual who had been in charge of the bureau in the earlier year. The heads of these units, having served as chiefs for an average of 16 years, had attained an average age of 58 years in 1938. It is especially in point to note the rate of turnover of bureau chiefs whose posts have been covered by formal merit systems. 8 of the 30 bureaus in that category had been established after 1926, these are disregarded in the present discussion. In the 22 that went back at least a dozen years, 7 of the incumbents in 1926 were still in office at the end of 1938, 5 were appointed between 1926 and the beginning of the new administration in 1933, and 10 attained bureau leadership thereafter. This situation may be compared with that in the other bureaus. Expressing the matter in percentages, it is observed that 68% of the chiefs protected by formal merit systems were appointed in the 12-year period, 1926 to 1938, and 45% within slightly less than 6 years after President Roosevelt's inauguration in 1933. In the case of the chiefs of all other bureaus which go back to 1926, 92% had been chosen since 1926, and 80% since early in 1933. These differences are important. Nevertheless, it is apparent that formal merit systems in actual operation bring a high rate of turnover at the level of bureau chief, with many opportunities for renewal. The rate of turnover found in the posts subject to feat merit systems, far from being an evil, becomes an advantage in the proper setting. It is to be regretted if it reflects a tendency to advance men to bureau leadership late in their careers, when they have only a few years to serve. The question of age may appropriately be examined, with comparisons to show the reaction of various methods of selection and to indicate trends during the last decade. The average age at appointment as bureau head for all chiefs in office at the close of 1938 was 48 years. This was almost exactly the average age at appointment for the chiefs who were serving in 1926. The average current age in 1938 was 53.6 years, in 1926, 54 years. These negligible differences are hardly clues to a tendency. Certainly no increase of average age at appointment resulted from the operation of formal merit systems or from the practice of filling unrestricted posts by promotion. On the contrary, an analysis of age differentials refutes the notion that political recruitment freshens administration by injecting youth into positions of bureau leadership. The problem of superannuation, which has been given point by the preceding remarks, may be stated more generally. In connection with an ingredient so baffling to analysis as administrative talent and in the presence of factors as variant as individual ability and stamina, it is impossible to dogmatize. Crude age limits must be set, and these have been drawn in the statutory provisions for superannuation and retirement. The point at which the increasing returns of tenure in executive posts may change to diminishing returns is an endlessly special problem. As things have stood in the highest ranges of the public service in the United States, general doubts could safely be resolved in favor of the value of continuity. Service at the level of bureau chief might profitably begin earlier, and in many instances it might advantageously be terminated sooner. The departments should experiment further in the discovery of roles which aging bureau chiefs not ready for full retirement could fill usefully and with honor. The comments that have just been made on the problem of succession in bureau leadership had their point of departure in the question of age in relation to mode of selection. The salient lesson in this regard should be recalled in closing, and restated in its lowest terms. Formal merit systems do not result in older chiefs, either at the time of appointment or even currently. Nor is such the outcome of virtual promotion to positions not in the competitive classified service. From the standpoint of age, the search for bureau leadership can safely turn inward. To do so, however, raises the problem already anticipated in introductory remarks, the ability of existing systems of career recruitment to provide the raw materials capable of advancement to high administrative posts. The difficulties thus presented have been discussed cussed largely in educational terms. It is timely, therefore, to pass to a consideration, illustratively, of the educational backgrounds of the bureau chiefs who were serving in 1938. Of the 62 bureau chiefs, only 11 did not undergo some form of so-called higher education prior to entrance into government service. In 9 of the 11 cases, bureau leadership was attained by promotion. The bureau heads in question had averaged 17 years in public administration prior to appointment as chief. Formal education beyond high school was participated in by 5/6 of the bureau chiefs. Sometimes it was collegiate work in arts only, sometimes merely an undergraduate professional course, but often a combination of college and postgraduate or college and professional elements. In 18 cases the training was undergraduate in the sense that it was entered upon and completed immediately after high school. This number comprised 10 individuals who took general college work, 6 whose undergraduate study was essentially technical, and 2 future bureau chiefs who attended service schools, 1 at the Coast Guard Academy and 1 at the Naval Academy. Passing now to the 33 individuals who pursued postgraduate work of some kind, mention may first be made of 10 instances of law school training. 2 of the future bureau heads were trained in medicine. In the case of one, the work was directly, indeed indispensably, preparatory to his official career, and related graduate study in public health was also taken. In the other case, the individual turned very early to journalism. One man went directly from college to a school of forestry, another, to a veterinary college. For each this special training was the avenue to official advancement. In addition to those mentioned, 19 did graduate work of a somewhat less professional nature. In 7 instances the training was technical in that the emphasis was upon research in the physical sciences. In 9 cases the center of gravity lay in the social studies, especially economics. 3 individuals did fragmentary graduate work of a less special character. In view of the importance which many contemporary discussions of personnel have given to the question of the availability of a common core of general academic training in the United States, a word should be added, in passing, in regard to the institutions attended by the 51 bureau chiefs whose formal study was carried beyond high school. The most striking feature was the scattering of this attendance. The condition is shown simply in the fact that the 18 individuals who pursued only undergraduate work took it in as many as 17 institutions, few of them famous and some of them obscure, that the 19 individuals who essayed graduate study did it in 16 universities, 4 of them in Europe, and that even in the study of law, the 10 persons so trained attended as many as 7 law schools. Such is the dispersal natural, no doubt, in a country of continental scale which schemes for the improvement of recruitment to the national public service must continue to take into account. The larger implications of the aspect of initial education have already been suggested. The question of the human material needed in the making of administrators and of its availability for advancement raises problems in the reconstruction of the ideals and methods of recruitment to the public service which are beyond the scope of this analysis. The canvass of bureau chiefs has negative importance, at least, in indicating the extent to which promotion prevails, on the one hand, and, on the other, in showing the relatively large number of individuals, if not of types, who can be winnowed in the process. The vitality of the practice of promotion, even where there have been no formal requirements to encourage it, has in itself been a partial rebuttal of the most serious charges that have been leveled against the ability of the merit system to bring up administrators. But thoughtful supervisory officials in certain of the departments are not satisfied. Experience has taught them to be cautious in generalizing about subject matter so personal and individual. Nevertheless, from the standpoint of filling posts such as those of bureau chiefs, they are fully conscious of the difficulties that inhere in the extent to which the merit system has been geared to the recruitment of vocational expertness. To speak of a solution would be to imply a simplicity that does not exist in a problem which in part concerns tendencies in governmental personnel as a whole and in part hinges upon the existence of departmental managements capable of flexible and far-reaching judgments in the use of the human resources at hand. The system would gain by the infusion of elements more interested in the objectives of scientific technique than in its application. Without formalizing the requirement, these new ingredients could be considered alternatively in arranging promotions that point toward administrative leadership. Meanwhile, the logic of development will engender correctives within the old methods of personnel. Technicians who show an aptitude for relationships can be encouraged in their administrative interests. They can be ripened by staff assignments at bureau or at departmental headquarters. In supplementing the broadening facilities available to them within the governmental service itself, they should be enabled, when opportunity affords, to withdraw temporarily for purposes of travel, observation, and reading. Below all this, at the source, changes may be expected in the social reorientation of instruction in the better vocational schools. In connection with the problem under discussion, it is at least desirable that the sole reward of scientists should not be conversion into administrators. Able men, whose genius or talent and whose real interests lie in research, should not have to look for recognition in grade and salary, to appointment in posts that are essentially administrative. As things have happened, this has often been the situation. There have been scientists of outstanding achievement, of course, who have been content to remain with a limited group of assistants at work on special problems. Some have renounced a new administrative position after a period of trial has given them an opportunity to test their aptitudes and ambitions. Such have been exceptions. In general, it would have been surprising if the association of the outward signs of success with posts of administrative command had not frequently elicited a human response. The injury has sometimes been a double one, for even where the scientist has proved a competent administrator, the diversion of his special abilities may have meant an irreparable loss. The remedy is not easy to find, for in any scheme of hierarchy prestige tends to concentrate in the managerial scale. The corrective, obviously, lies partly in the arrangement of rewards which would permit outstanding scientists to receive tangible as well as intangible recognition in their own fields. The approach to this solution is partly a matter of personnel classification. In addition, an ingenious departmental management could doubtless devise other methods of recognition less material in character. The full admission of the underlying difficulty is not inconsistent with the further encouragement of the characteristics of stability and of internal recruitment already so marked in the selection of bureau chiefs. Far from being obstacles, these offer the indispensable basis of improvement. Bureau chiefs are critical links in the managerial chain. Their essential permanence is a prerequisite of command through the hierarchy as a whole. Career tenure in their posts is not inconsistent with the ideal of political responsibility as the galvanizer of freshening influences. Political officers can accomplish proper ends more readily through trained administrators than through the clumsy mediation of newcomers. This has been the consensus of the judgment of thoughtful departmental heads in the past. Nor does the career principle among bureau chiefs endanger the cohesion of departments. Here, again, experience offers a paradox. It has been the transient chiefs, selected under political or semi-political auspices, who have contributed most to the sort of bureau autonomy which is unwholesome, for they have reflected the diverse factionalism that attends the use of patronage. The conclusion is unmistakable. It is time to bring all bureau chiefs within the merit system. The practical trends of recruitment and tenure have anticipated this arrangement and confirmed its desirability. Executive appointment in private and public bureaucracies. Marshall E. Dimmock and Howard K. Hyde. The field of leadership as a whole is too broad a subject to be discussed here in detail. We may, however, mention briefly some of its elements as they bear on the direction of the large corporation. The importance of leadership is universally acknowledged. With almost equal unanimity, corporation officials testify to the difficulties which attend the training and promotion of leaders to fill positions where their influence is needed and where it will be effective. Although the degree to which the executives of large corporations inspire their subordinates is too subjective for extended consideration, we may nevertheless mention some of the more important aspects of the matter. We have evidence, for example, that the leaders, and particularly the chief executives, set the tone of the whole enterprise. It is, Therefore, important that this tone, with its direct effect on morale, be not characterized by the harmful elements of bureaucracy which we have indicated. For our present purposes, the discussion of the relation of executive leadership to bureaucracy may be confined to 5 general requirements. These are that the executive not be too old upon appointment, that he possess a broad outlook, that he reach office primarily on the basis of merit, that he remain in office long enough to be effective but not so long as to become senile, and that positions of leadership be attractive to potential leaders. It is recognized that these are capable of broad interpretation. We may, however, note tendencies in each of them. A leading figure in the field of industrial management maintains, it is hardly to be gainsaid that with the steadily increasing age at which executives reach the top rank of president or chairman of the board, they find themselves physically, as well as intellectually, less able than under former conditions of corporative simplicity to cope with the question of future progress and growth. It cannot be flatly said, of course, that advanced chronological age means a corresponding loss in mental resiliency. Daniel Willard, president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and the late Justice Holmes serve amply as refuting examples. There can be no doubt, however, that there is a general tendency in this direction that, in general, resiliency is lost with age. Because of this, summary figures on age have meaning in relation to corporate leadership. Table I presents some biographical data on the heads of 35 of the nation's largest companies. The size of the sample is small, but it should at least indicate some of the tendencies. For this group as a whole, the chief executives were appointed at an average age of about 50 years. By 1939 they were approximately 61 years old, having served an average of about 11 years. As might be expected, there is much variation among the companies. For example, in the cases of 3 of the industrials and 2 of the utilities, the chief executives were chosen at the age of 40 or less. At the other extreme, 1 railroad and 1 industrial had heads who were more than 64 years old when appointed. Obviously, the term of office for these older men must be relatively short. In general, it may be said that with an average age of 50 for the group as a whole, a number of these executives were advanced to top positions when they were somewhat beyond their prime. Age upon appointment is probably more important than that at a given date, because the executive who has served for some time has the advantage of experience in the job to balance against the handicaps of his advancing years. Current age, however, is interesting. For example, the executives as a group were approximately 61 years old in 1939. Again, there were rather wide variations. Only 1 was younger than 45 and 3 younger than 50, at the other extreme 4 were 70 or more. Half were 60.7 years old or more, 10 were 65 or over. Since the retirement age in many companies is 65, this indicates that a fairly large proportion had passed the point which, according to many corporation officials, should mark the cessation of active dominant executive direction, unless rather exceptional circumstances intervene. The age tendencies are not at all alike among the 3 corporate groups which were examined. The picture for the industrials, for example, is quite similar to that of the 35 corporations considered as a whole. The averages and the dispersions are about the same for both. The utilities and the railroads, however, present a different picture. Thus, the largest utilities have chief executives who were appointed when they were 4 or 5 years younger than was usual for the 35 corporations, and their present age is likewise about 4 years below that of the group average. The railroads, on the other hand, are run by substantially older men. The usual appointment age here is some 5 years higher than for all of the 35 corporations. The age in 1939 was 1.3 TD, 3.6 years above the average for the larger group, depending upon whether the median or the arithmetic mean is considered. The belief that bureaucracy in railroad management is partly due to the relatively advanced years of railroad executives seems to be substantiated by these data. The unprogressiveness of railroad management in service, pricing, and operational policies may well be due to some extent to the decreased mental and physical vigor of those at the top, although doubtless there is more than this in the picture as a whole. A question which should be raised, however, is how the relative youth of the top executives of the utilities affects bureaucracy in those companies compared to its prevalence in the railroads. Although we are not prepared to give a complete answer, it does appear that the unprogressiveness and unaggressiveness of the utilities are more in their pricing and other marketing policies and practices than in their operational and administrative aspects, while among the railroads the ills of bureaucracy extend to these latter activities as well as the former. Insofar as direct comparisons are possible, the following may be said in summary: the appointment age of the top officials of the nation's largest corporations is about the same or slightly above that of the top layers of government officials. The average current age, however, is considerably higher than that of government officials. To the extent that the undesirable aspects of bureaucracy are due to the advanced years of some of the top executives, it is apparent that this cause exists in the large corporation to at least the same degree if not more than it does in government. The second aspect of executive leadership is broadness of outlook. In even a moderately large corporation the administrative problems are many and diverse. The executive must be capable of harmonizing a multitude of conflicting forces. In the giant corporation, therefore, the ability to see things broadly and in relation is correspondingly more essential. Since most of the heads of the largest companies are promoted from within, the question should be raised as to whether broad-gauge executives can readily be developed in such enterprises. A number of executives believe that the large corporation develops outstanding executives with considerable difficulty. The head of one company went so far as to say that large corporations do not produce great executives. The men tend to become too specialized. The man in a smaller organization gets to know the business as a whole at an earlier age. Another phrases the problem in this way: specialization results in a dearth of top executives. You can't find men to integrate because they themselves aren't integrated. I know more good all-around businessmen in small concerns than I do in big corporations. Or again, as activities become more specialized and routinized, it becomes more difficult to develop ability in the ranks. It may not be safe for us to rely upon securing a sufficient number from the ranks who will qualify for executive leadership. Registered, the benefits of specialization, of course, constitute one of the principal advantages of the large corporation and can ill be sacrificed. Although some top executives demonstrate that specialization is not an insuperable barrier in the development of leaders, nevertheless it remains an impediment in the process of such development and is, therefore, a contributing cause of bureaucracy in big business. In the federal government, the bureau chiefs are probably specialized to about the same degree as the corporation executives. Among the higher political heads, however, there is a characteristically broader experience and outlook. It is the business of the politician to compose differences and to recognize the implications of particular policies over a broad realm. To the extent, then, that specialization is a cause of bureaucracy, the large corporation suffers as much as and perhaps more than government. The third general requirement for good leadership is that the executive shall have reached his position on the basis of merit. The degree to which merit now plays a part in appointments is difficult to determine. With the diffusion of ownership, which is characteristic of the large corporation, there is a corresponding decline in the practice of placing the chief owner or his son or some other relative in the higher executive positions. Although the propensity to play ball with the existing control is doubtless a factor in the selection of executives, this relative disappearance of inheritance as a selector opens the way for an emphasis on merit per se, and it is possible that this will be the future trend. Inheritance is too unreliable a determinant for us to weep over its eclipse. Although merit has doubtless played an increasingly important part in the selection of the top executives of large corporations, one nevertheless hears the complaint, from other than those who may be expected to be prejudiced, that seniority has been too much emphasized. This is particularly true, for example, among the railroads, and doubtless contributes to the relatively high age at which men in this field are appointed to top positions. The idea of promotion by seniority permeates the railroads all the way down the hierarchy, where men are apt to think more in terms of the time in their records than in how effectively that time has been spent. but promotion by seniority is not confined to the railroads. Some executives feel that the practice is generally characteristic of the large corporation. Moreover, even if it were no more common there than in the small enterprise, the process of reaching the top would take longer because of the greater number of steps in the hierarchy. In any case, it is at least certain that the big companies as a rule do not have an adequate system of executive recruitment. In regard to this lack, Edward R. Stettintinius, Jr., for example, believes that a method of inventories should be developed whereby just as exact a record could be kept of executive material as now exists for other materials. Some of the largest companies are now engaged in developing the first stages of rating systems and refined records to assist in uncovering executive talent and in advancing it rapidly enough to be really effective. But such methods are relatively difficult to operate and do not enjoy wide acceptance in big business. On the other hand, seniority is so easy a method to apply that in the lack of a better one it is natural that it should be used. Seniority is one of the few things about an executive that can be accurately and objectively determined. Those who are passed over cannot complain that on the basis of selection use they should have been advanced instead. Nevertheless, length of service does not guarantee the requisite qualities of a leader. It is essential, therefore, that other methods of rewarding such devotion be discovered and used so that leadership will not be sacrificed on the altar of convenience and in a way that is of doubtful benefit to employee morale. Seniority, of course, is also used in public administration as a basis of promotion. We do not, however, have available material to indicate the extent to which this method is employed. Nevertheless, since the average ages of the top officers at the time of appointment, both in government and in private enterprise, are not widely divergent, there is at least an indirect indication that promotion by seniority is no more prevalent in one instance than in the other. The fourth qualification for leadership is that the executive remain in office long enough to be effective. Just what this term may be is difficult to say. Some executives claim that a creative man delivers all he has in 3 to 5 years on one job. While this may be true at some of the lower levels of the hierarchy, we doubt that it accurately describes the situation at the top. A well-conceived program of action would require 3 to 5 years to be properly developed and put into operation. An even longer period would be required for it to become an integrated part of the enterprise as a whole. Continuity of office is essential to smooth continuity of policy. Our general conclusion, therefore, is that although the exact length of appointment cannot accurately be determined, 10 years is not too long for a capable man to direct an enterprise, while even 3 years is too long for a poor one. The problem is to select well and then to allow a sufficient length of time for the executive leader fully to put his ideas into effect. In general, the top executives of the largest corporations have terms of office that are satisfactorily long. Table I indicates that the present incumbents, on the average, have held office for 10 or 11 years. Since this measure is taken in the midst of their terms, we may suppose that the total, on the average, will be somewhat longer. If the sample were entirely representative both as to time, in relation to, say, the business cycle, and as to coverage of variation among corporations, the average term would be approximately twice that of the time already served. In spite of such imperfections as the sample undoubtedly has, we may safely suppose, therefore, that the average term is at least 5 years longer than the elapsed part of it, which would indicate a minimum average for top executives of about 15 years. The average term for the railroad executives would be something less than this because of their more advanced age. This assumption is supported by the smaller elapsed time which current railroad executives have served. These men, as shown in Table I, have been in office from 7 to 9 years, while the average for utility and industrial executives is from G to 12 years. Thus, for the group as a whole there appears to be a healthy continuity of office registered, although individual variations are wide, of course, and some executives remain after senility overtakes them. In general, however, the picture is favorable. Public administration presents a somewhat different state of affairs, though again there are wide variations. The average tenure of bureau chief seems to be fairly constant. As we have noted, the average appointment and current ages were about the same for both 1926 and 1938. Because of this stability, we are justified in doubling the average elapsed period of service in order to obtain a rough estimate of the average total term. Since the average elapsed period of service in 1938 was 5.6 years, the total terms would run about 11 years. While this is not as long as the average terms of the top corporation executives, it may be considered satisfactory. Above the bureau level, however, the holders of public office are much more volatile as to tenure. Thus, the average term for secretaries, undersecretaries, and assistant secretaries is only 3 to 5 years. The average period of service for our last 8 presidents and for all our presidents combined has been about 5 years. Whatever the political merits of rapid turnover, they are largely demerits when viewed from an administrative standpoint. Walter Sharp saw in the transitoriness of the French cabinet one of the prime causes of bureaucratic inefficiency in that nation's government registered. We are more fortunate in the United States, for it is an unusual French cabinet that lasts more than a year. However, we do not wholly escape the problem. Thus, in his blast against governmental bureaucracy in the United States, James Beck stated that the heads of departments and their assistant secretaries hold office for comparatively short periods of time, and they cannot during such short periods become familiar with all the duties of their departments, certainly not of the more technical phases of such duties. The consequence is that the heads of departments make nearly, if not all, of the decisions in name only, while the case is actually developed. A subordinate in the department. President Taft believed that the short terms of the top departmental officials had the result that for a year and a half, at least, sometimes for a longer period, it throws the administration of the department into the complete control of minor subordinates. These may be overstatements for purposes of emphasis, but they indicate an actual problem. Of course, a somewhat similar difficulty exists when a new corporation president takes office, but his relatively longer term means that such periods of poor coordination need less frequently occur. Thus, on the basis of turnover of leadership, big business compares favorably with the government. Both business executives and bureau chiefs have quite satisfactory terms of office. Above the bureau level, however, turnover is generally more rapid, too rapid, in fact, for effective administration. Finally, we should mention briefly the ability of the two groups to attract executive talent. 3 elements may be mentioned: salary, security, and prestige. Annual salaries of over $100,000 for the top men are common among the largest corporations, though of course there are variations. Since most top executives have risen within their companies, however, and there is little crossover among companies, the variations do not result in a flow of executive talent to those paying the highest salaries. Remuneration schedules appear to be at least sufficient to make the top positions attractive from that angle to subordinate executives within particular concerns, which is about all that matters in practice, except perhaps in the case of the railroads where there is some transfer among them. Judging from the length of service of the top executives of the largest corporations, security of tenure at that level at least would also seem to be adequate. Likewise, the position of head of one of the large corporations carries with it a good deal of prestige in the corporate family and is therefore an inviting goal. In comparison with business, government is generally less attractive from the standpoints of salary and security for men at the top levels. In all of government there is no salary of $100,000. The term of office of those above the bureau level is also considerably shorter than that which obtains in the largest corporations. In regard to the element of prestige, however, the situation is different, for identification with the public service has always appealed to men, and in recent years this attraction has considerably increased, due in large part to the expanding role of government in modern life. In summary, therefore, it may be said that business leadership often contributes to bureaucracy because of defects in regard to age, narrowness of outlook, and the too frequent resort to seniority in making promotions. The rate of turnover among the top business executives of the largest corporations is small, in fact, so small that complaints are sometimes made of stoppage at the top. In comparison with business, Government executives are no older, they probably have a broader outlook, and seniority has been less important in appointments above the bureau level, while tenure, at this point, on the other hand, has been relatively short. The prestige attached to the top governmental positions has been as great as that of the top business positions for the past decade and will probably continue to be high, though the attractiveness of salary and tenure are somewhat below the level of the major positions in big business. In short, the defects of leadership contributing to bureaucracy bulk about as large in business as they do in government. Inducements and incentives in bureaucracy. Herbert A. Simon. Individuals are willing to accept organization membership when their activity in the organization contributes, directly or indirectly, to their own personal goals. The contribution is direct if the goals set for the organization have direct personal value for the individual. Church membership is a typical example of this. The contribution is indirect if the organization offers personal rewards, monetary or other, to the individual in return for his willingness to contribute his activity to the organization. Employment in a business concern is a typical example of this. Sometimes these personal rewards are directly related to the size and growth of the organization, as in the case of the stockholders of a business, sometimes, not very directly, as in the case of most wage earners. The characteristics of these three bases for participation are sufficiently distinct to make it worthwhile to consider them separately: personal rewards deriving directly from the accomplishment of the organization objective, personal inducements offered by the organization and closely related to its size and growth, and personal rewards derived from inducements offered by the organization but unrelated to the organization's size and growth. Organizations are ordinarily made up of three groups of individuals, in each of which one of these types of motivation prevails, and it is the presence of these three groups that gives administration its specific character. The phrase personal goals which is used here should be understood in a broad sense. It is by no means restricted to egoistic goals, much less to economic goals. World peace or aid to the starving Chinese may be just as much a personal goal for a particular individual as another dollar in his pay envelope. The fact that economic incentives frequently predominate in business and governmental organizations should not obscure the importance of other types of inducements. Nor should intangible egoistic values, such as status, prestige, or enjoyment of organization associations, be forgotten. In business organization, the customers are a group that has, predominantly, the first type of motivation: direct interest in organization objectives; employees, the third type, and the entrepreneur, the second type. This is true, of course, only to a very rough approximation, and the necessary qualifications will be set forth later. The members of an organization, then, contribute to the organization in return for inducements that the organization offers them. The contributions of one group are the source of the inducements that the organization offers others. If the sum of the contributions is sufficient, in quantity and kind, to supply the necessary quantity and kinds of inducements, the organization survives and grows; otherwise, it shrinks and ultimately disappears unless an equilibrium is reached. Types of organization participants. Organization members may be classified in other ways than in terms of the inducements they receive for their participation. They may be classified in terms of the types of contributions they make to the organization, specific services, money or other neutral services that may be employed as incentives, and time and effort. Still, a third method of classification would distinguish those who control the organization, that is, have a right to fix the terms on which the others will be permitted to participate in it, from the remaining participants. The various possible combinations of inducements, contributions, and control arrangements make for a considerable variety of organizational forms, and this variety must be taken into consideration in the succeeding discussion. Organization goals as inducements. Most organizations are oriented around some goal or objective which provides the purpose toward which the organization decisions and activities are directed. If the goal is relatively tangible, e.g., making shoes, it is usually not too difficult to assess the contribution of specific activities toward it, and hence to evaluate their usefulness. If the goal is less tangible like that of a religious organization, it becomes more debatable whether a particular activity contributes to the goal, and hence there may be considerable controversy, even among those who wish to work for the goal, as to how it is to be attained. Even where the goal is tangible, there may be some activities whose relation to it is so indirect, though not necessarily any less substantial for that indirectness, that the problem of evaluation is difficult. It is much easier to budget, for example, for the production line than for the advertising department or for supervision. It has been fashionable in the literature of business administration to debate whether the purpose of a business organization is service or profit. There really is no problem to debate about. Certain individuals, primarily the customers, contribute to the organization because of the service it provides, others, the entrepreneurs, because of the profits they may derive. When the system of organization behavior itself is examined, it is found that both service and profit aims influence decisions. It is for terminological convenience that the label of organization objective is here applied to the service aim. Application to specific organization types. In the case of the business organization, the organization goal, the output of product, is a personal goal for individuals who are ordinarily not considered members of the organization, that is, the customers. In return for this product, the customers are willing to offer money, which provides a principal inducement for the employees and entrepreneurs to participate in the group. The relation of customers to the organization is distinguished not only by the type of inducement they receive, but also by the fact that it is based on a contract or bargain for a specific product without, ordinarily, any assumption of permanence or continuity in the relationship. In the case of a government agency, the organization goal is a personal goal for the ultimate controlling body of the organization, the legislature, and for the citizen. The relationship here is in part the same as in a business organization, in that the legislators, viewed as customers, furnish the agency with its funds. It is decidedly different in that, first, they retain final legal control over the organization, and second, their personal motivation is based, in turn, on their peculiar status as elected representatives. To examine the way in which legislators make value judgments in determining the policy of governmental agencies would lead away from the present study into a study of the whole legislative process. In volunteer organizations, the organization objective is ordinarily the direct inducement that secures the services of the organization members. The peculiar problems of administration in volunteer organizations derive from the facts that the contributions are often on a part-time basis, that the various participants may have conflicting interpretations of the organization objective, and that the organization objective may play such a modest role in the participants' system of values that it offers only a mild inducement for cooperation. In this respect, the volunteer shares many of the characteristics of the customer of a business organization, although the former contributes services to the organization instead of money. Adaptation of the organization objective. The organization objective is by no means a static thing. In order to survive, the organization must have an objective that appeals to its customers registered so that they will make the contributions necessary to sustain it. Hence, organization objectives are constantly adapted to conform to the changing values of customers, or to secure new groups of customers in place of customers who have dropped away. The organization may also undertake special activities to induce acceptance of its objectives by customers, advertising, missionary work, and propaganda of all sorts. Hence, although it is correct to say that organization behavior is oriented toward the organization objective, this is not the whole story, for the organization objective itself changes in response to the influence of those for whom the accomplishment of that objective secures personal values. The modification of the organization objective usually represents a compromise of the interests of several groups of potential participants, in order to secure their joint cooperation where each group individually is unable to attain its own objectives unaided. Hence the organization objective will seldom coincide exactly with the personal objectives of even those participants whose interest in the organization lies in its attainment of its goal. The crucial issue for any such individual is whether the organization objective is sufficiently close to his personal goal to make him choose to participate in the group rather than try to attain his goal by himself or in some other group. As will be seen, this process of compromise takes place, whether the controlling group of the organization is itself directly interested in the organization objective, or whether the inducement it receives from the organization is of some other type. Loyalty of employees to organization objective. Although the organization objective is of greatest importance in relation to the behavior of those participants who have been called customers, almost all the members of an organization become imbued, to a greater or lesser degree, with the organization aim, and are influenced by it in their behavior. This has already been pointed out in the case of volunteer organizations. It is also true, although to a lesser extent, of governmental agencies and commercial organizations. It is one component, and a very important one, of organizational loyalty. If the objective has any appearance of usefulness, the organization members, whose attention is continually directed to it by their verve work, will acquire an appreciation of its importance and value, and the attainment of the value will come, to that extent, to have personal value for them. It will be seen later that, in addition to this loyalty to the organization objective, there may also develop in employees a very different loyalty, a loyalty to the organization itself and an interest in its survival and growth. Incentives for employee participation. To an employee of a non-volunteer organization, the most obvious personal incentive that the organization offers is a salary or wage. It is a peculiar and important characteristic of his relation with the organization that, in return for this inducement, he offers the organization not a specific service but his undifferentiated time and effort. He places this time and effort at the disposal of those directing the organization, to be used as they see fit. Thus, both the customer relation and the employee relation originate in contract, but in contracts of very different sorts. The employment contract results in the creation of a continuing authority relation between the organization and the employee. How can this be? Why does the employee sign a blank check, so to speak, in entering upon his employment? First, from the viewpoint of the organization, nothing would be gained by offering an inducement to the employee unless the latter's behavior could be brought into the system of organization behavior through his acceptance of its authority. Second, from the viewpoint of the employee, the precise activities with which his time of employment is occupied may, within certain limits, be a matter of relative indifference to him. If the orders transmitted to him by the organization remain within these limits of acceptance, he will permit his behavior to be guided by them. What determines the breadth of the area of acceptance within which the employee will accept the authority of the organization? It certainly depends on the nature and magnitude of the incentives the organization offers. In addition to the salary he receives, he may value the status and prestige that his position in the organization gives him, and he may value his relations with the working group of which he is part. In setting his task, the organization must take into consideration the effect that its orders may have upon the employee's realization of these values. If the employee values white-collar status, for example, he may be completely unwilling to accept assignments that deprive him of that status even when the work he is asked to perform is not inherently unpleasant or difficult. There is great variation among individuals in the extent to which opportunities for promotion act as incentives for participation. Promotion is, of course, both an economic and a prestige incentive. Burley Gardner has pointed out the importance for administrative theory of the presence in organizations of certain highly mobile individuals, i.e. individuals who have a strong desire for advancement. It would be a mistake to assume that these desires provide a strong incentive in all individuals. We find, then, that those participants in organization who are called its employees are offered a variety of material and non-material incentives, generally not directly related to the attainment of the organization objective nor to the size and growth of the organization, in return for their willingness to accept organization decisions as the basis for their behavior during the time of their employment. The area within which organization authority will be accepted is not unlimited, and the boundaries will depend on the incentives that the organization is able to provide. Insofar as these incentives are not directly dependent upon the organization objective, modification of that objective will not affect the willingness of employees to participate, and hence the latter group will exert little influence in the determination of the objectives. VAUEs derived from organization size and growth too. The third type of incentive that induces individual participation in organization derives from the size and growth of the organization. These might be referred to as conservation values. Most prominent in the group for whom these values are important is the entrepreneur. It is true that the entrepreneur, to the extent that he is an economic man, is interested in profits, and not in size and growth. In practice, this objection is not serious, first because profits usually are, or are thought to be, closely related to size and growth, and secondly because most entrepreneurs are interested in non-material values, such as prestige and power, as well as profit. This attachment to conservation objectives is even more characteristic of the professional managerial group who exercise the active control of most large business enterprises. Conservation objectives may provide important values, also, for the other employees of the organization as well, particularly those who are mobile. An organization that is growing and prospering offers greater opportunities for prestige and advancement than one that is static or declining. Conservation values are not, therefore, completely independent in practice from values of the second type, though for purposes of analysis there is some advantage in considering them separately. Interest in conservation of the organization provides the basis for an organizational loyalty distinct from that previously mentioned. The individual who is loyal to the objectives of the organization will resist modification of those objectives, and may even refuse to continue his participation if they are changed too radically. The individual who is loyal to the organization will support opportunistic changes in its objectives that are calculated to promote its survival and growth. Loyalty to the organization itself is perhaps the type of loyalty most characteristic of commercial organizations, but both species prevail widely in both public and private administration, commercial and non-commercial. Some of the most striking manifestations of conflict between these two types of loyalty are to be found in religious and reform organizations, where there is often controversy as to the extent to which organization objectives shall be modified to ensure survival. This was certainly one basis for the Stalinist-Trotskyist rivalry. As previously indicated, the motives of the opportunists in such a controversy may, of course, be tactical rather than egoistic. The opportunist, assessing unfavorably the chances of survival without adaptation, may prefer half a loaf to no bread, while the idealist may assess the chances of survival more optimistically, or may consider that the concession in objectives more than outweighs the improvement in survival chances. Organization equilibrium and efficiency. The basic value criteria that will be employed in making decisions and choices among alternatives in an organization will be selected for the organization primarily by the controlling group, the group that has the power to set the terms of membership for all the participants. If the group that holds the legal control fails to exercise this power, then, of course, it will devolve on individuals further down the administrative hierarchy. Whatever group exercises the power of determining the basic value criteria will attempt to secure through the organization its own personal values, whether these be identified with the organization objective, with the conservation objectives, with profits, or whatnot. But their power of control does not in any sense imply that the control group exercises an unlimited option to direct the organization in any path it desires, for the power will continue to exist only so long as the controlling group is able to offer sufficient incentives to retain the contributions of the other participants to the organization. No matter what the personal objectives of the control group, their decisions will be heavily influenced by the fact that they can attain their objectives through the organization only if they can maintain a positive balance of contributions over inducements, or at least an equilibrium between the two. For this reason, the controlling group, regardless of its personal values, will be opportunistic, will appear to be motivated in large part at least by conservation objectives. 334 Recruitment and advancement. Who were the most critical of the Army's promotion opportunities. Samuel A. Stauffer, et al. Data from research surveys to be presented will show, as would be expected, that those soldiers who had advanced slowly relative to other soldiers of equal longevity in the Army were the most critical of the Army's promotion opportunities. But relative rate of advancement can be based on different standards by different classes of the Army population. For example, a grade school man who became a corporal after a year of service would have had a more rapid rate of promotion compared with most of his friends at the same educational level than would a college man who rose to the same grade in a year. Hence we would expect, at a given rank and a given longevity, that the better educated would be more likely than others to complain of the slowness of promotion. The facts, as we shall see, tend to bear this out. The better educated, in spite of their superior chances of promotion, were the most critical. A similar phenomenon appeared to operate between different branches of the service. This, along with the differentials by rank and education, is illustrated in Chart I. Here the responses of military police to the question, "Do you think a soldier with ability has a good chance for promotion in the Army?" are compared with responses of Air Corps men, in early 1944. Longevity is held roughly constant by taking only men who had been in the Army 1 to 2 years. It will be noted that more of the less educated, among both privates and non-coms in both branches, had favorable opinions than did the better educated. For example, among privates and PFCs in the military police, 33% of the less educated said that a soldier with ability had a very good chance for promotion, as compared with 21% of the better educated privates and PFCs. Finally, it will be seen, among both privates and non-coms in each educational group, that the Air Corps men tended to take a dimmer view of promotion opportunities for men of ability in the Army than did the military police. Without reference to the theory that such opinions by soldiers represent a relationship between their expectations and their achievements relative to others in the same boat with them, such a finding would be paradoxical, indeed. For chances of promotion in the military police were about the worst in any branch of the Army among the sample of men in the Army 1 to 2 years, only 24% of MPs were non-coms as compared with 47% of the Air Corps men. The MPs felt, too, that as a branch the military police had been discriminated against in getting ratings, 2/3 of them saying in answer to another question that MPs do not have as good a chance for promotion as men in other branches. But consider a high school graduate or college man in the military police with Army longevity of 1 to 2 years. The chances of his being a non-com were 34 out of 100, based on the proportions of non-coms in this sample at this time. If he earned the rating, he was one of the top third among his fellows of equal educational status. If he failed to earn the rating, he was in the same boat with 2/3 of his fellows with equal schooling. Contrast him with the Air Corps man of the same education and longevity. The chances of the latter's being a non-com were 56 in 100, based on the proportions in this sample at this time. If he had earned a rating, so had the majority of his fellows in the branch, and his achievement was relatively less conspicuous than in the MPs. If he had failed to earn a rating, while the majority had succeeded, he had more reason to feel a sense of personal frustration, which could be expressed as criticism of the promotion system, than if he were one of 2/3 in the same boat, as among the MPs. The process would work in the same way among the less educated. In both the military police branch and the Air Corps, the promotion chances of the less educated were inferior to the chances of others. In the MP sample, only 17% of the less educated were non-coms. In the Air Corps sample, the corresponding figure was 47%. An MP who did not complete high school would feel unusually rewarded compared with others in his outfit in becoming a non-com. One who remained a private had so much company that he hardly could view discrimination against him as a reflection on his personal competence. In the Air Corps, those with ratings had almost as much company as those who remained privates, with less room for personal satisfaction over comparative achievement and more room for dissatisfaction over comparative failure to climb the status ladder. While the psychological mechanism seemed to operate as described above in producing the pattern of opinions about promotion possibilities, we must not lose sight of the fact that on the average those with ratings had more favorable opinions about promotion than those without. Nor must we jump to the conclusion that men who were critical of promotion policy were necessarily dissatisfied with their army jobs. True, cross-tabulation, within a particular subgroup, of opinions about promotion and expressions of job satisfaction will almost invariably show that men who were most critical about promotions were also least satisfied with their jobs. But that is within a given subgroup. As between subgroups, the relationship may vanish or reverse itself. In the case of the comparison of the military police and the Air Corps, it reverses itself. Although the Air Corps men were more critical of promotion, they also were more likely than the MPs to be satisfied with their army job. For example, 36% of the Air Corps men in the sample said they would MOT change to some other army job if given a chance, whereas only 21% of the MPs gave this response. Promotion opportunity was only one of many factors in job satisfaction. Other elements, such as the chance to learn something useful in civilian life, entered in, as did informal status factors such as the general prestige of the branch to which assigned. In general, Air Corps was a high prestige branch, military police a low prestige branch. One of the elements which contributed to making the difference in prestige was, no doubt, the difference in T/O opportunities for social mobility. The illustration presented in Chart I was based on a special cross-section survey of military police in March 1944 and the Air Corps segment of a cross-section survey of the Army at the nearest available date, namely, January 1944. These data were especially selected to exhibit the structure of opinion on two sharply contrasting groups with respect to promotion opportunities in the Army. It is desirable to see whether the same general pattern holds up on a broader basis, where there is less contrast between groups. In general, differences in opinion about promotion opportunities are rather small, tending in any individual case to be somewhat less striking than in the extreme illustration presented earlier, but a definite pattern is present. 4 findings emerge. 1. For a given rank, the shorter the longevity, the more favorable tends to be the opinion about promotion. Compare, for example, less educated AGF privates in the Army less than 6 months with those in the Army 6 months to 1 year. The proportion of men who say that promotional opportunities are very good drops from 50% to 42% respectively. A total of 18 such comparisons can be made. And all 18 are in the same direction. 2. For a given longevity, the higher the rank, the more favorable tends to be the opinion about promotion. For example, consider less educated AGF men in the Army a year or more. The number who say that opportunities are very good is 64% among the top 3 grades, and it drops to 52% among buck sergeants, and to 45% among corporals. 30 comparisons are possible between any 2 grades. Of these, 25 show the tendency indicated, 1 shows no difference, and 4 show the reverse tendency. To suggest and provide a warrant for certain hypotheses concerning the interrelations between succession and the development of bureaucracy. To outline a theoretical context in which one commonly noted industrial phenomenon, strategic replacements, may be usefully fitted. To illustrate the potential utility of employing a secularized concept of succession in the study of organization. By a secularized concept of succession is meant the replacement of an individual in a strategic position in any formal or informal group, without prejudice as to whether this group is large or small, autocephalous or heterocephalous, of broad or narrow jurisdiction and composition. Such a concept of succession would, it seems, escape the Carly-Lean implications of that employed by political scientists. Case history of a succession registered at the time we began our study. 2 things were at the center of the plant personnel's attention: first, an accelerating degree of bureaucratization and, second, a series of replacements among foremen and supervisors. Among many evidences of growing bureaucratization was an increasing separation between the company's and workers' property, the company having begun a stricter control over its machinery, raw material, and finished product, making these less accessible to workers for personal use than formerly. The old personnel manager, an informal, community-conscious man with little formal education and a dislike of paperwork, was replaced by a rule-sensitive, company-conscious man with some college education. The number of paper reports required from supervisors was being increased. A formal, printed warning notice used for disciplinary purposes was introduced. The no absenteeism rule was being strictly enforced, new modes of punching in and out were promulgated, the supervisory staff was being extended and divided into two groups: know-how and do-how foremen. The characteristic impersonalized atmosphere of bureaucratic structures began to pervade the plant. These innovations, it is crucial to observe, began shortly after the arrival of a new plant manager, Vincent Keat. The correlation between succession and crystallization of bureaucratic trends was striking. Shortly after his arrival, Keat began to remove some of the old supervisors and foremen and to bring in new ones. 4 replacements were made with men in the plant. The new personnel manager was brought in from the plant at which Keat had formerly been manager. Several new foremen's positions were opened up and promotions made to them. This rapid change of supervisory personnel following a succession is so familiar in an industrial situation that it deserves a distinctive name, and in this paper has been called strategic replacement. What is there about the role of a successor that conduces to increased bureaucratization and strategic replacement? The problem may be separated into 2 parts: the frame of reference of the successor and the definitions of his situation to which it disposes, and the objective attributes of the factory's situation. The successor's frame of reference. In this case, succession involved advancement for Keat, the new plant manager. The main office personnel who determined his promotion reminded Keat of his predecessor's inadequacies and expressed the feeling that things had been slipping at the plant for some while. They suggested that the old plant manager, Godfrey, was perhaps getting overindulgent in his old age and that he, Keat, would be expected to improve production quotas. As Keat put it, Godfrey didn't force the machine. I had to watch it. Godfrey was satisfied with a certain production. But the company gave me orders to get production up. With the pressure of renewed post-war competition, things would have to start humming. Traditionalized production quotas were to be rationalized, registered Keat, grateful for his opportunity to ascend in the company hierarchy. Of course, heeded the main office counsels. It may be emphasized that a briefing does more than impart technical data, it also functions to structure attitudes toward an assignment. Keat, therefore, came to his new plant keenly sensitive to the impersonal, universalistic criteria which his superiors would use to judge his performance. He knew his progress would be watched. He desires also to express his gratitude and is, consequently, anxious to make good. As a member of the main office administrative staff commented, Keat is trying hard to arrive. He is paying more attention to the plant. But he lacks Godfrey's personal touch. Keat will follow along organizational lines, while Godfrey handled things on the personal basis. There is, however, a second and apparently conflicting element in the new plant manager's frame of reference. On his way up, he may have made friends whose loyalty and help expedited his ascent. Since the time of succession is often a time of promotion and enhanced power, it may be the moment of reckoning awaited by the friends when their past favors to the successor can be reciprocated. There seems little question, however, that this particularistic element in the new plant manager's frame of reference is a minor one. For if worse comes to worst, he may evade the old obligations, since he is now no longer among those to whom he owes them. Or, more likely perhaps, he may interpret fulfillment of old particularistic obligations as a means of securing personnel which would enable him to guarantee successful accomplishment of his new mission and of the abstract, impersonal goals to which he is mainly oriented. This need evoke no conflict of values within the successor, for one's friends are most often viewed as competent people, and in the case of a highly placed individual there are reasons why this is very probable. Thus, even before setting foot into the plant, Keat had a notion of the kinds of things which needed correction and was tentatively shaping policies to bring about the requisite changes. He defined the situation as one calling for certain changes, changes oriented to the abstract, rational standards of efficiency. Because he is a successor, new to the plant, a stranger among strangers, as yet untied by bonds of friendship and informal solidarity with the people in his new plant, both his perceptive and executive capacities may be relatively devoid of non-rational considerations. The factory's situation, oriented toward efficiency and the minimization of non-rational aspects of the factory organization which would impede it, the new plant manager entered the factory. He found that to which his frame of reference has been sensitized. Inevitably, a factory, like any other social organization, reflects a compromise between formal and informal organization, between rational and non-rational norms. Keat found that workers borrowed tools from the plant for their own personal use, that they have customarily helped themselves to raw materials and even finished products for use about their homes, workshops, and farms. He found that some workers preferred to punch in early and accumulate a little over time, or punch out early on special occasions. The miners, far from eager to conform with Protestant norms of regular work, believed that a certain amount of absenteeism was one of their traditional prerogatives and a normative way of manifesting that down here, we are our own bosses. The new plant manager's expectations were confirmed. The plant was in evident need of specific changes to heighten its efficiency. Whom could Keat hold responsible for this lax state of affairs? Oriented to formal and individualistic diagnoses, he tended to place responsibility on the old supervisory staff, and indicated that he considered it their duty to remedy the situation along lines he suggested. At this point he encountered his first sharp resistance. Every foreman had set ways, explained Keat. When I wanted to make some changes, the supervisors told me, Godfrey used to do this and that. I didn't make many changes and I'm satisfied with the changes I've made. The foremen are getting smoothed off now. Yes, I had some trouble in straightening out your case. Some of them thought they were going to get fired. I could work on these guys. But others, who didn't expect to get fired, were. Each foreman is just a little bit on edge now. They don't know whether they're doing right. A new plant manager is going to make some changes to suit my own way. I had to watch them. I made those changes. Thus, among the things the new plant manager resolves to change, when he encounters their resistance, are the old supervisory personnel. But why is it that the old supervisory staff resists the new manager's plans? A new manager is faced with a heritage of promises and obligations that his predecessor has not had an opportunity to fulfill. These old obligations are most important when made to the old supervisory staff, or to others constituting the old plant manager's informal social circle. For, placed as they often are in powerful positions, they may be able to mobilize sentiment against him or use dilatory tactics to impede his efforts, unless he fulfills his inherited obligations. An interesting illustration of this at the plant involves the present union president, Ralph Bida. Bida was a neighbor of Godfrey and had been induced by him to come to work at the plant. Godfrey had made Bida some promises which he was unable to meet, due to his sudden death. Some 4 months after Keat's arrival, Bida ran for and was elected president of the local union. Bida's new position was now much more invulnerable than those of the other old lieutenants who held supervisory positions. He could not be replaced or fired and had to be dealt with. As Bida put it, the good men know that a union's the best way to get ahead. You can't walk into the company and ask them for a raise for yourself. It's different, though, if you represent 150 men. Then, too, if the company sees you're a ender well, maybe you can get yourself a raise. Nor was Bida's expectation a fanciful one, it had solid justification in the company's previous actions. As a member of the main office administrative staff told an interviewer, some of our foremen are ex-union presidents. The union can pick out a good man for president. If you want a good man, pick the president of the union. If you have good morale, the men elect responsible people to the union leadership. At first Bida played the role of a militant and was characterized by management as bitter. Months after his election, the new plant manager had a man-to-man talk with him, and Bida is now viewed by management as much more reasonable than when newly elected. Bida's case is an example of the problems with which a new manager is confronted through the old lieutenants and members of the old informal group. Resistance to a new plant manager by the old group of lieutenants may be provoked for reasons other than the former's reluctance to acknowledge the old manager's obligations. The new manager, for example, may not be viewed as a legitimate successor by the old lieutenants. They may consider one of their own group as the legitimate heir. In this company, the supervisor of building is customarily viewed as next in line for promotion to manager. It seems significant, then, that Keat was most hostile to the supervisor of building, considering him to be the least strict of all the supervisors. On one occasion Keat had to be hospitalized during a siege of heated wage negotiations. The supervisor of building became acting plant manager. From management's point of view, he played an extremely ineffectual role in the negotiations, not attempting to handle or control the situation when it headed toward a strike. In general, the annoyance of the old lieutenants is sharpened when they find their once favored status incompletely understood and perhaps ignored by the successor. The old lieutenant's resistance to the new manager finds its counterpart among the rank-and-file operatives when measures planned to foster efficiency are initiated. The operatives resist because they resent the infringements that these make on their established prerogatives. That an increase in efficiency often means greater work effort on their part without compensatory rewards is viewed as unjust. They may also, like the supervisors, question the legitimacy of the new manager. Whether or not this occurs depends in part on the specific yardsticks used by a particular group of workers to evaluate a manager's right to hold his job. The point to be underscored is that succession provides an occasion when questions about the legitimacy of a manager will be considered most permissible. The manner in which a manager gets his position may be one of the criteria of legitimacy. For example, coming up from the ranks may be a criterion of legitimate authority among workers in present-day industry. The way in which the manager exercises his authority may be another measure of his legitimacy. If, for example, he recognizes workers' traditional rights and does not act superior, the workers in this plant are likely to consider his authority legitimate. These workers also think a manager should stand on his own feet and not be meticulous about clearing problems through the company's main office. Sensitized, however, as he has been by his main office briefing, the successor is quick to define some of the workers' customary rights as impediments to efficiency. Again influenced by his status as a successor, he will tend to await main office dispositions of problems, thus irking operatives who still think of a manager very much as an independent entrepreneur. As a main office staff member recognized, a new plant manager is more prone to lean on the top administration than is a more experienced one. An index of the degree of rank and file resistance to a new manager is the prevalence of what may be called the Rebecca myth. Some years ago, Daphne du Maurier wrote a book about a young woman who married a widower, only to be plagued by the memory of his first wife, Rebecca, whose virtues were widely extolled. The idealization of the absent is a well-known phenomenon. One may suspect that almost every former plant manager is to some extent idealized by the workers, even though he may have been disliked while present. It was precisely such a situation that confronted Keat. Workers' reminiscences about the regime of old Godfrey are scarcely less than a modern version of Paradise Lost. The workers' comments spontaneously contrast and compare, playing the old manager off against the new. The social function of the Rebecca myth seems plain enough. By attaching themselves to Godfrey's memory, the workers can, in his name, legitimate their resistance to changes planned or implemented by Keat. The new manager was, therefore, faced with two interrelated problems. First, how to implement the efficiency goals he had set himself. Second, how, as a necessary condition for solution of the first problem, to eliminate the resistance to his plans by workers and supervisors. In addition, Keat was enmeshed in a problem on a totally different psychological level. This is the problem of coping with his own mounting anxiety which, aroused by the definition of his promotion as a test, is further accentuated by the resistance he meets. He has two major tactics of solution available to him, the technique of informal solidarity or the technique of impersonal routinization or other changes in the formal organization. The successor can attempt to arouse informal solidarity and group sentiment, harnessing them to his goals. Such an approach might be exemplified by the appeal, "Let's all pitch in and do a job." The use of Gemeinschaft or, more properly, pseudo-Gemeinschaft 1 as a tactic for promoting his ends is employed by Keat within the limits permitted by his personality. He has, for example, taken pains to get to know the men. "I talk with them," he says, "I congratulate them about births and things like that, if I can only get an inkling of it." Personal touches here and there help. But pseudo-Gemeinschaft is an inadequate means to the manager's ends because it promises two things not always available. It requires, first, a greater consensus of ends and sentiments between management and workers than exists. As an obvious example, Keat was primarily concerned about meeting his production quota and keeping costs down. The workers are, however, much less interested in these. It is difficult to maintain, to say nothing of creating, informal solidarity in pursuit of ends which are differentially valued by group members. Second, the successor wise to the ways of pseudo-Gemeinschaft would require knowledge of the informal networks and the private sentiments they transmit, if he were to manipulate them successfully. But because he is a successor and has little inkling of the subtle arrangements and understandings comprising the informal structure, these are inaccessible for his purposes. As already indicated, he even has difficulty with the informal group nearest his own level, the old lieutenants. The successor is, therefore, impelled to resort to tactics more congruent with his role, impersonal techniques, formalized controls, and strategic replacements. The problem of disposing of the old lieutenants takes time. A new manager cannot, and often will not, act too hastily for fear of precipitating a conflict for which he is not yet prepared. He does not wish to be accused of failing to give the old lieutenants a chance, nor of seeking to install his favorites with indecent haste. He spends some time sizing up the situation, looking for possible allies and lining up replacements. In the meanwhile, however, the manager has no social connective tissue, that is, an informal group structure between himself and the lower echelons. Relatively isolated at this point, he receives mainly formal and technical communications. His anxiety is channeled into suspicion of what is happening below. One worker sized up the situation as follows: "When Godfrey was here, it was like one big happy family. Keat is all business. Why, Godfrey could get on that phone, call up the foreman, and have the situation well in hand. Keat has to come around and make sure things are all right. Maybe that's why he's bringing in his own men." In the absence of a position in the well-developed system of informal relations within the plant, and because he cannot be everywhere at once personally checking up, the new manager begins to introduce rules and emphasize adherence to them. He elaborates a system of paper reports which enable him to keep his finger on things. Observing informal gatherings of workers chatting, he is somewhat upset, not merely because of what they are not doing, but also by what they may be saying and doing. He is therefore attracted to a make-work policy and seeks to keep the men busy, perhaps acting on the Protestant precept that the devil finds work for idle hands. When he considers the moment judicious, he begins to make the strategic replacements, spinning out a new informal group that will conform to his needs and support his status. Through this network he can guarantee that the meaning or spirit of his orders will be communicated. This last point deserves emphasis, for, no matter how model a bureaucratic structure he may mold, its formal rules will be enmeshed in and in need of reinforcement by a framework of non-rational values. The technique of strategic replacements obligates the new lieutenants to the successor, establishing extra-formal ties between them, which the manager may draw upon to implement his goals. The degree to which this technique does obligate the new lieutenant to the successor was observed in an interview with a newly appointed foreman. Unlike his references to the preceding managers, this foreman called the new manager by his first name, was very reluctant to give voice to the near-universal references to Keats' strictness, and fancied that Keats is better liked than Godfrey. Thus changes in the occupants of formal statuses, strategic replacements, have consequences for informal organization which are functional for the successor. To summarize this discussion of the interplay of succession, bureaucratization, and strategic replacements, it should be clear that, since this was a plant with a history of some 25 years as part of a large, expanding company, it was far from innocent of bureaucratic intentions prior to his arrival. There was no such pure case available for study. On the contrary, the plant had experienced a degree of bureaucratization, and the new manager was oriented to values which might have led him in a bureaucratic direction, regardless of the circumstances of succession. The point, here, however, is that the role of a successor apparently involves the occupant in certain problems which, from his viewpoint, are conditions of his action. These conditions conduce to the same process of bureaucratization as do the new manager's company-structured values. The existence of the conditions concurrent with succession make bureaucratization functional to the successor. Put in another way, it is the emergence of the problems of succession which require that the successor learn and use bureaucratic methods. The presence of these conditions exerts pressure on the successor to organize bureaucratically. He organizes bureaucratically, not only because he wants to or because he values these above other methods, but because he is compelled to by the conditions of succession if he wishes to maintain his status. In this plant there were about 6 managers from the time of its inception, an average of about 1 for every 5 years of its existence. This suggests that it is necessary to consider another specific dimension of succession, the rate of succession. When contrasted with comparable institutions of societies antecedent to our own, the rate of succession in the modern factory seems high. The modern corporation, one of whose manifest functions is to enable business organizations to persist beyond the life of their founders, is an institutional condition for this high rate. Another institutional condition is, in one of its facets, absentee ownership or, more fundamentally, private ownership of large-scale means of production. In such a situation authority becomes something of a commodity handed back and forth under certain general conditions. Like a commodity, it can then only rarely be custom-tailored, fitted to size, and it tends to be standardized to facilitate its transfer. Where authority may have to be transferred frequently, personalized loyalty to those who wield it may impede its mobility. It is therefore functional for the mobility of authority to attach workers' loyalty to the rules, not to the plant manager. Thus bureaucratization is functional for an institutionally conditioned high rate of succession, while, in turn, a high rate of succession operates as a selecting mechanism to sift out a bureaucratic mode of organization. Reference to authority as a commodity, while somewhat inexact in the above paragraph, nevertheless calls attention to some distinctive dynamics of certain modern forms of social control. In modern business-industrial societies, as in all their Western European predecessors back to the epoch of tribal disintegration, property is a basis for the acquisition of authority, prestige, influence, and power. In itself, property connotes the superiority of those who have specific rights in a valuable object as against those who do not, at least, insofar as these valuable objects are concerned. Thus the factory owner, by virtue of his ownership of a specific property form, is simultaneously endowed with authority over his employees. In current business societies, authority is a concomitant of ownership of means of production. Insofar as production property is involved in a market and can be bought and sold for cash and credit, so too is the correlate authority. If modern property forms are distinguished by the extent of their involvement in a market, so also are modern means of social control, including authority. 1** The high rate of succession in the economy has, therefore, as a further institutional condition, a market for production property. If the problem of succession is translated into the economist's terms, Labor turnover among strategic personnel. Another of the institutional conditions for a high rate of succession emerges, a free labor market. There seems reason to believe that a high labor turnover on any level would disrupt informal group systems, deteriorate non-racial consensus, and impede integration of worker and job. The careful specification and delimitation of functions and the emphasis on rule-oriented behavior, both crucial aspects of bureaucratic organization, may serve as functional equivalents for disorganized informal patterns. Informal organization and consensus is not, of course, disrupted solely by succession or labor turnover. Other crucial sources of their disorganization, which cannot be developed here, would include cleavage along status lines. Moreover, it seems uncertain whether the conclusions tentatively presented here would apply, on the same level of abstraction, to other institutional spheres such as political parties and governmental organization. It may, however, prove fruitful to examine the differential degrees of bureaucratization manifested by the Democratic and Republican parties on the one hand and small radical parties on the other. Despite the greater size of the former, they have only recently begun to develop in a decidedly bureaucratic way. The tiny groups of the left, however, are far more advanced in this respect. Whether the persevering traditionalistic loyalties to the larger parties, creating a low degree of succession and turnover, and the much remarked upon high turnover among radical groups, are related to their differential bureaucratization is a hypothesis worth investigation. In a similar area, the history of the Russian Bolshevik Party is rich with data suggestive of the role played by rapid succession in fostering bureaucratization. Lenin's definitive defense of his bureaucratic conception of party organization is largely oriented to the problem of maintaining continuity of organization and the need to cope with repeated police arrests of leading comrades. The history of the development of civil service in the United States would also appear to contain data for evaluating the hypothesis presented here. Two aspects of succession in this area apparently deserve close study: the high rate of succession among elected or appointed departmental heads, which is institutionally conditioned by periodic elections, the spoils system with its rapid rotation in office, as the historical antecedent of American civil service. It may be well to close this section with a caution: no systematic theory of bureaucracy is here intended. All that has been suggested is that a high rate of succession is one mechanism, among others, apparently functional for the development of bureaucratic organization. Deserving of more positive emphasis, however, is this: since groups possess forms of stratification, it cannot be tacitly assumed that all individuals, or all positions, in the system of stratification exert equal influence on those decisions from which bureaucratization emerges as planned or unanticipated consequence. Bureaucratic behavior must be initiated by the manager or, in any event, finally ratified by him or by his superiors. What has here been essayed is an analysis of some institutionally derived pressures that converge on certain strategic industrial positions, compelling their occupants to behave in ways which make them initiate or accept bureaucratic patterns. The word bureaucrat is most often an invidious epithet applied to the official who is primarily concerned with concentrating administrative power in his bureau or in himself. In the neutral usage adopted here, it simply refers to an official appointed to one or another level in the administrative hierarchy, without the presumption that he must be motivated to maximize his power, if he is to qualify for the designation. The preceding section on recruitment and advancement considered selective processes which might lead certain types of personality to seek a bureaucratic career. This section considers the ways in which the organizational role of the bureaucrat tends, in due course, to shape his personality. It thus represents a special case of the more general problem of the influence of occupational roles upon personality. There has been little empirical research on either the general or the special problem. Social theory suggests that the same position may exact varying degrees of adjustment by the incumbent, depending in part on his own personality and the extent to which this meshes with the requirements of the position. Quite apart from differences of technical competence, bureaucrats presumably differ in the ease with which they can fulfill the bureaucratic role. It would seem, therefore, that officials, not initially suited to the demands of a bureaucratic position, progressively undergo modifications of personality. Although research findings are scanty, this has been the subject of numerous speculative discussions. The present section is largely made up of selections which state theoretically derived hypotheses about the effects of bureaucratic structure on personality. As a preliminary to further analysis, this section opens with the outline of a bureaucratic role by Dale, who describes the range of activities making up a typical day in the life of a middle-level bureaucrat. The short selection from Mannheim suggests the hypothesis that bureaucrats tend to convert all problems of politics into problems of administration and thus develop a trained incapacity to take into account the irrational factors in society. It should be noted that other observers, among them Chester Barnard, would question the presumptive 352 validity of any such general hypothesis, on the ground that it does not correspond to their observations in numerous public and private bureaucracies. The article by Merton starts with the sociological premise that the structural emphases of bureaucracy induce characteristic sentiments, orientations, and effectively significant expectations among officials, these presumably varying according to the position they hold in the organization. On this basis, he develops hypotheses concerning the structural sources of the occupational personality of the bureaucrat, and of major types of conflict between bureaucrats and the clientele with whom they come into contact. The case studies by Turner and Davis of selected aspects of the Navy bureaucracy set forth anew the ways in which bureaucratic structure shapes the orientations of certain types of personnel. Turner distinguishes several types of responses to conflicting pressures upon the dispersing officer, and Davis suggests the conditions under which the discipline of the formal organization induces a displacement of goals among officers that lessens the effectiveness with which naval functions are fulfilled. So notable is the paucity of reasonably adequate data to test hypotheses of the kind advanced in this section, that the relation between bureaucratic structure and personality easily takes its place as one of the chief problems requiring systematic empirical research. What happens to the official aristocracy when it disappears into its own fortresses about 10:30 a.m. every weekday morning? What do its members do? How do they spend the 8% hours till 7 or 7:15 p.m., the time about which most of them depart to their homes and dinners on 5 days a week? In order to answer such questions it is necessary to state, rather crudely and not according to any logical order or division, the main forms in which the work of British government and administration presents itself in detail and hour by hour to the highly placed civil servant. From this point of view it may be classified as follows. 1. Giving written plus instructions on matters submitted to him by his subordinates which he regards as within his own competence and therefore does not refer to higher authority. 2. Writing minutes or memoranda to indicate his own views on matters submitted to him by his subordinates which in his opinion are sufficiently important to require reference to higher authority. 3. Examining, and when he sees fit altering, the terms of letters, memoranda, etc., submitted to him by his subordinates for his signature, or submitted in draft for his approval, or sent to him for his concurrence by colleagues in other divisions. The discharge of this function needs constant vigilance. One unguarded phrase or careless omission in a letter which on a hasty reading appears perfectly safe may embarrass the department for years afterwards. If the document is intended to be an argued exposition and defense of the department's attitude towards some difficult and important problem, he may quite possibly draft it himself. He will then be called on to display some of the highest qualities of the civil servant: a complete knowledge of the relevant facts, a clear and logical intellect, a simple and direct style, some feeling for shades of language, the resolution to reject arguments which, however useful for the immediate purpose, are dangerous because in other contexts they may be turned against the department, and, finally, enough imagination to form some idea how the result of his efforts will impress the person or persons to whom it is addressed, as well as the House of Commons and the general public if it should ever be published. The three kinds of work already described usually present themselves to the high official on registered files, each of which deals with a separate matter, and is supposed to contain within a number jacket all the letters, memoranda, minutes, etc., bearing closely on that matter, in chronological order. But files and work upon them do not fill the whole of his life, or even occupy the greater part of it. His other activities, now to be enumerated, ordinarily take the most and best of his day. 4. Interviews with all manner of people. His own colleagues and subordinates he sees often, but there are also the minister and the parliamentary secretary, who may require his presence at any time, civil servants from other departments, deputations from and representatives of important or unimportant bodies outside the strictly official circle, and, finally, persons representing only themselves. These last will not succeed in penetrating to a high official unless they are already known to him or have some sort of introduction. 5. Committee work. It is enough here to say that a high official of any great department is sure to be from time to time a member of committees. He may possibly be a member of 2 or 3 at once and chairman of 1 or more. The amount of work falling on him personally from this cause varies enormously with the committee's terms of reference, its constitution, and the relation of his department to its subject matter. Much more rarely he will appear as a witness on behalf of his department before a royal commission, parliamentary committee, or similar body. This is a serious affair if his department is closely concerned with the subject of the inquiry. Normally he will be asked to supply beforehand a written memorandum stating the gist of the evidence he proposes to give. The preparation and thorough digestion of this memorandum may well cost him and his subordinates many hours of labor. When he appears before the committee he will need to have all his wits about him. Though committees are as a rule friendly to witnesses from the civil service, they often include at least one member to whom the sport of baiting the bureaucrat is congenial, nor is it easy even for a man with a full knowledge of his subject to stand up to long cross-examination on complicated matters by very different types of questioners without saying some things which he would afterwards wish to have put differently. 6. Parliamentary business. From the civil servant's point of view this may be classified, in ascending order of the time and labor required of him, under 3 main heads: questions, isolated debates, bills. It takes precedence over all his other work, however urgent. Though thousands of acres may be on the point of being flooded, or the governor of a colony may be anxiously awaiting instructions on the line he is to take in the face of acute native disaffection, the minister or parliamentary secretary must have in good time the draft reply to a question in the House of Commons or House of Lords, the brief for his speech in a debate that night, the notes for a second or third reading speech on a bill which the department is promoting, or, if the bill is in committee, notes on each of the perhaps numerous amendments appearing on the order paper. If it is a case of a debate, the civil servant concerned with the subject may go down to the House of Commons and spend some hours, from 4 p.m. onwards, in the official gallery on the speaker's right, a pastime as a rule neither educative nor entertaining. If it is a bill in committee he may have several evenings of that pastime, perhaps in quick succession. 7. Closely allied with the parliamentary business, though not precisely similar, is the production of memoranda and draft letters, usually short but sometimes not so short, on matters referred to him from his official superiors. The parliamentary chiefs of a great department are sure to receive many letters on the department's affairs from correspondents whom they are bound to answer over their own signatures: colleagues in the government, members of the House of Commons or House of Lords, constituents, men or women known to them personally. Or points may be raised in conversation. A member meets the minister casually in a corridor of the House of Commons and says to him, "An influential constituent of mine, Mr. A.B. of C.D., has been much upset by a letter he has had from one of your local inspectors. I wish you would look into it." The minister naturally replies, "All right, PLL look into it and let you have a note." Whether it be a letter or a conversation, the result is that in an hour or two the civil servant will receive from one of the minister's private secretaries a request for a statement of the facts and reasons, and for the draft of a note which the minister can sign and dispatch to the disturber of harmony. 8. Finally, there are some miscellaneous kinds of work not falling under any of the heads enumerated above. He may be responsible for the whole or part of an annual report required either by statute or custom to be laid before Parliament and published. Some time or other he has to write it, or at least to revise carefully the draft of his subordinates. Occasionally he may be asked to deliver a lecture to some society or to make an after-dinner speech. He may even be expected to spend a few days at a summer conference. If his subject has extra-national interest, he may be deputed to represent the department during negotiations or at a congress in some foreign capital, probably a welcome change from Whitehall. On this rather appalling recital of a high official's activities, one general remark should be made. They are not by any means mutually exclusive. In particular, interviews and telephone conversations run through most of them. Before he writes a minute or memorandum or drafts a reply to a parliamentary question, he will very likely have seen one or more of his own subordinates or spoken to them on the telephone, to make sure that his facts are right or that some argument which has occurred to him has not previously occurred to other people and been rejected as unsound, or he may have spoken to his opposite number in another department who is interested in the affair of the moment. During the session, a high official dealing with matters of importance spends the greater part of his day in conversation of one kind or another. Let us now see how these activities are distributed over a fairly typical day in the life of an assistant secretary or principal assistant secretary in a busy division of a great department during the session. About 10:30 a.m. he reaches his room. It is quite comfortable, honored if not beautiful furniture, including two privileges of rank: a large armchair for his visitors and a carpet. He will find on his desk letters addressed to him personally, and he looks first at these. They area miscellaneous lot, 1 or 2 purely private, some advertisements and circulars and booksellers' catalogs, perhaps an invitation to a dinner given by the government or by some society or institution with which he has dealings. But most of them will be semi-official, i.e. concerned with government business, but addressed to him personally because the writers know that a particular matter falls within his province and want to avoid the delay, trouble, and absence of privacy which are involved by a full-blown official communication. The writers will usually be civil servants of his own rank in other departments, but sometimes friends or acquaintances outside this close circle, such as a member or official of a local authority, or the chairman or secretary of a society or institution, or a member of an embassy abroad or of the colonial civil service. After a preliminary glance through these communications and the consignment of some of them to the waste paper basket on the floor at his side, he surveys the bundles of files on his desk. Some of them he left there when he departed for home the previous evening, unless he is one of the few men righteous overmuch whose pride it is to leave a clear desk behind them every night, but some are new arrivals. The drab landscape is illumined here and there by patches of color, from slips of red and green paper attached to the front of some bundles, to signify urgency in various degrees. A file with a cover entirely green means that it contains a parliamentary question. This he seizes at once, and looks anxiously for the date on which it has to be answered. All other business gives way if the date is that afternoon. Usually there is at least a day or two's notice, but nevertheless an assistant secretary arriving innocently at his usual time may find that he has an hour and a half in which to provide facts and devise phrases to meet 2 or 3 very awkward questions, a task which will often require personal or telephonic consultation with several of his subordinates and colleagues in his own and other departments. If he is at all late with his draft, he will be interrupted by a call from one of the minister's personal staff, come to inquire when it will be ready. After he has disposed of questions, he will look next at any notes there may be from the private secretaries to the minister or parliamentary secretary. As explained above, such notes usually ask for his remarks, often also for draft replies, on matters raised by personal letters to ministers from M.P.S., constituents, etc., or conversations with them. They are not as a rule very urgent, but every minister naturally likes to give a speedy answer to his personal correspondence, and there will be trouble if there is any noticeable delay with this kind of business. Accordingly, our assistant secretary will settle down to attend to it, and also to anything at all urgent in his own semi-official correspondence or in the files on his table, dictating to a typist replies to those letters and notes which he can answer offhand, telephoning to the appropriate person for the information or papers required to enable him to answer others, perhaps asking some subordinate to come down to discuss a knotty point. If he wants to consult a colleague of equal rank in his own office, or of any rank outside it, at a length beyond the possibilities of a telephone conversation, he will need to seek his colleague in the latter's own abode. The less urgent correspondence he puts aside for a more convenient season, because by this time he will almost certainly have someone to see by appointment. Meanwhile he may quite possibly be himself called up on the telephone several times, or summoned from his room to see the minister or the permanent secretary. By 1 p.m. the activities of the telephone and the demands for an interview with him will have begun to abate, either then or a little later, according to his personal habits. He goes to lunch. A few members of the higher civil service lunch ordinarily in their offices, and many do so during times of stress, but most of them go to their clubs if they possibly can. Nearly all belong to one of 6 of the great clubs within easy reach of Whitehall: the Athenaeum, the Travellers, the Reform, the Union, the United University, and the Oxford and Cambridge. A few belong to others such as Brooks's, the Savile, the National, and the National Liberal, but the 6 first named are the most popular, and of these the Reform and the Union in particular are allowed with murmurations of lunching officials between 1:15 and 2:15 p.m. on most days of the week. Fortunately it is not usual to talk shop, but of course it can be done, and it does sometimes happen that A will ask B to lunch with him at his club, or, if they are members of the same club, to arrange to meet him there for a quiet talk on some piece of business. After lunch our assistant secretary looks for a few minutes at a paper or book in the smoking room, or even perhaps plays a game at snooker, or he may join himself to a small group of friends where in the strictest confidence the gossip of the service is passed about what the permanent head of a department really thinks of his minister, what a horrible nuisance it is to have a parliamentary secretary who seems to himself to be somewhat YC refused such and such an appointment before it was offered to and accepted by D, which minister's stock is rising or falling in the political market. Not a great deal happens in Westminster and Whitehall of which the inner truth is not sooner or later exhaled among civil servants in their clubs. On 1 or 2 afternoons in the week, he will probably have a committee to attend, a deputation to receive, or at least a conference of some nature at which he must be present. Such meetings, frequent during the session, are mostly held in the afternoon, beginning either at 2:30 or 3 p.m. The morning or late afternoon is apt to be inconvenient for high officials because ministers may be active at those times. From lunchtime till at least 4 p.m. they are usually occupied by their parliamentary duties. As I have already remarked, the amount of work and strain entailed on a civil servant by a committee or conference varies enormously with the subject of the meeting and his relation to it. It may be a matter in which he has no very direct interest and he is there with only a watching brief. In that case the meeting will be to him a relaxation if not a refreshment. But that kind of happy chance is rare. It is more likely that he will be either chairman, or a witness giving evidence, or a combatant at a conference of parties whose views are widely divergent. From a meeting of this kind, lasting perhaps 2 hours or 2.5, he will return to his own room with the feeling that he is not as young as he was. On his return he will have a cup of tea brought to him by his messenger, and then settle down, with some hope but no certainty of peace, untroubled by visitors or the telephone, to deal with the remainder of his correspondence and with the files which throughout the day have been accumulating on his desk. From long practice in seizing the essential points of written documents, and from previous familiarity with most of the subjects, he can dispose of many of them in a few minutes each, but 1 or 2 are sure to require some time and concentrated attention, particularly if they contain the drafts of important letters. Unless he is summoned to the Houses of Parliament, either to see his minister in the latter's room or to attend a debate, he will as a rule depart to his home and dinner sometime between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. He will not often leave before 6 p.m., he is lucky if he gets away by 6:30, round about 7 p.m. is the usual hour at which the high official leaves Whitehall to charwomen, night watchmen, and resident clerks. Orientations of bureaucratic thought. Karl Mannheim. The fundamental tendency of all bureaucratic thought is to turn alley problems of politics into problems of administration. As a result, the majority of books on politics in the history of German political science are de facto treatises on administration. If we consider the role that bureaucracy has always played, especially in the Prussian state, and to what extent the intelligentsia was largely an intelligentsia drawn from the bureaucracy, this one-sidedness of the history of political science in Germany becomes easily intelligible. The attempt to hide all problems of politics under the cover of administration may be explained by the fact that the sphere of activity of the official exists only within the limits of laws already formulated. Hence the genesis or the development of law falls outside the scope of his activity. As a result of his socially limited horizon, the functionary fails to see that behind every law that has been made there lie the socially fashioned interests and the Weltanschauungen of a specific social group. He takes it for granted that the specific order prescribed by the concrete law is equivalent to order in general. He does not understand that every rationalized order is only one of many forms in which socially conflicting irrational forces are reconciled. The administrative, legalistic mind has its own peculiar type of rationality. When faced with the play of hitherto unharnessed forces, as, for example, the eruption of collective energies in a revolution, it can conceive of them only as momentary disturbances. It is, therefore, no wonder that in every revolution the bureaucracy tries to find a remedy by means of arbitrary decrees rather than to meet the political situation on its own grounds. It regards revolution as an untoward event within an otherwise ordered system and not as the living expression of fundamental social forces on which the existence, the preservation, and the development of society depend. The juristic administrative mentality constructs only closed static systems of thought, and is always faced with the paradoxical task of having to incorporate into its system new laws, which arise out of the unsystematized interaction of living forces as if they were only a further elaboration of the original system. A typical example of the military bureaucratic mentality is every type of the stab in the back legend, Dolchstoßlegende, which interprets a revolutionary outbreak as nothing but a serious interference with its own neatly planned strategy. The exclusive concern of the military bureaucrat is military action and, if that proceeds according to plan, then all the rest of life is in order too. This mentality is reminiscent of the joke about the specialist in the medical world, who is reputed to have said, "The operation was a splendid success. Unfortunately, the patient died." Every bureaucracy, therefore, in accord with the peculiar emphasis on its own position, tends to generalize its own experience and to overlook the fact that the realm of administration and of smoothly functioning order represents only a part of the total political reality. Bureaucratic thought does not deny the possibility of a science of politics, but regards it as identical with the science of administration. Thus irrational factors are overlooked, and when these nevertheless force themselves to the fore, they are treated as routine matters of state. A classic expression of this standpoint is contained in a saying which originated in these circles: "A good administration is better than the best constitution." Plus. Bureaucratic structure and personality. Robert K. Merton. Formal, rationally organized social structure involves clearly defined patterns of activity in which, ideally, every series of actions is functionally related to the purposes of the organization. In such an organization there is integrated a series of offices, of hierarchized statuses, in which inhere a number of obligations and privileges closely defined by limited and specific rules. Each of these offices contains an area of imputed competence and responsibility. Authority, the power of control which derives from an acknowledged status, inheres in the office and not in the particular person who performs the official role. Official action ordinarily occurs within the framework of pre-existing rules of the organization. The system of prescribed relations between the various offices involves a considerable degree of formality and clearly defines social distance between the occupants of these positions. Formality is manifested by means of a more or less complicated social ritual which symbolizes and supports the pecking order of the various offices. Such formality, which is integrated with the distribution of authority within the system, serves to minimize friction by largely restricting contact to modes which are previously defined by the rules of the organization. Ready calculability of others' behavior and a stable set of mutual expectations is thus built up. Moreover, formality facilitates the interaction of the occupants of offices despite their private attitudes toward one another. In this way, the subordinate is protected from the arbitrary action of his superior, since the actions of both are constrained by a mutually recognized set of rules. Specific procedural devices foster objectivity and restrain the quick passage of impulse into action. 2. Structure or bureaucracy. The ideal type of such formal organization is bureaucracy and, in many respects, the classical analysis of bureaucracy is that by Max Weber. As Weber indicates, bureaucracy involves a clear-cut division of integrated activities which are regarded as duties inherent in the office. A system of differentiated controls and sanctions is stated in the regulations. The assignment of roles occurs on the basis of technical qualifications which are ascertained through formalized, impersonal procedures. Within the structure of hierarchically arranged authority, the activities of trained and salaried experts are governed by general, abstract, clearly defined rules which preclude the necessity for the issuance of specific instructions for each specific case. The generality of the rules requires the constant use of categorization, whereby individual problems and cases are classified on the basis of designated criteria and are treated accordingly. The pure type of bureaucratic official is appointed, either by a superior or through the exercise of impersonal competition, he is not elected. A measure of flexibility in the bureaucracy is attained by electing higher functionaries who presumably express the will of the electorate. The election of higher officials is designed to affect the purposes of the organization, but the technical procedures for attaining these ends are carried out by a continuous bureaucratic personnel. Most bureaucratic offices involve the expectation of lifelong tenure, in the absence of disturbing factors which may decrease the size of the organization. Bureaucracy maximizes vocational security. Registered the function of security of tenure, pensions, incremental salaries and regularized procedures for promotion is to ensure the devoted performance of official duties, without regard for extraneous pressures. The chief merit of bureaucracy is its technical efficiency, with a premium placed on precision, speed, expert control, continuity, discretion, and optimal returns on input. The structure is one which approaches the complete elimination of personalized relationships and non-rational considerations. With increasing bureaucratization, it becomes plain to all who would see that man is to a very important degree controlled by his social relations to the instruments of production. This can no longer seem only a tenet of Marxism, but a stubborn fact to be acknowledged by all, quite apart from their ideological persuasion. Bureaucratization makes readily visible what was previously dim and obscure. More and more people discover that to work, they must be employed. For to work, one must have tools and equipment. And the tools and equipment are increasingly available only in bureaucracies, private or public. Consequently, one must be employed by the bureaucracies in order to have access to tools, in order to work, in order to live. It is in this sense that bureaucratization entails separation of individuals from the instruments of production, as in modern capitalistic enterprise or in state communistic enterprise, just as in the post-feudal army, bureaucratization entailed complete separation from the instruments of destruction. Typically, the worker no longer owns his tools nor the soldier, his weapons. And in this special sense, more and more people become workers, either blue-collar or white-collar or stiff-shirt. So develops, for example, the new type of the scientific worker, as the scientist is separated from his technical equipment. After all, the physicist does not ordinarily own his cyclotron. To work at his research, he must be employed by a bureaucracy with laboratory resources. Bureaucracy is administration which almost completely avoids public discussion of its techniques, although there may occur public discussion of its policies. This secrecy is confined neither to public nor to private bureaucracies. It is held to be necessary to keep valuable information from private economic competitors or from foreign and potentially hostile political groups. And though it is not often so called, espionage among competing tours is perhaps as common, if not as intricately organized, in systems of private economic enterprise as in systems of national states. Cost figures, lists of clients, new technical processes, plans for production, all these are typically regarded as essential secrets of private economic bureaucracies which might be revealed if the basis of all decisions and policies had to be publicly defended. Tuesday, disjunctions of bureaucracy. In these bold outlines, the positive attainments and functions of bureaucratic organization are emphasized and the internal stresses and strains of such structures are almost wholly neglected. The community at large, however, evidently emphasizes the imperfections of bureaucracy, as is suggested by the fact that the horrid hybrid, bureaucrat, has become an epithet, a skimp-word. The transition to a study of the negative aspects of bureaucracy is afforded by the applications of Veblen's concept of trained incapacity, Dewey's notion of occupational psychosis or Warnock's view of professional deformation. Trained incapacity refers to that state of affairs in which one's abilities function as inadequacies or blind spots. Actions based upon training and skills which have been successfully applied in the past may result in inappropriate responses under changed conditions. An inadequate flexibility in the application of skills will, in a changing milieu, result in more or less serious maladjustments. Thus, to adopt a barnyard illustration used in this connection by Burke, chickens may be readily conditioned to interpret the sound of a bell as a signal for food. The same bell may now be used to summon the trained chickens to their doom as they are assembled to suffer decapitation. In general, one adopts measures in keeping with his past training and, under new conditions which are not recognized as significantly different, the very soundness of this training may lead to the adoption of the wrong procedures. Again, in Burke's almost echolalic phrase, people may be unfit by being fit in an unfit fitness, their training may become an incapacity. Dewey's concept of occupational psychosis rests upon much the same observations. As a result of their day-to-day routines, people develop special preferences, antipathies, discriminations, and emphases registered. These psychoses develop through demands put upon the individual by the particular organization of his occupational role. The concepts of both Veblen and Dewey refer to a fundamental ambivalence. Any action can be considered in terms of what it attains or what it fails to attain. A way of seeing is also a way of not seeing. A focus upon object A involves a neglect of object B. 1 degree in his discussion, Weber is most exclusively concerned with what the bureaucratic structure attains: precision, reliability, efficiency. This same structure may be examined from another perspective provided by the ambivalence. What are the limitations of the organization designed to attain these goals? Or reasons which, we have already noted, the bureaucratic structure exerts a constant pressure upon the official to be methodical, prudent, disciplined. If the bureaucracy to operate successfully, it must attain a high degree of reliability of behavior, an unusual degree of conformity with prescribed patterns of action. Hence, the fundamental importance of discipline, which may be as highly developed in a religious or economic bureaucracy as in the army. Discipline can be effective only if the ideal patterns are buttressed by strong sentiments which entail devotion to one's duties, a keen sense of the limitation of one's authority and competence, and methodical performance of routine activities. The efficacy of social structure depends ultimately upon infusing group participants with appropriate attitudes and sentiments. As we shall see, there are definite arrangements in the bureaucracy for inculcating and reinforcing these sentiments. At the moment, it suffices to observe that in order to ensure discipline, these sentiments are often more intense than is technically necessary. There is a margin of safety, so to speak, in the pressure exerted by these sentiments upon the bureaucrat to conform to his patterned obligations, in much the same sense that added allowances are made by the engineer in designing the supports for a bridge. But this very emphasis leads to a transference of the sentiments from the aims of the organization onto the particular details of behavior required by the rules. Adherence to the rules, originally conceived ailsa means, becomes transformed into an end in itself, there occurs the familiar process of displacement of goals whereby an instrumental value becomes a terminal value. +1 discipline, readily interpreted as conformance with regulations, whatever the situation, is seen not as a measure designed for specific purposes but becomes an immediate value in the life organization of the bureaucrat. This emphasis, resulting from the displacement of the original goals, develops into rigidities and an inability to adjust readily. Formalism, even ritualism, ensues with an unchallenged insistence upon punctilious adherence to formalized procedures. 1. This may be exaggerated to the point where primary concern with conformity to the rules interferes with the achievement of the purposes of the organization, in which case we have the familiar phenomenon of the technicism or red tape of the official. An extreme product of this process of displacement of goals is the bureaucratic virtuoso, who never forgets a single rule binding his action and hence is unable to assist many of his clients. A case in point, where strict recognition of the limits of authority and literal adherence to rules produced this result, is the pathetic plight of Bernd Balchen, Admiral Byrd's pilot in the flight over the South Pole. According to a ruling of the Department of Labor, Bernd Balchen cannot receive his citizenship papers. Balchen, a native of Norway, declared his intention in 1927. It is held that he has failed to meet the condition of 5 years continuous residence in the United States. The Byrd Antarctic voyage took him out of the country, although he was on a ship carrying the American flag, was an invaluable member of an American expedition, and in a region to which there is an American claim because of the exploration and occupation of it by Americans, this region being Little America. The Bureau of Naturalization explains that it cannot proceed on the assumption that Little America is American soil. That would be trespass on international questions where it has no sanction. So far as the Bureau is concerned, Balchen was out of the country and technically has not complied with the law of naturalization, structural sources of overconformity. Such inadequacies in orientation which involve trained incapacity clearly derive from structural sources. The process may be briefly recapitulated. An effective bureaucracy demands reliability of response and strict devotion to regulations. Such devotion to the rules leads to their transformation into absolutes. They are no longer conceived as relative to a given set of purposes. This interferes with ready adaptation under special conditions not clearly envisaged by those who drew up the general rules. Thus, the very elements which conduce toward efficiency in general produce inefficiency in specific instances. Full realization of the inadequacy is seldom attained by members of the group who have not divorced themselves from the meanings which the rules have for them. These rules in time become symbolic in caste, rather than strictly utilitarian. Thus far, we have treated the ingrained sentiments making for rigorous discipline simply as data, as given. However, definite features of the bureaucratic structure may be seen to conduce to these sentiments. The bureaucrat's official life is planned for him in terms of a graded career, through the organizational devices of promotion by seniority, pensions, incremental salaries, etc., all of which are designed to provide incentives for disciplined action and conformity to the official regulations. 1. The official is tacitly expected to and largely does adapt his thoughts, feelings, and actions to the prospect of this career. But these very devices which increase the probability of conformance also lead to an over-concern with strict adherence to regulations which induces timidity, conservatism, and technicism. Displacement of sentiments from goals onto means is fostered by the tremendous symbolic significance of the means. Another feature of the bureaucratic structure tends to produce much the same result. Functionaries have the sense of a common destiny for all those who work together. They share the same interests, especially since there is relatively little competition insofar as promotion is in terms of seniority. In-group aggression is thus minimized and this arrangement is therefore conceived to be positively functional for the bureaucracy. However, the esprit de corps and informal social organization which typically develops in such situations often leads the personnel to defend their entrenched interests rather than to assist their clientele and elected higher officials. As President Lowell reports, if the bureaucrats believe that their status is not adequately recognized by an incoming elected official, detailed information will be withheld from him, leading him to errors for which he is held responsible. Or, if he seeks to dominate fully, and thus violates the sentiment of self-integrity of the bureaucrats, he may have documents brought to him in such numbers that he cannot manage to sign them all, let alone read them. Registered. This illustrates the defensive informal organization which tends to arise whenever there is an apparent threat to the integrity of the group. It would be much too facile and partly erroneous to attribute such resistance by bureaucrats simply to vested interests. Vested interests oppose any new order which either eliminates or at least makes uncertain their differential advantage deriving from the current arrangements. This is undoubtedly involved in part in bureaucratic resistance to change, but another process is perhaps more significant. As we have seen, bureaucratic officials effectively identify themselves with their way of life. They have a pride of craft which leads them to resist change in established routines, at least, those changes which are felt to be imposed by co-workers. This non-logical pride of craft is a familiar pattern found even, to judge from Sutherland's Professional Thief, among pickpockets who, despite the risk, delight in mastering the prestige-bearing feat of beating a left breech. In a stimulating paper, Hughes has applied the concepts of secular and sacred to various types of divisions of labor. The sacredness of caste and standa prerogatives contrasts sharply with the increasing secularism of occupational differentiation in our mobile society. 1 *, however, as our discussion suggests, there may ensue, in particular vocations and in particular types of organization, the process of sanctification. This is to say that through sentiment formation, emotional dependence upon bureaucratic symbols and status, and effective involvement in spheres of competence and authority, there develop prerogatives involving attitudes of moral legitimacy which are established as values in their own right, and are no longer viewed as merely technical means for expediting administration. One may note a tendency for certain bureaucratic norms, originally introduced for technical reasons, to become rigidified and sacred, although, as Durkheim would say, they are lek en apparence. Registered. Durkheim has touched on this general process in his description of the attitudes and values which persist in the organic solidarity of a highly differentiated society. Primary vs. secondary retations. Another feature of the bureaucratic structure, the stress on depersonalization of relationships, also plays its part in the bureaucrat's trained incapacity. The personality pattern of the bureaucrat is nucleated about this norm of impersonality. Both this and the categorizing tendency, which develops from the dominant role of general, abstract rules, tend to produce conflict in the bureaucrat's contacts with the public or clientele. Since functionaries minimize personal relations and resort to categorization, the peculiarities of individual cases are often ignored. But the client who, quite understandably, is convinced of the special features of his own problem often objects to such categorical treatment. Stereotype behavior is not adapted to the exigencies of individual problems. The impersonal treatment of affairs which are at times of great personal significance to the client gives rise to the charge of arrogance and haughtiness of the bureaucrat. Thus, at the Greenwich Employment Exchange, the unemployed worker who is securing his insurance payment resents what he deems to be the impersonality and, at times, the apparent abruptness and even harshness of his treatment by the clerks. Some men complain of the superior attitude which the clerks have. 2 degrees, arise. Still another source of conflict with the public derives from the bureaucratic structure. The bureaucrat, in part irrespective of his position within the hierarchy, acts as a representative of the power and prestige of the entire structure. In his official role he is vested with definite authority. This often leads to an actually or apparently domineering attitude, which may only be exaggerated by a discrepancy between his position within the hierarchy and his position with reference to the public. 2 * Protest and recourse to other officials on the part of the client are often ineffective or largely precluded by the previously mentioned esprit de corps which joins the officials into a more or less solidary in-group. This source of conflict may be minimized in private enterprise since the client can register an effective protest by transferring his trade to another organization within the competitive system. But with the monopolistic nature of the public organization, no such alternative is possible. Moreover, in this case, tension is increased because of a discrepancy between ideology and fact. The governmental personnel are held to be servants of the people, but in fact they are usually superordinate, and release of tension can seldom be afforded by turning to other agencies for the necessary service. This tension is in part attributable to the confusion of status of bureaucrat and client. The client may consider himself socially superior to the official who is at the moment dominant. Thus, with respect to the relations between officials and clientele, one structural source of conflict is the pressure for formal and impersonal treatment when individual, personalized consideration is desired by the client. The conflict may be viewed, then, as deriving from the introduction of inappropriate attitudes and relationships. Conflict within the bureaucratic structure arises from the converse situation, namely, when personalized relationships are substituted for the structurally required impersonal relationships. This type of conflict may be characterized as follows. The bureaucracy, as we have seen, is organized as a secondary, formal group. The normal responses involved in this organized network of social expectations are supported by effective attitudes of members of the group. Since the group is oriented toward secondary norms of impersonality, any failure to conform to these norms will arouse antagonism from those who have identified themselves with the legitimacy of these rules. Hence, the substitution of personal for impersonal treatment within the structure is met with widespread disapproval and is characterized by such epithets as graft, favoritism, nepotism, apple polishing, etc. These epithets are clearly manifestations of injured sentiments. For the function of such automatic resentment can be clearly seen in terms of the requirements of bureaucratic structure. Bureaucracy is a secondary group structure designed to carry on certain activities which cannot be satisfactorily performed on the basis of primary group criteria. 2° Hence behavior which runs counter to these formalized norms becomes the object of emotionalized disapproval. This constitutes a functionally significant defense set up against tendencies which jeopardize the performance of socially necessary activities. To be sure, these reactions are not rationally determined practices explicitly designed for the fulfillment of this function. Rather, viewed in terms of the individual's interpretation of the situation, such resentment is simply an immediate response opposing the dishonesty of those who violate the rules of the game. However, this subjective frame of reference notwithstanding, these reactions serve the latent function of maintaining the essential structural elements of bureaucracy by reaffirming the necessity for formalized, secondary relations and by helping to prevent the disintegration of the bureaucratic structure which would occur should these be supplanted by personalized relations. This type of conflict may be generically described as the intrusion of primary group attitudes when secondary group attitudes are institutionally demanded, just as the bureaucrat-client conflict often derives from interaction on impersonal terms when personal treatment is individually demanded. Sent problems for research. The trend toward increasing bureaucratization in Western society, which Weber had long since foreseen, is not the sole reason for sociologists to turn their attention to this field. Empirical studies of the interaction of bureaucracy and personality should especially increase our understanding of social structure. A large number of specific questions invite our attention. To what extent are particular personality types selected and modified by the various bureaucracies? Inasmuch as ascendancy and submission are held to be traits of personality, despite their variability in different stimulus situations, do bureaucracies select personalities of particularly submissive or ascendant tendencies? And since various studies have shown that these traits can be modified, does participation in bureaucratic office tend to increase ascendant tendencies? Do various systems of recruitment select different personality types? Does promotion through seniority lessen competitive anxieties and enhance administrative efficiency? A detailed examination of mechanisms for imbuing the bureaucratic codes with affect would be instructive both sociologically and psychologically. Does the general anonymity of civil service decisions tend to restrict the area of prestige symbols to a narrowly defined inner circle? Is there a tendency for differential association to be especially marked among bureaucrats? The range of theoretically significant and practically important questions would seem to be limited only by the accessibility of the concrete data. Studies of religious, educational, military, economic, and political bureaucracies dealing with the interdependence of social organization and personality formation should constitute an avenue for fruitful research. On that avenue, the functional analysis of concrete structures may yet build a Solomon's house for sociologists. The Navy. Dispersing officer. As a bureaucrat. Copyright Ralph A. Turner. Every administrative structure exists in order to achieve certain goals, which goals normally originate outside the structure and are imposed on it from the top. A bureaucratic administrative system is supposed to function as a nearly impersonal machine, individual discretion entering only when alternate procedures are compatible with the system. The ordinary official is expected to apply procedures with blind precision, irrespective of the degree to which they achieve or subvert the general goals. Needless to say, actual administration often fails to adhere closely to the goals of the organization. Reasons for the divergence may be inadequacies of the procedural pattern and conflicting procedures, conflicting goals within the organization, inadequacies of the bureaucrats themselves, and, most important, the position of each functionary as not only a square on the organization chart but also as a focus of pressures applied by a number of informal structures not envisaged in the formal pattern. The purpose of this paper is to describe a few of the sociologically relevant influences, which bear on a certain type of bureaucratic official, namely, the Navy dispersing officer. Bureaucracy is conceived as defined by Max Weber. Though certain types of influence are more clearly displayed in the position of the dispersing officer, most of what is said will also apply to any supply corps officer and, to a lesser degree, to all naval officers. The findings are the result of participant observation, by the writer, both as a dispersing officer during the war and as an observer of other officers in a similar position. From the standpoint of the present analysis, are three characteristics which distinguish the dispersing officer in degree from the remainder of the naval organization. First, dispersing officers handle matters of immediate personal importance to their clients. Navigation, gunnery, etc., may be more vital to the lives of the men, but their problems are vague, to those not directly concerned. An error in a pay account or a delay in pay day is more quickly recognized and more loudly protested by the rank and file than deficiencies in most other departments aboard ship. Consequently, the dispersing officer and his staff are under constant bombardment for favors and incessant criticism for their mistakes, real or oes de eels to sa favors. At second, the dispuatsa officer is a bureaucrat serving a richer bureaucracy, of which he is an integral part. Robert Merton has noted the important fact, that a government servant is usually superordinate to his clients. Not in any formal sense, but because the client has no direct authority over him and no effective access to anyone of superior authority. Superordination and subordination are clearly defined in the Navy by the label which each man carries on his uniform. Though most of the dispersing officer's clients are enlisted men and hence subordinate, a good many will be officers of senior rank who are thereby empowered to reward or punish him in various ways. Thus, in adhering to the formal patterns relating to dispersing, the officer must often act counter to the larger formal P by a senior officer. Finally, the dispersing officer, Celia and most other bureaucrats, is personally accountable and financially liable for any deviation from regulations in the expenditure of government funds in 7a of any sale order from a superior officer. Three characteristics of the social structure India, i.e. officer finds himself which make it difficult for him to behave as the ideal bureaucrat will be discussed. First is the frequent conflict between regulations and orders from superiors, both of which are supposed to be obeyed. Second is the subordination of the dispersing officer through rank to many of his clients. Third is the network of informal structures, which exert particular pressure on the dispersing officer because of the crucial services which he dispenses. The facilitating conditions for the operation of these influences include the following: the dispersing officer's incomplete command of voluminous and rapidly changing regulations, the ambiguousness, or incompleteness of regulations with respect to many situations, acceptance of properly signed vouchers as proof of fact by the General Accounting Office in auditing dispersing accounts, so that certain documents can be falsified with impunity, those personality traits of the officer which resist strictly impersonal behavior. Within the formal structure, the distinctive problem of the dispersing officer is that of reconciling orders from superiors with regulations when they seem to conflict. Orders may be issued by senior officers in the supply department or by the commanding and executive officers of the activity. Conflicts with superior officers in the supply department are usually reconciled fairly smoothly because the supply officer understands the problem of dispersing accountability, often from earlier experience as a dispersing officer, and because of fairly close relationships between them. Conflicts stemming from orders by the commanding and executive officers, who have little knowledge of and little patience with dispersing regulations, and who are generally not accustomed to being asked by a subordinate to discuss the advisability of an order they have issued, present a ticklish problem. If the order seems to be at all important to the officer in question, the senior supply officer can usually be expected to add his pressure through threats and suggested devices for getting around the law. The subsequent careers of dispersing and supply officers can be materially affected by notations which the commanding officer may enter in fitness reports submitted periodically to the Bureau of Naval Personnel. The conflict between regulations and orders from superiors is not limited to the dispersing function or even to military organizations. The conflict is incipient in every bureaucratic structure because the rational type of authority, as Weber has indicated, involves recognition both of rules and the right of officials to issue orders. Though the hierarchy of officials exists only to administer the rules, which in turn express the purposes of the organization, it is patent that official behavior and commands may often counter the rules. In the small informal organization of a business hiring only a handful of employees, rules may be largely unformulated and procedures passed verbally down the hierarchy as required, thereby eliminating the conflict by making orders supreme. Or the opposite extreme, in which authority is expressed solely through a code of rules, each functionary being left to apply the rules without supervision, might be imagined but hardly realized in an actual situation. Because of the inadequacy of either rules or hierarchical authority alone to serve the purposes of bureaucratic administration, both must be present. Thus the ideal type, bureaucracy, is itself a compromise between two ideal extremes, utilizing and compromising two channels of authority which may be in conflict. Bureaucracies differ, however, in the degree to which they emphasize chain of command or rules. Business organizations tend to vest greater authority in the chain of command, minimizing numbers of rules and winking at violations if the official achieves results. Cutting through red tape is the popular phrase for de-emphasizing rules. Government bureaucracies stress rules more strongly because of their different aims and because of fear of abuse of authority by officials, and through civil service regulations functionaries are given more authority to defy superiors in the application and interpretation of rules. Many a former business executive serving as a naval officer in charge of civilian employees in Navy yards has been startled to find his orders called into question by subordinates, and to find himself powerless to enforce his orders. As businesses get larger, the emphasis on rules to ensure uniform practice reduces the contrast with government bureaucracy. Custodians of funds in business or government are more tightly bound by rules and less subject to arbitrary orders from superiors. In the Navy, and probably in other bureaucratic structures, the intensity of the conflict varies with different levels in the hierarchy. For the lower ranks of enlisted men the conflict hardly exists because they are explicitly denied the right to make decisions on their own. At the higher levels the official is confronted with fewer and broader orders, so that in the top ranks the conflict arises less frequently. Thus the conflict between orders and regulations is most acute at the intermediate levels, from ensign to lieutenant in particular. In business and in most naval positions, this conflict is resolved in favor of the order, the functionary not being held responsible for violating a rule in compliance with an order from a superior official. As indicated previously, the personal accountability of the dispersing officer denies this way out. Consequently, the Navy, recognizing the possibility of conflict, has provided two procedures for its resolution. The dispersing officer is to point out the apparent discrepancy to the superior and, if no understanding is reached, an inquiry may be sent to the Bureau of Supplies and Accounts. Or, the matter may be referred to the commanding officer, who may order the dispersing officer to make the expenditure under protest, the commanding officer thereby assuming full financial liability. The former procedure was used often during the war for minor issues, but senior officers are often unwilling to wait several months for answers, and a dispersing officer who frequently resorts to this tactic is soon in poor standing. A dispersing officer considering the second method invariably pictures himself being transferred to amphibs and suffering various awful fates at the hands of a wrathful commanding officer, so the method is seldom employed. However, the occasional dispersing officer who has courage enough to threaten its use usually finds the commanding officer unwilling to assume the personal risk involved in defying him. The very training given the dispersing officer in the Supply Corps school teaches him that the above methods are not approved ways of handling such difficulties. The young officer is taught that he must be a can-do paymaster, in contradistinction to the type of officer who is always ready to cite the paragraph in the manual which prevents any particular action being taken. The can-do officer can almost always find a way to do anything he is ordered to do. This emphasis, of course, partly reflects a general de-emphasis of rules fostered by the war. But it further reinforces the tendency for the dispersing officer to find informal ways of dealing with matters and to deviate from the ideal pattern of a bureaucrat. The second obstacle to impersonal functioning by the dispersing officer is the system of rank. As indicated by Weber, military officers are marked off by class distinction registered, and Talcott Parsons has observed that there is no legitimate order without a charismatic element. Registered, it is the union of class distinctions with a strong element of charisma of office which gives the rank structure its peculiar and powerful nature. Senior officers are expected to be treated with deference irrespective of their actions. Because of class levels, senior officers are usually able to punish or reward a lesser officer indirectly. However, through their charisma, officers are generally held in far greater awe than their actual powers or inclinations warrant, and a lesser officer is often afraid even to suggest to a superior that his request is not in keeping with regulations. One of the problems of military organization lies in the rather widespread fear of superiors, which creates extra labor and ill-feeling on the part of men who feel that they must find some way to conform to an erroneous or careless order. Rank has been too widely discussed to need further elaboration here, except to note that the dispersing officer, who is at once both a functionary with specified duties and a position in a system of levels, sometimes finds that he cannot act without violating one of these roles. A third obstacle to bureaucratic impartiality is the system of informal social groupings. Philip Selznick's three characteristics of the informal structure as found in business and labor union bureaucracies, namely, spontaneity, network of personal relations, and orientation toward control, apply equally to naval situations. These informal structures are of three sorts. Relatively enduring friendship patterns weigh heavily where the dispersing officer belongs to the same primary associations as do many of his clients, particularly aboard ship where a relatively small number of officers live, eat, and play poker together in a small space. Is this true? Say, pay, I sure could use about $20 before payday, or, isn't there some way I can get flight pay this month, is the sort of appeal which comes constantly from friends. As a human being, the dispersing officer wants to help his friends, and the penalty for brusque disposal of such requests is social ostracism. A second type of simulated friendship or, in Navy jargon, ear-banging, relationships includes less enduring and more uncertain influences. Nevertheless, these are in many cases sufficiently persistent and organized relations among persons to justify the term structure. They take a multitude of well-known forms. An officer treats one of lesser rank as an equal, he compliments the dispersing officer on the good reputation of his office, he jokes and attempts to appear as an old friend. The aim is always, first, to be defined as a person rather than an applicant in the dispersing officer's eyes, and second, to be defined favorably. The third and most extensive sort of informal structure is that which may be called an exchange system. The officer who assigns staterooms aboard ship finds it easy to get extra food from the galley. The ship's photographer who makes some personal pictures of the supply officer gets first choice when the next shipment of fountain pens reaches ship's store. Such exchanges are not usually verbalized as such among officers, but the officer who does another a favor has no doubt that there will be a return. However, there also exist extensive and well-verbalized systems for distribution of favors and certain types of supplies, especially at shore stations. The exchange structures extend so far that it is often difficult for a man to secure those services and equipment which are essential to his job unless he can promise some return. Aboard a large ship, one attempt was made in the ship's store to sell the limited stock of watches and cigarette lighters on the basis of impartial drawings. Complaints were so many and vigorous from persons who claimed they had been promised a watch or were owed one that thereafter the spoils system was used, with much less complaint. Even some enlisted men in key positions, such as the mail clerk and carpenter's mates, are able to exercise influence over officers because of the services at their disposal. Needless to remark, any resort to strictly formal procedure impairs the dispersing officer's potentially exceptionally good position in the system of mutual benefits. Denunciations of these exchange structures are periodically issued by some commands, but such pronouncements are read by only a few and are seldom implemented by more than one or two courts-martial for petty thievery. Furthermore, commanding officers are frequently among the beneficiaries of such systems. To the participants, these exchange systems are widely different from bribery. Bribery is impersonal and is recognized as contrary to law and morals. Favor exchange systems are eminently personal. As long as the system functions smoothly, it is just one man doing a favor for a buddy, and only when a return favor is not forthcoming will the idea of exchange be stressed. And secondly, the exchange system incorporates its own code of behavior. The individual who puts legal technicality ahead of reciprocity is reprehensible, is spoken of with almost moral indignation. The system is not wrong or crooked, it is a moral system of its own, and anyone who puts legality first is a hypocrite. However, there is an ambivalence of attitude toward the system. The official who follows it deliberately and impersonally in order to acquire too great a quantity of goods is disliked, though with a mixture of envy. The system is supposed to operate in leisurely fashion, maintaining the appearance that the goods acquired are secondary to the friendships involved. The three sorts of systems described operate not only to grant favors to some but to withhold fair consideration from others. Since dispersing officers generally are stereotyped as acting slowly, being tied up in red tape and giving unsatisfactory assistance, prompt careful attention to the business of a client is often defined as a favor. Persons not favorably placed in the informal structures may be deprived of pay because of inadequate attention to their accounts or may suffer undue delay in the handling of their business. The influence of these systems is felt not only directly by the dispersing officer but also through the enlisted men in his office. Because of their lack of official status, enlisted men develop especially elaborate and powerful informal structures. A new dispersing officer, in the interest of fairness, stopped the dispensing of favors by his enlisted men. A serious morale problem ensued because the dispersing office personnel, no longer able to contribute services, were simply dropped from the status-producing structures, or, as they complained, they had lost their drag. Under the combined impact of the informal structures and his formal office, what solutions does the dispersing officer reach? 4 types of dispersing officer will be suggested on the basis of their divergent resolutions of the conflicting forces at work. These will be ideal constructs, but have sufficient empirical validity that any dispersing officer should be able to recognize them as applying to other officers he has known and also to tendencies within himself. The regulation type approximates the true bureaucrat in that he remains impervious to rank, informal structures, and orders of his superiors, but goes further in employing the narrowest possible interpretation of every regulation. For fear of the General Accounting Office, his rule is, when in doubt, don't. He is the stereotyped dispersing officer and the stereotyped bureaucrat degree. This type is not in a majority during wartime, and consists chiefly of green officers who have not yet felt the full pressure of the contrary influences or have not yet learned how easily regulations may be manipulated, and of mustangs, former enlisted men who have secured commissions. Opposite is the type who doubts the potency of the General Accounting Office and feels that, they can't hold me, if money is expended loosely. He will do anything for a friend or superior without debate. This type is limited to a very few reserve officers who seldom last very long, though many officers have sought escape from the anxieties of their position in the assurance that after the war Congress will pass a relieving act. On a different axis, and also fairly infrequent, is the sincere type. He fails to recognize conflicts between regulations and orders from superiors and is unaware of the importance of the informal systems. Apparent conflicts he attributes to his own incomplete understanding of regulations, and rules are seen less as controls than as tools for the execution of orders. He is 100% sold on the Navy, is well liked by his superiors and will be assigned positions of favor and responsibility so long as he is a junior officer. His naivete places him in less favor when he reaches higher levels. The commonest type is the realist. Regulations are seen as illogical concatenations of procedures, restrictions, and interpretations, frequently ambiguous, sometimes contradictory, and often, when strictly applied, defeating the purpose for which they were constructed. Rules specify chiefly the papers which must be filed in support of expenditures, and these may be correct without the payment being correct. The most successful career men of the Supply Corps include many of this type. They assume the regulation facade when the client is not fortunately placed in the informal or rank structure, but know how any payment may be made legally if the request comes from an important enough source. Many conscientious officials join this type when they come to recognize that strict interpretation of rules often works injustice in terms of the rule's obvious intent and that efforts at strict enforcement are frequently nullified because other people know how to prepare papers in correct form. Such an official begins by helping a client whose claim is payable within the intent of the law but is invalidated by a technicality to give the right information to ensure payment. Differential treatment of clients on this basis is hard to maintain, so the officer soon finds himself giving such aid without reference to justification, or more frequently, under varying pressures and moods, wavering between a regulation attitude and an opportunistic attitude. Two general tendencies emerge among dispersing officers as the consequence of orders conflicting with regulations and the pressures of rank and informal structure. One is differential treatment of clientele. Because of the time consumed in extra-routine treatment of persons on the in, others get summary treatment. The second tendency is for loopholes in regulations to become tools in the hand of the dispersing officer to elevate his own status. Thus he may become more concerned with his own bargaining power than with correct application of rules. In sum, what has been shown is that during this last war powerful influences were at work on the Navy dispersing officer, diverting him from functioning as an ideal typical bureaucrat. These influences move him, not in the direction of ultra-formalism so frequently observed for bureaucrats in other contexts registered, but toward personal functioning within systems of power and status in which rules become of secondary importance. Bureaucratic patterns. In the Navy Officer Corps. Arthur K. Davis. This paper concerns the sociology of occupations. Within the general framework of the occupational system, reference is made first to Max Weber's concept of bureaucracy. The military variant of this ideal type is then outlined to set the stage for our central interest, Some structural strains inherent in military bureaucracy. Our specific hypothesis is, the effective performance of the manifest functions of a military bureaucracy requires a certain type of occupational discipline and formal organization. These in turn tend to create inherent pressures toward recession of goals, occupational ritualism, and professional insulation, which in turn may alter the actor's definition of the situation so as to impair systematically his effectiveness in carrying out the manifest functions of the bureaucracy. Concrete data for this paper, which in no way represents the official views of the Navy Department, are based on 3 years in the Naval Reserve as an Air Combat Intelligence officer with 2 Fleet Air Wings. Observations are limited to 4 aspects of naval social organization: the tendency to avoid responsibility, legalism, the Navy as an insulated occupation, ceremonialism. These aspects are functionally related to each other and to the ideal pattern of military bureaucracy, whence they issue and upon which they profoundly react. This study relates the ideal pattern or manifest structure of a military bureaucracy to concrete social reality. It points to unintended latent structures which necessarily emerge from attempts to realize in practice an abstract ideal pattern. For scientific relevance, participant observer studies like this one depend on integration with a more highly generalized theoretical system. Empirical observation can thus gain support and validity from the body of older propositions, which in turn it may confirm or refine. In this way, a series of such observations may form a significant element of cumulative, systematic, and therefore compelling scientific knowledge, though each investigation by itself may provide merely plausible post factum sociological interpretations, proving nothing. This study is accordingly oriented to the work of Weber and Parsons on institutional structure and to the significant contributions made by Merton and Barnard in the field of large-scale organization. Our growing concern with such dynamic processes as goal recession and the development of latent structures points up what seems to be a serious weakness of Parsons' institutional approach: its preoccupation with ideal types which are identified essentially with institutional or normative patterns. On the theoretical level, this approach does provide explicitly for non-normative elements in action. These are called situational or conditional elements, and are treated in effect as a residual category. Whether that conception is adequate is debatable. Residual categories usually indicate unfinished areas in scientific systems. On its empirical level, however, the institutional approach may be criticized for dealing almost exclusively with the normative elements of social systems and with that deviance which arises from the conflict of such elements. A considerable degree of institutional integration is clearly a functional imperative of any social system, and conflict among institutions is sometimes a source of deviance. But institutional theory is not a comprehensive theory of social systems. On its most abstract level, it is at least potentially comprehensive. But as currently used, it slights many functional prerequisites which every social system must meet: problems of recruitment, handling frustration, socialization, etc. Action is only partly a function of ideal patterns. Moreover, preoccupation with institutional patterns, by definition the most stable normative elements in a society, may lend itself to a static and unrealistic view of concrete social organization. It is but a short step thence to the pitfall of ideological affirmation of the traditional social order. This would be unfortunate, to say the least. The danger can be avoided by directing attention toward more explicit analytical formulation of non-normative action structures and situational elements. A theoretically integrated conception of social deviation and of social change will probably depend on the formulation of a mature theory of social systems. Tuesday, Navy as a miverary variant or bureaucracy. In terms of occupational functions, the Navy corresponds to the general occupational pattern of modern industrial economics. On an ideal typical level, this pattern may be conceived as large-scale organization, the upper and smaller division of which is a steep hierarchy of executive and technical expert functions, roughly equivalent to Weber's concept of bureaucracy. The lower division is a broad mass of easily learned labor roles, usually classified as skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled. The foreman role is a subsidiary link between the two divisions. Executive, technical expert, and labor functions as used here are analytical abstractions. Any specific job usually includes elements of all three, with one predominating. The foreman role alone is a fairly balanced blend. Our present concern is with the upper division, the Navy Officer Corps, the social structure of which is highly bureaucratized. A label and not an epithet, bureaucracy denotes an integrated hierarchy of specialized offices defined by systematic rules, an impersonal routinized structure wherein legitimized authority rests in the office and not in the person of the incumbent. Founded on technical competence, the bureaucratic career begins with successful examination or appointment to office, and it proceeds by regular stages of promotion, often based largely on seniority, to honorable and pensioned retirement. Salary is better conceived as a means of maintaining requisite social status than as a wage for irksome labor. We do not pay military men to risk their lives in war. Rather, we give them high social status and tacitly invoke extraordinary service on the principle of noblesse oblige. Officers are gentlemen by common consent as well as by legal fiat, as is shown by their frequent admission to exclusive clubs regardless of their social origins. Achieving any high occupational status usually involves a probationary ordeal which inculcates the requisite technical skills sometimes, and the necessary social attitudes and behavior patterns always. Examples are an Annapolis education or getting a Ph.D. Such apprenticeship devices are often ritual rather than rational. The key to understanding the military variant of bureaucracy probably lies in its ultimate purpose of winning battles, the highly seasonal nature of combat operations, the consequently acute problem of maintaining a battle organization during long standby periods. Sociologically, a navy is a bureaucratic organization designed to operate under battle conditions which rarely occur. Civilian groups can usually operate in terms of probabilities calculated from their everyday experience. But in military groups the dire consequences of defeat preclude routines based to the same degree on the weight of experience, that is, on non-combat conditions. A navy can never exist entirely in the present. It must keep in view a future moment which rarely comes, but which must be assumed as constantly impending. Hence it builds its routines on the abnormal, its expectations on the unexpected. This procedure affords a rational technique for war and an equally necessary rationale for peacetime. The extreme uncertainty of the battle situation directly affects the social organization of the Navy. Size alone would impose the bureaucratic pattern on naval organization. Coordination of masses of men and material clearly requires those properties of precision, impersonality, and reliability which make bureaucracy the most efficient form of large-scale organization. The battle premise greatly intensifies the need for those same qualities. This pressure is met by an extraordinary emphasis on authority and tradition which also serves the need for peacetime self-maintenance. The essence of any military organization is its structure of authority, the ultimate source of which is the enormous file of written regulations. Military groups carry the normal bureaucratic stress on authority to its extreme development. It is the function of a multitude of practices, drills, musters, inspections, deference to superiors to minimize uncertainty by instilling habits of automatic response that will survive the distractions of combat and the ennui of peace. Reducing the jobs of officers and men to the simplest possible operations permits rapid substitution of personnel on the principle of the interchangeability of standardized parts. Uniforms and insignia, by telegraphing the wearer's status in the hierarchy of authority and his job in the division of labor, facilitate communication, coordination, and impersonality. Against the hazards of sea and battle, a mass of rules is designed for every possible occasion. Men must come to attention at the approach of an officer. This is partly because he may announce an emergency wherein split-second response is the only alternative to destruction. Such a consideration will be irrelevant 999 times, but navies are more prone than other groups to take the 1000th chance as their norm. The other 999 cases symbolically reaffirm and exercise the Navy's basic social structure, its system of authority. Both as rehearsal for battle and as a device for self-perpetuation of the organization, deference is an instrumental pattern. Yet its endless repetition tends to build up the pattern as an end in itself, so that hierarchy comes to be an ultimate value far beyond its instrumental requirements. Registered, carrying out his prime function of military command may require a line officer to order men to death. Impersonality is often a prerequisite to maximum efficiency both in issuing and obeying the order, hence the institutionalizing of the caste line between officers and enlisted men. Within the officer corps, the danger from particularism is minimized partly by the secondary caste lines which exist between all commissioned ranks, especially between ensign and lieutenant, between lieutenant commander, and between captain and flag officers. It is also restricted by the Navy's pervasive formality and ritual, both vocational and social. But even more important in reinforcing impersonality is the intensive indoctrination of the officer corps with the idea of duty, with such sentiments as "don't give up the ship." The instrument of this indoctrination is the 4-year Annapolis course. On the enlisted level there is nothing corresponding to this indoctrination. Petty officers have less need of it since they merely administer the hazardous orders which commissioned officers issue. The military variant of bureaucracy may thus be viewed as a skewing of Weber's ideal type by the situational elements of uncertainty and standing by. Detailed description of the Navy's blueprint organization registered would tell us how the Navy ought to work without always showing how it actually does work. We turn therefore to some concrete material. Clearly our analysis must be far from comprehensive. The limited empirical uniformities described below, since they are recurrent, may be conceived as structural pressures or tendencies, sometimes overt, sometimes latent, subject in any particular instance to modification by other basic tendencies, by local circumstances, and by the effect of individual personalities. Attention is focused on the regular officer corps. Although by 1945 there were more than 5 times as many reserve officers as there were regulars, the latter defined the situation to which the others were indoctrinated to conform. Registered some characteristics of NAVIT organization. A. Avoiding responsibility, the philosophy of do the least. So pervasive a tendency must be explained primarily in terms of social organization and only secondarily on the basis of particular personalities and local conditions. The buck-passing pattern includes minimizing responsibility for making decisions, especially those for which no precedent exists, getting out of doing work. Responsibility tends to be passed upward, work, downward. Whenever it is practiced in primary groups, whether in the context of large-scale organization or not, it is generally sanctioned by the primary group as a whole. Sentiments of solidarity together with informal sanctions like ridicule usually keep the members in line. The basic explanation of avoiding responsibility must therefore lie outside the informal organization. It must be sought in the pressures generated by the formal organization or by the situation. 5 propositions are submitted. 1. Shunting responsibility upward stems partly from the universal fact that a functionary's area of responsibility invariably exceeds that of his control. No official can direct or even recognize all the complex social, personal, and technical factors operating in his department. Yet he is generally accountable for whatever befalls there, and most strictly and necessarily so in military organizations. For adequate performance and a successful career, the official must rely heavily upon favorable attitudes on the part of his superiors. Consequently, he is strongly tempted to slide his problems into his superior's lap by asking advice, requesting instructions, securing approval in advance. And he will accept for decision some of his subordinates' problems to minimize uncertainty in his own sphere of accountability. Responsibility for making decisions tends to move upward. This does not apply to authority to carry out decisions. Interference by superiors in the routine execution of work is strongly resented. The discrepancy between control and responsibility makes for avoiding responsibility, particularly in the lower and middle levels of a bureaucracy. For the man at the top there is no such escape from the strains of decision except by a do-nothing policy. 1 *. Another pressure on top executives is to find subordinates who will get things done too. A second incentive for buck passing is the latent conflict between authority and specialization. When organizations involve elements as dynamic as science and technology, officials sometimes lack the specialized knowledge prerequisite to making adequate decisions. The temptation is strong to get rid of such problems as soon as possible. The rapidity of wartime technological and organizational changes made for an extraordinary circulation of these hot potatoes among military units. The two tendencies just outlined are in some degree common to all bureaucratic hierarchies. Business corporations partly counteract these pressures by making status and rewards depend heavily on individual initiative. These incentives and sanctions are less available to the Navy, where seniority is primary and competition often operates negatively. Officer personnel are seldom dismissed, and then usually for offenses against discipline rather than for incompetence. Misfits are often transferred to posts where they can do no harm. In military organizations, the rewards for assuming responsibility and the penalties for failing to do so seem less extreme than in the business world. Moreover, cost reduction is a constant pressure in modern capitalism. No such compulsion operates on military organizations, whose competition for income is lobbying for a larger share of the federal budget. Lobbying is confined to a few top officers, whereas the cost consciousness of many business firms permeates their entire hierarchy. 3. Bureaucracies often develop an esprit de corps which congeals individual initiative. They present two conflicting goal orientations: the tangible and intangible rewards for efficient performance in the formally defined role, the informal social satisfactions from harmonious in-group relations, which are prerequisite to yet incompatible with the invidious sentiments aroused by. For the eager beaver often appears to his fellows as a threat to their status and self-esteem. Epithets such as sucking around and brown-nosing operate as informal sanctions. The resultant esprit protects in-group solidarity by restraining competition and resists change by entrenching vested interests. The sucker philosophy of the armed forces grew partly from this conflict. The widespread sentiments against volunteering for special tasks were tacitly recognized and conciliated by compulsory volunteering. Enlisted men seeking commissions were observed to conceal the fact from their fellows, although they discussed it freely with their officers. Trainees at the Quonset officers' indoctrination school were invariably eager beavers until they got out on a billet. The zeal of trainees at the Navy Air Combat Intelligence School contrasted sharply with the later indifference of the same officers back for a refresher course. Instructors without field experience loaded graduating student officers with intelligence publications. But instructors who had seen field duty advised the graduates to stow such paraphernalia in the nearest furnace and to carry whiskey instead. It was the writer's observation that the latter advice was the more functional. 4. Structuralized discrepancies between individual effort and reward in military systems restrain initiative in both war and peace, though for different reasons. The wartime services expanded so rapidly that they could attend only to categories and not to individuals. The imputed needs of the organization at the moment determine the disposition of resources. Most of the individual's vital interests, his work, friends, rewards, punishments, were largely outside his control. Uncertainty evokes many responses, including griping, scapegoating, magic, and religious conversion. Here we will indicate only its relation to buck passing. Zeal could bring undesirable results as often as not. An eager beaver might be held overseas or in rank longer than less valuable personnel. Sudden transfer to another unit could deprive a man of the fruits of prestige hard earned in his old outfit. Unearned rewards might fall into his lap. Everyone knew of such cases if he did not experience them himself. Many basic needs which are major incentives in civilian occupations are furnished automatically in the service. All this contributed to fatalism and inertia. The individual naturally sought refuge in his primary group relationships. If clique behavior did not modify one's formal situation, it did at least make it more endurable. Competitive achievement officially counted for promotion in the Army Officer Corps but not in the Navy, except for rare spot promotions and for ranks above lieutenant commander. But the Army system aroused more discontent. Its capriciousness was due to the exigencies of the organization, lack of standardized competitive criteria, invidiousness aroused by competition. And non-competitive criteria drew resentment because they contradicted official ideology. Navy promotions, based on seniority, evoked less resistance, although the fact that some incompetence went up with everyone else was disliked because of the implied downward leveling. In time of peace, unpredictability is minimized, but a ritualism stemming from minute observance of routine and regulation submerges initiative more than ever. Military organizations between wars, in terms of their wartime raison d'être, are relatively lacking in manifest functions. To maintain their organization, they must fall back on routine for its own sake. Security and every possible comfort are provided, unhampered by wartime hazards and improvisations. The philosophy of do the least rules unchallenged. Registered 5. The unofficial conception of a regular Navy career often minimizes assumption of responsibility. Promotions below and to lieutenant commander are en bloc, based on seniority, examination, and quotas authorized by Congress. Higher appointments are filled by individual selection. Elaborate fitness reports on each officer are periodically filed with the Navy Department by his superior. During the war, these examination and quota rules were suspended, and mass promotions in the junior grades became in effect automatic on completion of the specified months in rank. The ranks above lieutenant commander continued to be filled by individual selection. Despite the large element of seniority, the naval career is competitive in important respects, and it thus conforms roughly to the basic occupational pattern of the United States. In peacetime, the up or out principle is applied to all ranks. But this is often a negative competition to avoid departure from precedent. If an officer makes a decision unsupported by regulation or custom, he is sticking out his neck, because he is officially responsible for his acts and nothing will save him if things go wrong. Deviation from routine may pull down his fitness report and cause him to be passed over years later by the selection board. It is difficult indeed to escape indoctrination with the psychology of affirm and conform. Minimizing responsibility is simply playing it safe. This is reinforced by the inherent exaltation of authority-obedience relationships in military organizations, by the relatively greater role of seniority in the early and formative stages of the career, and by strong tendencies toward ritualism and legalism. An apparent exception to the buck-passing philosophy was the construction branch. Its slogan, "Can Do," seems to have been a realistic index of attitudes toward work and responsibility. Instances on Okinawa were observed where CB outfits consistently volunteered for additional routine tasks, a sharp contrast to the atmosphere in the writer's own attachment, a relatively elite combat command. A partial explanation may be the fact that the CBs were drawn from the construction industry with a minimum of occupational reorientation. They could give maximum scope to the industry's best traditions of visible achievement and ingenious improvisation. B. Legalism, the psychology of affirm and conform. This results from the characteristic bureaucratic tendency toward displacement or recession of goals whereby instrumental patterns become ends in themselves. A Navy's hierarchy of authority is necessarily overemphasized because of the primacy of authority-obedience relationships in military groups, the necessity for bureaucracies to proliferate and to refine rule systems so as to minimize role conflict, the prevalence of the play-it-safe attitude toward the naval career. Regulation becomes a sacred cow. Military systems do not countenance debate about orders. The severest sanctions enforce compliance because of the need for countering the proven fallibility of military commanders with the assumption and trappings of infallibility. Otherwise, the precision and contrastination essential in battle would be lost. The minimizing of role conflicts in a complex organization requires a clear definition of jurisdictions. Because of the need for standardization, new situations bring a ceaseless flow of new regulations. 1 Cent Navy regulations specifies detailed behavior for thousands of situations. If trouble results from failure to observe these directions, responsibility can be pinned on someone. Against the pressure of authority from above, the sole defense of the individual lies in strictly observing regulations, an outcome reinforced by the endless routine in naval life. Bureaucratic personnel suffer from chronic status anxiety. Everyone focuses his attention on his superior, whose slightest display of pleasure or displeasure is magnified and distorted downward. The mildest criticism from a superior is often viewed by the recipient as a crushing attack. Praise may bring an accusation of brown-nosing from one's colleagues. To counteract both these tensions is one function of the Navy's extraordinarily emphasized norm of loyalty upward. As examples of the dysfunctional tendency of formal organizations to overemphasize their main instrumental devices, we cite two cases. For efficient coordination, official communications must travel by the chain of command. In one large air unit, even the most trivial correspondence was routed up to the Chief of Staff and often to the Admiral, then down to the appropriate department for action. Here the reply was drafted, typed, routed back to the top for approval and signature and finally routed down to the dispatching office. Mail which a clerk should have handled in and out in 24 hours was thus sent to the top and back 2 or 3 times, drawing attention from 8 to 12 persons over a 10-day period. We cite next the behavior of certain heavy bomber crews on anti-submarine patrols. Because of their short tour of duty, the infrequency of submarine sightings, and the complexity of anti-submarine tactics, these air crews usually made several errors in the course of an attack. For this they would be sharply criticized by their superiors. Hence arose a serious morale problem. At least 3 flight crews in one squadron began going out for quiet patrols by their own admission. Observing the letter of their instructions legalistically, they flew their patrols exactly as charted. If a suspicious object appeared a few miles abeam, their course lay straight ahead. Combining legalism and avoidance of unnecessary responsibility, we arrive at the golden rule for the professional military career: follow the book or pass the buck. See the Navy as an insulated occupation. To some extent every bureaucracy and occupation draws its members into common interaction, though not intensively. But in the regular Navy officer corps both workaday routine and out-of-hours social life are concentrated largely within the profession. Unusual insulation is a structural feature of the naval occupation. The separation between place of work and residence characteristic of urban occupation is minimized in the Navy. At sea officers are thrown together both on and off duty. On shore stations during peacetime, senior officers with their families occupy quarters on the compound. Families living off the station have many interests aboard. The commissary sells food to naval personnel at low cost, free medical care is available, and the well-appointed but inexpensive officers' club is the social center for everyone. Whereas Navy families spend most of their time on guarded compounds, other occupations are widely dispersed about the community, subject to a rough class segregation, rather than a strict occupational segregation. One function of the extraordinary formality of Navy routine and social life is to maintain the requisite professional impersonality in the face of this unusually close contact. The geographic mobility of Navy families needs no emphasis here. The systematic rotation of duty afloat and ashore in different parts of the world reduces local ties, while the fund of common experience in the same places is a significant occupational bond. The non-political tradition of the American military further reduces participation in the civil community. Whatever an officer would say about professional matters is restricted to communication by the chain of command. Speaking out on non-professional public issues is prevented by the conception of the forces as non-partisan servants of the state, a device to avert pretorian tendencies. A more positive occupational tie is the heavy demand made on officers by social and ritual activities. Formal calls, the extensive use of visiting cards, asterisk and similar indispensables of polite social life are legitimized obligations. At the Naval Academy the young midshipman wisely spends much time in acquiring these estimable proficiencies, the value of which is fully proven when later with his wife he enters the exacting social competition of a peacetime shore establishment. Unlike other professional or business occupations, the Navy wife must be a lady with an unusual mastery of the delicate arts of status exhibition and status deference. A working Navy wife would be distressing less for her lack of ladylike tone than for her lack of leisure to do justice to the subtle and intricate expressions of social punctilio. Numerous other service customs, some of which the women of Navy families participate in or observe, also act as in-group occupational ties. Commissioning ceremonies, visits to ships in port, formal receptions, the impress of training and rituals at Annapolis. 1 degree above all must be stressed the wearing of uniforms and the lore and lingo of Navy life. A unique occupational vocabulary serves both utilitarian and symbolic purposes. It provides essential nomenclature, thereby setting the group apart in its specialized knowledge, and it verbalizes in-group attitudes, thus strengthening them and performing the same latent function as ritual. Degree few other occupations are knit by such ancient traditions or by so much symbolism. The margin of personal choice in out-of-hours social life is much smaller in the Navy than in most other occupations. In the latter, one is generally free to accept or decline a relatively larger proportion of whatever social participation is accessible. In the regular Navy there is a definite pecking order according to the husband's dates of rank. References to a wife usually specify the husband's rank: Mrs. X, wife of Commander X. Number 4. Invitations from higher-ranking officers or their wives have the force and often the form of positive orders. Little time is left for social ties outside Navy circles, even if such were desired. It is possible that the sexual behavior of naval personnel, wives, and juniors follows patterns distinctive to this occupational group. Systematic evidence on this important point is unfortunately not available. Another way to indicate the Navy's insulation is to refer to its strong esprit de corps, some ingredients of which have just been outlined. Esprit is based on common traditions, symbols, shared routines, and goal orientations. In brief, an integrated way of life. The forces segregating naval personnel contribute to their morale and their in-group cohesiveness, with results both functional and dysfunctional for the system. Strong esprit helps the organization to survive battle crises. It has written famous sagas in our naval history. But it also hampers adjustment to the external situation by developing parochialism. The few regular officers observed by the writer in two theaters knew little or nothing about the places they visited, despite their global travels. Their experience had been limited to the officers' clubs at Pearl, the big Shanghai hotels, the British Officers' Club on Repulse Bay. The regular Navy is probably the most traveled and least cosmopolitan of American occupational groups. This is a function of occupational ethnocentrism. Here we may suggest that the three tendencies discussed above illuminate the Pearl Harbor disaster. That bureaucracies are often vulnerable in their external relationships seems clear. Avoiding responsibility, legalism, and insulation of officers preoccupied with professional routine and Navy social life may converge to obstruct adaptation to changing external conditions. At Pearl Harbor, the reality principle forcibly reclaimed this self-sufficient little world. Deceremonialism, the conspicuous consumption of military systems. If regulation is the sacred cow of a military system, ritual is its golden calf. An essential aid in exercising bureaucratic authority, ritual is symbolic behavior more important for its latent functions than for its manifest objectives. In time of peace, military groups more than other bureaucratic types exist on routine. Ritual helps to provide the goal orientation and motivation needed to maintain organization. Ritual may become an end in itself at the expense of the organization's capacity to perform efficiently its manifest functions. When the crews of certain seaplane tenders were set to polishing brass after VJ Day instead of repairing seaplanes, the next fortnightly typhoon wrecked many aircraft which should have been fit to fly out of the storm track. Ceremonialism may be viewed as the conspicuous consumption of power hierarchies. The Navy's cocked hats and swords are archaic survivals which have become functionally autonomous, significant chiefly for in-group solidarity. The 1947 Navy Department budget proposed $97,000 for officers' silver-plated finger bowls, properly engraved for each rank. As he gains in rank, an officer acquires a larger ceremonial due, symbolizing his professional success. Though not highly paid, he is a gentleman, and must exhibit proper gentility. he learns that it is unseemly to carry bundles. Pi and Shay devote much attention to servants. They strongly advise owning a car, and name the monthly amount a young officer should put aside for one. An unusually large proportion of an officer's income must go for uniforms, whereas but a minor part of a civilian family's clothing budget is spent on the head of the household. One function of differential rewards is to provide incentives for assuming responsibility. Higher ranks receive more deference, better quarters, more money. Another function is to give officers the public status and prestige necessary to exercise authority. So essential is this instrumental pattern that it is often subject to dysfunctional overemphasis. EWO cases are cited. 1. Awards and citations, theoretically given for extraordinary service beyond the call of duty, could legally be granted to many persons not morally entitled to them. Under the strike flight system of aviation awards adopted late in 1944, 5 operational flights in areas where enemy action was expected automatically won an Air Medal, and 20 missions won a Distinguished Flying Cross. Formerly awarded very charily for heroism, these medals were now passed out profusely. Some strike flight awards represented real hazards, but about 3/4 of the 1,000-odd citations processed by the writer during a 3-month period did not. Some strenuous ribbon hunting developed. The ribbon rather than the achievement it symbolized became the conscious goal. Among high-ranking USN officers there is a well-defined pattern of awarding each other ribbons more by virtue of position than performance. Soon after D-Day Normandy, the Legion of Merit was given to a number of senior USN officers in the European theater. Though many were in charge of rear echelons doing routine work but indirectly significant for the invasion, their citations all mentioned D-Day, the ostensible occasion of the awards. Since senior officers receive a disproportionate share of the medals, especially of the higher ones, awards may be viewed sociologically as a perquisite of high rank. A chestful of ribbons does not mean that the wearer is a superhero *registered. It is an infallible sign of only one fact, that he is a high-ranking regular Navy officer. Regular officers received a greater proportion of awards than reservists did, and officers in general were favored over enlisted men. 2. The caste system is popularly used as an epithet to suggest excessive discrepancy between the privileges of officers and men. The epithet indicates a problem but poses it inexactly. Stratification and differential privileges are recognized even by the rank and file as prerequisites of any legitimized structure of authority. Hence mere stratification can hardly be the source of the intense antagonism felt by many GIs toward the military hierarchy. If differential privileges are necessary to clothe high status with moral authority, the principle of noblesse oblige is equally essential, at least on the public level, to get the rank and file to acquiesce in differential privileges. Noblesse oblige legitimizes the expectation that the higher the status, the greater the obligations and the severer the punishment for failing to live up to those obligations. The rub comes in implementing this principle in practice. Violation of the norms of expected competence and self-restraint of officers arouses moral indignation. Registered failure to punish officer violations intensifies the sense of outrage, further reinforced by the vague American tradition of egalitarianism. This abuse of rank rather than stratification itself probably explains GI hostility to military hierarchy. Differential privilege and punishment are legitimized, but differential implementation of the law is not. With minimum friction the law can favor the powerful, as we may assume it always does, but only while the powerful do not publicly abuse their privileges so as to make the protective ideology of noblesse oblige an unrealistic myth. This may help us to understand the reluctance of military systems to punish their officers. A public trial is a threat to the charisma of the uniform and to the whole structure of authority, because it destroys the basic premise that the king will do no wrong. Article 96 of Navy Regulations shows the organization's concern for this functional prerequisite. No officer shall use language which may tend to diminish the confidence in or respect due to a superior in command, and it is the duty of every officer who hears such language to endeavor to check it. Apart from possible guilt feelings, the hierarchy is caught between the demand for justice and the need of the system for inviolability. The latter pressure is usually the stronger because of the primacy of authority in military structures. Hence military organizations resist admitting that an officer can commit a crime, and they thereby compound the offense in the eyes of the rank and file. Conclusion. We may conclude that there is considerable evidence from the Navy Officer Corps affirming the hypothesis stated at the head of this paper. Avoiding responsibility, legalism, insulation, and ceremonialism can be found in all bureaucratic organizations. They are especially prominent in military bureaucracies. Other pressures may and often do counteract them. Registered. This study is not a comprehensive analysis of the Navy or of any other bureaucracy. Beginning with Weber's ideal bureaucratic type, we have discussed the military variant of bureaucracy chiefly in terms of its special emphasis on authority and tradition. These elements require such emphasis because of the situational pressures of uncertainty and organizational self-maintenance. Devices for meeting those pressures were shown to be dysfunctional at times as well as functional for the organization. Significant latent structures, such as those making for legalism and avoidance of responsibility, were outlined. Points of articulation between this paper and other studies of large-scale organization, particularly those by Merton and Barnard, were indicated as part of the generalized theoretical system upon which the present observations depend for much of their scientific relevance. This study suggests the great plasticity of individual behavior in response to occupational discipline. What was it that almost overnight made us all buck passers? That steeped us in a psychology of affirm and conform? The answer in this case, bureaucracy, may be sought in the structure of the action situation. In industrial society, the occupational pattern is a primary aspect of that situation. Further light would be shed on the problems of this paper by investigation of the following hypothesis: the effectiveness of military leaders tends to vary inversely with their exposure to a conventionally routinized military career. Some outstanding military leaders were men who had had experience in non-military occupations, or rose with phenomenal rapidity through the ranks, or belonged to military organizations newly created or renovated, e.g. the German and Soviet armies and the several air forces. Conventional career soldiers, on the other hand, have frequently resisted essential innovations like automatic firearms in the 19th century, tanks in World War I, the modern conception of air power, the unified command. In a sense, the preceding sections on the fundamental requirements of bureaucratic organization and the structural arrangements for meeting these requirements have dealt obliquely with the pathologies of bureaucracy. This section on pathology centers on the stresses which impair the efficiency of the administrative apparatus, or which violate the values and defeat the objectives of those who have occasion to fall within the ambit of the bureaucracy, either as employee or as client. These pathologies seem to be of two major types. The first type, which may be called over-organization, involves an excessive development of those bureaucratic routines which, kept within limits, are functionally necessary to the operation of a large administrative apparatus. For example, documentary records are to a certain point indispensable to large-scale organization, but when these are so valued for their own sake as to be needlessly multiplied and elaborated, they involve a degree of over-organization that gets in the way of discharging the functions of the bureaucracy. The second type is under-organization. This includes those bureaucratic ills, as instanced by nepotism, favoritism, graft, corruption, and the like, which, upon analysis, are found to represent failure to live up to the requirements of bureaucratic structure. Some critics, adopting an attitude of anti-organization, do not confine themselves to these pathologies, but oppose bureaucratic structure in principle. This attitude is commonly based on the values of a more simply organized society in which much of life's business could be conducted within a parochial sphere characterized by personal ties rather than by structures of impersonal relations. In the study of bureaucratic pathologies, the analytic task is to discern those features of bureaucratic structure, or of its social environment, which induce over or under organization. Earlier sections of this volume have in effect examined structural devices, not always planned for the purpose, which curb the emergence of such tendencies, or correct these developments once they have occurred. This section examines the conditions under which these devices fail to operate effectively so that tendencies toward bureaucratic excesses get out of hand. One of these corrective mechanisms is presumably provided by the hostile response of publics to bureaucratic excesses, insofar as this leads to review and appropriate change of the organization by its staff. A fully bureaucratized society would be one in which bureaucracies were inadequately responsive to the attitudes and values prevailing in the society, or were consistently managed in the interests of one social stratum at the expense of other strata. For the most part, the following selections deal descriptively with major types of over or under organization in bureaucracy, though some also analyze the conditions giving rise to these difficulties. The article by Dimmock itemizes the putative sources of that bureaucratic behavior which invites the charge that bureaucracy represents inflexibility, unimaginativeness, uniformity, complexity, routinism, stratification, delay, dispersion, timidity, unresponsiveness, officiousness, mediocrity, and stagnation. Sharp describes the conditions under which organizational routines, originally designed as mere instrumentalities, become ends in themselves, with particular reference to the processes making for red tape. Goldner shows that a wide variety of practices is identified as red tape by the clientele of bureaucracies, and indicates the diverse values which are violated by these practices. And finally, the selection from Sutherland's work on white-collar crime traces the organizational features of bureaucracy that conduce to certain types of corporate criminality. Bureaucracy self-examined. Marshall E. Dimmock. Bureaucracy may be defined as the composite institutional manifestations which tend toward inflexibility and depersonalization. Any institution may prove bureaucratic, and since individuals are molded by their environments, they also take on bureaucratic coloration. I have purposely used the word composite in my definition because there is an aura or atmosphere which hangs over bureaucratic institutions, an atmosphere which is the sum of the parts plus the traditions of the organization and the spirit of its employees. Bureaucracy is simply institutionalism written large. It is not some foreign substance which has been infused into the lifeblood of an institution, it is merely the accentuation of characteristics found in all. It is a matter of degree, of the combination of components, and of the relative emphasis given, reprinted in part from Public Administration Review, Volume 4, by permission of the author and the publisher, the American Society for Public Administration. To them. This delimitation does not minimize the importance of bureaucracy as a reality deserving careful study and attention. On the contrary, it can be shown that most problems are brought about by differences in combinations and in degrees, not by differences in kind or by the injection of mysterious substances. Complexity produces bureaucracy. When life is simple, when interpersonal relationships are direct and institutions small, individuals may be lazy, indifferent, or even slothful, but rarely do you find an institutional situation which may accurately be described, either in the popular sense or in the technical one we are using, as bureaucratic. In a complex environment, however, institutions become large, relationships impersonal, and organization and procedures meticulously worked out, and bureaucracy is a natural consequence. Bureaucracy cannot be eliminated unless the causes producing complexity are removed. It is universally bad only if complexity and size are inherently bad. The term bureaucracy not only describes a given institutional situation but may be used to characterize a way or stage of life. It is the state of society in which institutions overshadow individuals and simple family relationships, a stage of development in which division of labor, specialization, organization, hierarchy, planning, and regimentation of large groups of individuals, either by voluntary or by involuntary methods, are the order of the day. There may be a question as to whether individuals prefer such a system or feel that their chances of success and happiness are as good under it as under some simpler system. Let us not deceive ourselves, however, as to the inevitable conjunction between complexity and bureaucracy. Complexity is the most general underlying cause of bureaucracy, but there are also more specific institutional and administrative causes. I shall mention these and suggest briefly the corresponding characteristics which emerge therefrom. Size. There is likely to be a direct relationship between the size of an institution and its bureaucratic tendencies. The larger it becomes, the more pronounced is the tendency toward red tape; the smaller its size, the freer it is likely to be of inflexibilities. There are, of course, exceptions to this general hypothesis, because some small ventures are stodgy whereas some much larger ones are responsive. Where these exceptions occur, they seem to be due in large part to the presence or absence of managerial awareness and skill. Organization. Organization requires a hierarchical arrangement of functions and persons. Paradoxically, organization releases energies but also rigidifies them. There is in every hierarchy, therefore, the tendency toward inflexibility. Specialization. Specialization tends to restrict and narrow individuals just as hierarchy grooves institutions. Both are necessary and both are efficient for certain social purposes, but both add to the total number of factors producing inflexibility and impersonality. Rules and regulations. These, like laws, set forth commands and instructions which persons subject to them are forced to follow. The more authoritative pronouncements there are, the more the individual is bound and the greater is the degree of inflexibility. The common complaint of the exasperated citizen, like that of the irate telephone subscriber, is, "Oh, they're old rules. They don't care what I think. They can't make a common sense decision. They throw the rule book at me." Government by law is the most bureaucratic of all institutions because to a greater extent than other institutions it feels bound by its own rules. Character of executive direction. Specialization and organizational compartmentation tend toward insularity and stratification. The thing doesn't hang together, it is divided up into pieces. Only strong executive leadership can weld the parts into a unified, vital whole. But the larger and more specialized the organization, the greater become the centrifugal forces tending toward separatism and lack of integration. When this inherent tendency is unchecked, because of failure of leadership, the consequence is unresponsiveness, confusion, and delay. Improper staff activity. When staff activity is overemphasized or misdirected, there is an inevitable weakening of the unity and drive of the organization. My observation is that this situation is more likely to develop in government than in business. The larger the unit of organization, the greater the danger. When the staff function gets out of line, the chief executive devotes too little of his time to operational heads and too much to staff agencies, which proliferate and attempt to run things. We then find dispersion of effort, segmentation, and stalemating, all of them symptoms of bureaucratic malfunctioning. Central staff controls. It will be one of my chief contentions in dealing with the correctives of bureaucratic inflexibility that operating heads must be assured autonomy of management and unity of executive direction. Therefore, anything which restricts or weakens the executive's power and responsibility leads to timidity and ineffectuality. Central staff agencies, such as the United States Civil Service Commission, the General Accounting Office, and the Bureau of the Budget, run the constant danger of contributing to this result. The consequence is timidity in the prosecution of operating programs. It requires a high degree of self-restraint and finesse on the part of these central agencies to combine control and requisite freedom at the same time. When their zeal exceeds their management sense, the results are bureaucratic in the worst form. Group introversion. The antithesis of dispersion is introversion, a danger to which any self-contained organization is constantly exposed. The stronger the group loyalty becomes and the more completely career people lose themselves in pride of service, the more pronounced become their tendencies to live apart, to seek jurisdiction at the expense of others, and to lose a sense of relatedness and responsiveness. They stake out for themselves exclusive provinces within the larger empire in the manner of medieval feudal chieftains. The self-development of individuals is sublimated to the group interest. Those for whose service the organization presumably exists are looked upon as power blocks to be used rather than as customers to be served. Introversion is the consequence of deep psychological needs of individuals who have been denied other, more normal, outlets for their loyalties and interests. The problem, I fear, is omnipresent. It is by no means hopeless, however, because, like most forces in collective activity, it is merely a good instinct carried to excess for want of better balance. Lack of sales motive. The virtue of competition is that survival depends upon pleasing the customer and attracting his trade. This keeps the organization responsive and on its toes. Introversion, inflexibility, and other uncontrolled attributes of bureaucracy must be avoided if success is to be attained. Where, therefore, governmental and private programs must depend upon competition and sales incentive, they possess a driving force which guards against bureaucratic excesses. To the extent that this motive is lacking, as in the case of monopolies, police functions, and authoritative programs generally, the managerial equivalents become corresponding more difficult to provide and maintain. Officiousness, one of the public's strongest objections to bureaucracy, is the evil which must be guarded against. Security. When an individual or an organization feels utterly secure, the sense of struggle which produces much of the world's best effort is lost. Lassitude results. Laziness gradually translates itself into managerial slothfulness, one of bureaucracy's worst faults. The point beyond which security is transformed from a good to an evil is one of society's most difficult problems of incentive and one of management's perennial brain teasers. The career service aspect of the civil service, leading to what British writers call civil service mentality, provides a pivotal difficulty of bureaucracy. Security means lack of struggle, which in turn produces tameness and docility. Work performed under these conditions requires more workers than where employees have verve. Moreover, the executive difficulties are incomparably more trying. Seniority. The head of one of America's largest business bureaucracies once said to me, "If big business ever fails, it will probably be due to the deadening effect of seniority more than to anything else." I have no doubt that he did not exaggerate. An inexorable seniority system is security at its worst. It disregards individual superiorities, unusual combinations of skill, superior effort, all the springs of capacity which keep enterprise from ossifying and finally dying by inches. I realize that the managerial problems are intricate and numerous, and that the bee men must be energized as well as the rare bird who has executive genius. But the problem must be solved. Otherwise, complexity will dull our intellects and efforts, and we will be engulfed by the inert monsters of our witlessness. If bureaucracy is not to mean a dull mediocrity, management people must accept the challenge and prove their contriving capacity. Age and tradition. The influence of hoary age on institutional functioning is a factor which probably ranks with complexity and size in explaining bureaucracy. The older an institution becomes, the more settled its mold and procedures are likely to be. Traditions are hallowed. Ways of doing things take on a reverence which defies successful change, even when they may have been quite accidental in the first place or when better methods have since been discovered. Institutions are conservative in the extreme. They seem to have a life of their own after they have been in existence for some time. It is as though they were the collective embodiment of all those devoted souls who have gone before. The older they are, the more unshakable are their halos. The sacred cows may be the cheapest of clay, but to the inheritors they are the purest of metal. An all-consuming smugness settles down over the landscape, like a London fog which stops traffic and penetrates every keyhole. The institution is stronger than the men. The executive must conform with becoming propriety or be politely but effectively shunted aside. Age is the quintessence of bureaucracy. Bold and capable is the man who can rebuild the ivy-covered edifice to a modern design, peel off some of its outer layers of complacency, and infuse a new life into it. If I have adverted to some of the socially undesirable aspects of bureaucracy, it is only to call attention to the fact that with the good and necessary we must also expect some bad elements needing correction by administrative contrivance. I have also tried to show that the popular conception of bureaucracy is not unrelated to the technical analysis of the institutional problem. If the public calls attention to inflexibility, unimaginativeness, uniformity, complexity, routinism, stratification, delay, dispersion, timidity, unresponsiveness, officiousness, mediocrity, and stagnation, it is because we management people allow a good and necessary thing, the ordering of institutional life, which we call bureaucracy, to get out of hand. It would be foolish and short-sighted to dismiss the public's characterizations as merely the parroting of propaganda designed to win political wars. No, there is a direct connection between cause and complaint, between scientific analysis and public parlance. Our job as institutional management people is to see that a good thing is not run into the ground, that correctives are applied where they are needed, and that forces are rerouted where necessary into socially approved ends. The causes of bureaucracy discussed above can be grouped in several different ways. In a former study in which I participated, a twofold classification was employed: structural and personnel factors. This classification is fairly inclusive, but it does not provide adequately for the socio-biological elements of age and complexity. Within the compass of this paper, therefore, I expect to delve into this aspect of the matter, to call attention to some managerial contrivances which executives may wish to consider, not attempting to deal with the human problems except in passing reference, and to conclude with a thumbnail sketch of a positive emphasis suggested for the federal government. Until an organization settles down and people get used to working with each other, the institution cannot be expected to be efficient. In order to secure smoothness and efficiency of operation, the organization must operate in a groove, but it must not be permitted to get into a rut. There is a distinction, and it is an important one. An organization must have fixed and established ways of carrying on its business, but it dare not lose its flexibility and its responsiveness to human desires and expectations. Institutional inflexibility may be compared with hardening of the arteries. As a rule, it develops over a long period of time, and the prevention of the affliction therefore goes back to the early life of the organism and is not merely a matter of controlling the ravages of old age. The executive who would prevent institutional resistances and managerial inflexibilities when the enterprise becomes old and established must be aware of the causes from which such difficulties develop and be on guard against them from his earliest days with the enterprise. The causes of institutional inflexibility, their early diagnosis, and the measures which must be put into effect by management to obviate them are all matters about which, unfortunately, we know far too little at this time. As institutions become increasingly larger and society becomes increasingly complex, it is only reasonable to expect that institutional morphology will become one of the most important fields of knowledge. When people work together in an organization, they come to have common understandings, prejudices, appreciations, loyalties, and outlooks similar to those of the members of a family. They have a feeling of identity and exceptionalness which sets them apart from others. They think in terms of ourselves and others. They have an awareness that the interests of the program and the symbols which are identified with it are larger and more important than the interests of any one person connected with the organization. They tend to depersonalize their interests and affections and to concentrate them upon symbols which represent programs of one kind or another: money-making, construction, education, government, welfare, religion. In this group spirit which develops, subtleties exist which are not perceptible to the outsider. The longer the members of the enterprise work together, the more complete their mutual understanding, and the more pronounced their common likes and dislikes, the more subtle become the nuances of meaning conveyed by their words and actions. One of the reasons that institutional resistances are found characteristically in bureaucratic organizations is that the communications system among the old-timers is so subtle and effective that newcomers who are attempting to manipulate the organization ultimately feel that they are fencing with shadow men. One of the problems of the executive who is responsible for policy is that his program must be carried out through the instrumentality of professional workers who are members of a hierarchy in which the signals are understood by everyone and the subtleties of understanding are such that the top executive finds it difficult to know what is going on in the minds of his workers. The consequence is that the workers frequently resist particular policies and programs, perhaps more or less unconsciously, and the executive finds himself powerless to cope effectively with the situation. This subtle resistance is particularly likely to be encountered in a governmental program where the bulk of the employees are civil servants who have come up through the ranks and only the top level of the organization is brought in from the outside for policy decision and executive direction. The situation which results is one of the as yet unsolved problems of government. The policy official is theoretically the boss, but actually he is at the mercy of a permanent bureaucracy. He can accomplish only as much as it is willing that he should accomplish. I do not mean to suggest that extra amounts of energy put forth by the executive and differences of personality and appeal are without significance in determining the results which are achieved. It is quite obvious that they are influential. What I do suggest, however, is that, compared with the power of bureaucracy to determine how much will be accomplished, the influence of policy officials is quite disproportionate. As a general rule, the policy official comes into the enterprise with a feeling that about 50% of what has been the established procedure must be changed, and he proceeds to insist that these changes be made, even without adequate investigation. It is obvious that the amount of change which is necessary varies within various programs, but, generally speaking, the necessity of change in the eyes of the career officials is nearer, say, 10% than so sent, and hence, consciously or unconsciously, there is an understanding on the part of the career officials that they will support so-called reforms up to the extent of their RO%, but not beyond. The technique of feigned acquiescence is one of the indispensable tools of the career official. If his advice is asked, and all too frequently it is not, he tries to give what he considers an honest reply which will be for the benefit of the long-range program and of the policy official then in authority. If the advice of the organization is not asked, then naturally there is an almost instantaneous and automatic resistance to any program that is forced upon it in this manner. Even when consultation does take place, if it is the opinion of the career officials that the suggested reforms will have an injurious effect upon the prestige and reputation of the service, they try, consciously or unconsciously, to balk the program which to them seems to be mistaken. They do this by giving outward acquiescence and cooperation while actually slowing down the reform or killing it entirely. There are several established ways of accomplishing this result. One, perhaps the most common, is dilatory tactics. The career officials promise to do what the policy official directs, but at each stage in the hierarchy there is a progressively longer delay in actually taking the necessary steps. When the policy official becomes exasperated because of the delay, as he usually does, the career officials rely upon buck passing or upon a variety of excuses. One standard excuse is inadequacy of personnel, another is the press of work which makes it necessary to give attention to a large variety of factors, with the result that the organization is unable to concentrate upon the one to which the policy official is determined to give priority. If the program involves legislation, the career officials may talk confidentially with members of the legislature with whom over a period of years they have developed a close relationship and explain frankly to them the difference of viewpoint between the temporary policy official and the long-term interest of the institution, and in consequence they may get support from that quarter. As a general rule, the relationships of the higher career officials to the older members of the legislature are so much closer and more intimate than those of the policy official that they have a considerable advantage over him in this respect. Moreover, the older members of the legislature have a great deal in common with the permanent members of the bureaucracy, because in both cases they are influenced primarily by institutional considerations, and hence when the career officials of the executive departments are able to convince the members of the legislature that a proposed program would have an injurious effect upon the prestige of the service which would extend almost indefinitely, far beyond the anticipated life of the administration in power, they usually secure a sympathetic response from the career members of the legislature. The baffling thing about institutional resistances is that they are so subtle and elusive that it is next to impossible for the policy officials to spot all the points at which the slowing down process is occurring. Permanent bureaucracy is amorphous. It is as though each person has his finger pointed at the next person, the group as a whole is responsible, and no one individual can be pinned down. Contrariwise, when the organization is very much in favor of a new program and sees in it an opportunity to increase the prestige, influence, size, and importance of the program with which its life and fortunes are identified, there is the same kind of groundswell which makes it difficult to put one's finger on any one individual or on any one point in explaining why the response is so instantaneous. It is this kind of institutional behavior, sometimes manifesting itself in the form of resistance and obstructiveness and sometimes in the form of wholehearted response, which leads one to speak of the inner life of bureaucratic organizations as being a force which is greater than the sum total of the obviously constituent elements. It is based upon long-established understandings, nuances, ways of doing things. It is based upon an appreciation of what constitutes the long-range interests of the career group. The individual members of the bureaucracy realize that the institution is more important than any one part, that the work will go on even after they are retired, and that their individual interests are directly connected with the prestige and influence of the program as a whole. They can afford to take chances of incurring the displeasure of the policy official because the stakes are so large, and they know that they will receive the support of their fellows if they make a sacrifice on behalf of what is considered the greater good of the greater number. If the career officials are skilled in these techniques, as usually they are, there is at no time any action which can be called outright disloyalty or open insubordination. The resistance is far more subtle and difficult to get at. It is this force which almost without exception alters the attitude and the demeanor of policy officials after they have been in office for a relatively short time. The policy official soon learns that the new broom should be put in the closet. He learns that, if he is to be at all effective, he must woo and win the career officials. Instead of acting superior to them, issuing peremptory orders to them, he consults them more and more. Instead of appealing to them in terms of policies and programs and the administration in power, he places the emphasis upon the long-range interests of the bureaucracy. In a word, he appeals to the self-interest of the career officials and to their pride in the program to which they have devoted their lives. So far as possible, he attempts to identify himself with their interests, assumptions, and objectives. In other words, he has learned that without their support he is powerless, that anything he accomplishes will be with their active help and not in spite of their opposition. Because of the gulf which exists between the bureaucracy and the policy official brought in from the outside, some students of government have advocated that all the positions in an organization, including that of the policy official, should be occupied by career officials. They argue that only in this way is it possible to achieve that unity of management and program which is necessary to secure outstanding results. This argument is certainly valid so far as obtaining identity of viewpoint and of interest is concerned. However, it overlooks important social and institutional considerations which need to be taken into the reckoning. One of these is the inherent tendency of bureaucracy, if left to its own devices, to get into a groove and to grind the groove so deeply that a rut is created, to develop along a given line and to lose the ability to change direction, to lose all the flexibility and resiliency which are necessary if an institution is to adapt itself to changing forces and circumstances. The effect of routine is the same as that of the chronic use of sedatives. It makes thinking unnecessary and hence impossible. It makes the means the all-important consideration, with the result that the end is progressively lost sight of. It makes the internal life of the mechanism the predominant factor and not the interests and welfare of the outside public which, presumably, is being served. It is the institutional equivalent of introspection on the part of individuals. It leads to insensitivity and complacency. It is the path of least resistance. It has all the dulling effects of complete security, from which struggle and competition have been entirely eliminated. Now, if one desires a society in which these characteristics are sought, then the multiplication of bureaucratic situations is a policy which will produce that result. If, on the other hand, the opposite of introspection, complacency, grooving, inflexibility, and insensitivity is what we wish to achieve in our social order, then clearly steps must be taken to discourage the inherent characteristics which produce bureaucracy. An institution tends to take on the character of its leadership. If the leadership is bureaucratic, the institution will become progressively bureaucratic also. If the leadership has a fresh viewpoint and one that is attuned to social forces and social change, then there is at least hope of carrying the bureaucracy along with it. Pursuing this line of reasoning, therefore, we are led to the conclusion that if bureaucracy is not to have a monopoly of all positions, including policy positions, the logical alternative is to increase the influence of the policy officials vis-a-vis the career officials, and this obviously requires a larger number of them in strategic positions. The number of executive officials should be in direct ratio to the weight of the permanent career service. I am convinced that this policy is more desirable than the alternative, and that this reform is one of the most necessary in all types of institutional life, and particularly in the field of government. Procedural vices, La Paperasserie. Walter Rice Sharp. Every large-scale organization controlled from a single center sooner or later finds it advisable to elaborate systematic routine procedures in the interest of fiscal regularity and operational consistency. Private business corporations are no more immune to this process than are government departments. Nor do routine procedures necessarily slow up staff decisions. On the contrary, if they are properly adapted to the daily problems of the enterprise, they expedite action. An organization conforming closely to the hierarchical principle, however, faces the constant danger that these routine operations will become sterilizing ends in themselves rather than effective means to desirable ends. When this happens, the usual result is an entanglement of red tape, or as the French are wont to call it, la paperasserie, mere routine thereby becoming bad routine. Formal instructions issued at the center overwhelm those who have to handle out on the circumference concrete situations unforeseen in their variety. Almost inevitably an adequate delegation of discretion to subordinate officials is missing in such a system, and the field agent stationed on the administrative firing line stands helpless before demands for prompt decision or immediate action. The fact that every case must be referred somewhere means a postponement of any decision about it. The more circuitous the course of reference, the greater the delay. In a nationally centralized bureaucracy, an excess of red tape may become a notorious curse. The social pathologist would probably denominate it a veritable institutional disease. For more than a century, French critics have themselves been the first to recognize this paralyzing attribute of their national administrative organism. Some of the most vivid passages in Balzac's Les Employés are devoted to the abominations of official paperasserie. As one among many jitterateurs, Courteline gives us a most colorful recent satire on it. Nearly every serious commentary on French public affairs castigates it for its sterilizing effects upon the economic and social development of the country. The indictment presented by M. Henry Chardin in his brilliant essay entitled Le Pouvoir Administratif is devastating. All branches of the public service, says M. Chardin, are organized and staffed so as to produce words, papers, in action. No technical consideration directs their efforts. Instead, there is an intricate network of routine mechanisms, constant dissipation of forces, chains of costly links, on which business stagnates as successive verifications pile up. Men consider, then reconsider, men verify, then re-verify or counter-verify. The least discrepancy gives rise to doubt, to supplementary inquiries, to commentaries, to pointless arid discussions. Meanwhile, the interested party languishes from chagrin or hunger, happy when he is not congealed in the process. In another essay by the same author, specific counts in support of this sweeping indictment are submitted. To build a new bridge in place of one palpably unsafe, 20 distinct administrative steps were necessary, with the result that it took 15 to 18 months to initiate construction. The realignment of a highway required 19 different steps. In the Ministry of Public Works, continues M. Chardin, the simplest matters must pass and repass 3 or 4 times through each bureau, while numerous other agencies like the PTT, the Division of Indirect Taxes, and the Artillery Service usually have to be consulted, always by the hierarchical route. 20 persons often collaborate in preparing a single dossier. You may request authorization to plant a hedge in the spring, but it will not reach you before the first frosts of winter. The capable engineer in the field fights in vain against a system which dissipates his nervous force and mental energy. Sooner or later, it is never long, he is broken, while all around him they continue to superimpose authorities, to erect controls, and to reveal an inexhaustible ingenuity for creating useless services which grow thereafter like mushrooms. Or take L. Europe Nouvelle's damaging characterization of the division of registrations and stamps in the Treasury as it operated as late as 1927, 2. Centralization continues unabated, bogging the functioning of a service already heavily burdened. Responsibility is diluted and scarcely exists except for these maladroit subordinate employees who do not know how to shift it in time to their immediate superiors, the latter relieving themselves by passing it still higher until it disappears in the anonymous bureaus at division headquarters. This centralization checks initiative, which is so important, and at the same time retards, often for months, the solution of affairs that the field agent might frequently have settled in little or no time if he had had a more extended power of decision. Or consider the post office again. Mr. Ford Maddox Ford relates his adventures in trying to trace a postal money order gone astray. When this occurs, the usual course is to take the matter up through official channels, give the postman a big tip, or put the case into the hands of an advisor of public companies. On this occasion, however, Mr. Ford decided to go directly to the Direction de la Seine de PTT on the Boulevard Montparnasse. At 2 o'clock he was ushered into the director's office by a smiling charwoman. After a half hour the director returned from lunch and scrutinized the documents with great care. Following further consultation with an official in a blue uniform, the director announced that Ford should betake himself to the chief sub-office for the recovery of money orders on the other side of Paris. There he was directed to room V on the 6th floor. While he conversed with an attractive young woman for an hour about face powders and the like, her chief examined the papers and asked questions about Ford's war record and family, finally instructing him to return to the Boulevard Montparnasse, this time to room 16 on the 3rd floor. From there he was sent back to room 11 in the chief sub-office, thence to room 4, Boulevard Montparnasse, next to room 3, chief sub-office, and finally to the open sesame room 13, on Montparnasse. Although assured there that he would receive his money by the first delivery the following day, it actually arrived 7 weeks later, only after a generous tip had been showered upon the postman. Any foreigner who, like the writer, has undergone the vicissitudes of securing and using a French cart at Identite will hardly be disposed to regard Mr. Ford's story as an exaggerated or isolated episode. Every few days one hears similar tales not only from visitors unused to the idiosyncrasies of public functionaries, but from native-born citizens accustomed from childhood to the devious modes of handling simple administrative matters. As one amusing example, a French friend of mine told me how in his native town in the Midi it was not uncommon to hear of taxpayers having to purchase government stamped paper costing 50 centimes with which to pay a tax of 10 centimes. To complain about the mysterious intricacies of official form seems a patriotic obligation for Frenchmen. To request information from a government bureau and expect to get what one asks for within a reasonable time would be going counter to the prevalent moeurs of the Third Republic. The consecrated formula with which official replies to such requests are begun, Jem Empress de vous faire parvenir, etc., would be ironical if it were not so often the concomitant of exasperation provoked by delays in receiving the answer or by the incompleteness or inaccuracy of the information it conveys. While gladly recognizing the generous courtesy shown him by most high officials in his repeated requests for data on departmental personnel policies, the present investigator more than once had the experience of having to follow up a simple request for an interview or some readily available document a second or third time before eliciting a response. In 2 instances his inquiry became completely lost in the process of being transmitted from one ministerial bureau to another. Registered red tape as a social problem. Alvin W. Goldner. These clients came to plead with us. Instead of storming the office and knocking everything to smithereens, they came to plead. Franz Karka. It is now something more than a century since the term red tape was introduced into the English language in its figurative sense. Sidney Smith, an Englishman who could not make up his mind whether he wished to be remembered as a clergyman or as a wit, did much to popularize the satirical connotations of the term. In 1838, Lord Lytton averred that the men of dazzling genius began to sneer at the red tape minister as a mere official manager of details. The redoubtable Carlyle once described someone as little other than a red tape talking machine. Probably the first person to give red tape its sociological baptism was Herbert Spencer. It was not, however, until 1889 and 1890 that the term began to appear in American newspapers and periodicals. Present-day interest in red tape on the part of sociologists largely derives from studies in bureaucratic structure. Alexander Leighton and Robert Merton have analyzed it as a dysfunctional behavioral pattern which impairs the persistence or continuity of an organization. Here, and in similar approaches to the subject, red tape is interpreted as. This paper was written especially for this volume. Being the actual behavior engaged in by the bureaucrat, or of its consequences, interpreted in terms of the ends of the organization. There is, however, one set of observations which this approach to red tape was not designed to encompass. Namely, that red tape is a popular and widespread complaint which is explicitly articulated. There is, then, a second, not an alternative but an additional, context in terms of which red tape may be analyzed, i.e., as a social problem taken cognizance of by large numbers of laymen. The implications of this further analysis may be clarified if two questions are asked. Why is it, for example, that not all means which have become transformed into ends are thought of as red tape, example the American Constitution? Why is it, also, that the very same procedures or practices which one group may characterize as red tape may be viewed by another group as deserving no invidious label? The latter may, in fact, attach an approving label to the procedure. For example, some landlords but few tenants characterize rent control procedures as red tape *. Commonplace as those observations are, they, nevertheless, suggest that red tape involves phenomena of two orders: the perceiving individual who, with a given frame of reference, comes into some relationship with objective, perhaps bureaucratic, practices or behavior patterns. Thus red tape as a social problem cannot be explained unless the frame of reference employed by the individual who uses this label is understood, as well as the objective attributes of the situations with which he comes into contact. Both elements are interrelated and changes in either alter the scope and formulation of the problem. This analysis of red tape as a social problem does not seek to attach a new meaning to a familiar term. Rather, it seeks to identify the frame of reference of people who are hostile to red tape and for whom it therefore comprises a problem, as well as to describe the structural context and the social functions of red tape. The data upon which this tentative account is partly based are of two kinds. First, secret ballot, group interviews, qualitatively analyzed. Second, interviews with a small sample of 124 respondents stratified in terms of status and ethnic group registered red tape as the unnecessary. As might be expected, the meanings ascribed by our interviewees to the term red tape, as indicated both by their general definitions and concrete illustrations, are most often stated in the language of efficiency. For example, going through a lot of unnecessary beating around the bush. Another, red tape is something which disagrees with the theory that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And again, it means a lot of unnecessary rigmarole and delay in filling out forms. The language of efficiency is not a valueless and detached judgment on the part of people in our society. Efficiency, the choice of those alternatives that maximize the realization of objectives, or minimize expenditures in their pursuit, is widely regarded as a good in and of itself. It is in this sense that a belief in efficiency is one critical element in the frame of reference for the perception and judgment of red tape. Since efficiency is a widely acknowledged value in a society priding itself upon its technique and know-how, it is apparently employed to mask negative judgments based on less universally accredited values or less easily articulated sentiments. It is not merely that there are other non-rational elements in the red tape frame of reference, but that these may be implicit in seemingly rational judgments expressed in terms of efficiency registered. This will be evident from the discussion following. The separation of public and private spheres. In describing the meaning red tape has for them, interviewees tend to emphasize presumably unnecessary or dispensable features. These, however, are condemned not solely because they violate the canons of efficiency, but because they transgress less easily expressed values. One of the most important of these is the sacredness of privacy, or a belief that the individual should be privileged to withhold certain information about himself from anyone. In this context, the unnecessary is that which violates privacy. The clichés and commonplaces of complaints regarding red tape repeatedly strike this same keynote. Too many people have a chance to observe something of a nature which the respondent deems private. He feels that he is being forced to divulge matters construed as intimate. For some, red tape means filling out forms, going through many hands, too many details asked, being investigated, or too many interviews needed. One respondent remarks, "When I wanted to withdraw $300 from my bank account, they wouldn't let me take it out unless I first saw a vice president. They could see that I had the money in my account from bank book. He wanted to know what I wanted the money for, and I had to explain I was moving and buying new furniture. Why was it his business?" This theme is compactly summarized by another: "Many questions that are asked are of a personal nature and should not be the ordinary business of a stranger." Not only is the individual's privacy invaded by the information demanded of him, but he is himself investigated, and thus placed on the defensive. One respondent, describing an experience with what he called red tape, reports, "A commercial vehicle struck my automobile. To settle the matter, I had to give a report to my insurance company. They had to send out a man to inspect my damage to see if the estimate I had given them was correct." Another says that a mild example of red tape would be in the attempt to borrow money from a finance company. All your references have to be checked, your source of income checked, your honesty, reliability, etc. A respondent describing efforts of a married couple to adopt a child says, they must undergo investigation for moral and financial reasons. After they finally get a child, they must be investigated again before they can legally adopt the child. Finally, a respondent complains that you are asked questions which have to be verified by so and so and so and so. In these instances regarded as red tape, the individual's ego is challenged on two counts: a claim which he believes legitimate is not taken at face value. He must either supply proof or allow it to be investigated. He is, as one remarked, treated as a criminal. He may feel his worth is questioned, his status impugned. Not only are his claims and assertions challenged, but other details of his private life are investigated. The individual enters the situation on official, technical, or public business, and feels that he ends up by being investigated as a person. It seems clear that this conception of red tape would turn up only if the individual accepted the current value which insists upon the division of social activity into the spheres of the public and the private. In such cases, the individual responds to the violation of the value by feeling, as some expressed it, that he is getting involved, that he is experiencing the fusion of spheres which should be kept separated. Tuesday Buire 1 and Equatory. The foregoing comments of interviewees may have suggested that the situation is defined as red tape when pursuit of an end is obstructed, and especially so when the ends themselves are defined in a particular way, namely, as rights. One respondent mentions that veterans encounter red tape when trying to get the VA to approve dental work to a veteran who is entitled to it. Another tells of his difficulty in obtaining an Army promotion when he was due for it. A third speaks of his difficulty in collecting back flying pay, even though I had papers with me verifying my entitlement to the flying pay. It is not necessarily the absolute, but rather the relative complexity of demands made by an organization upon its clientele which leads these to be regarded as red tape. Ordinary routines are so regarded if there is the suspicion that special privilege exempts others from these routines. A commercial aviator thus considers the customs procedures encountered in international flights as red tape, going on to declare that if you belong to the right organizations you pass through customs much more quickly. A respondent speaking of banks says that they act as if they are doing you a favor to take your money. When you first open your account, they keep you waiting until they are ready. They really don't want a small account. They're interested in the big accounts. The democratic creed with its accent on equality of rights may thus provide a value component of the red tape frame of reference, registered one which would presumably not be common in a non-democratic society. Powerlessness. Sensitivity to disparities of power seems to be another element in the red tape frame of reference. A veteran refers to his army experiences to illustrate his conception of red tape. If a soldier wishes to go on leave, first of all the GI must present the claim to his platoon sergeant. Then it is referred to the top sergeant who, in turn, goes over the request and gives either his approval or disapproval. He then presents this to the CO who will either approve or disapprove your request. Another, in factories, when persons have grievances, they are usually sent to many different persons before hitting the particular one who will handle the case, rather than being sent directly to the person who will give you the satisfaction. A student discussing an encounter with what he calls red tape says, "To secure permission to use school records for the purpose of doing an attendance survey, I was first directed to an employee at the Board of Education, then to another employee, then to the deputy superintendent, the superintendent, the first employee asked, the superintendent again, then to the attendance director and, finally, permission to use the records was obtained." These and similar statements suggest that the individual who decries red tape feels that he is unable to get to the people who have the power, or get to them readily enough. You first have to go before the powerless people, they seem to be saying, who, though they may be able to deny your request, are often unable to approve it finally. They can say, no, but not yes. Power centers are felt to be out of reach, and the individual experiences himself and those with whom he can have some face-to-face contact as powerless. This feeling of powerlessness may in some cases be a character trait rather than an artifact of a social situation. Suspicion and the inability to defer gratifications. Two further character traits of clients apparently encourage them to perceive red tape where others do not. These are suspiciousness and an apparent inability to defer gratifications. The prevalence of suspicion manifests itself in the motives that respondents ascribe to those who present them with the red tape obstacles. Apparently the only thing to be gained in making this application complicated, which resulted in many applications rejected, said one informant, was the increase and duration of political jobs. Red tape, says another, seems to be used in order to have only the very anxious ones receive whatever they're after and discourage those who are not too eager. These remarks, among others, seem to imply that there exists deliberate intent to frustrate the client. For some, the world of red tape is not merely unnecessary, complicated, or meaningless, it becomes meaningful as willful maliciousness when viewed in the context of suspicion. Those who are particularly sensitive to waiting, when they emphasize the time it takes to comply with their requests or to get a decision on them, may include some whose capacity to defer gratification has become weakened. It would seem that suspicion and an inability to defer gratifications are closely interlocked. For, to the extent that the world is felt to be peopled with those who would do us harm and who cannot be trusted, safety lies only in the immediate satisfaction. The satisfaction that has to be deferred is imperiled by all manner of hostile forces that may prevent its realization. Inadequate substantial rationality. One further characteristic of the red tape sensitive frame of reference deserves special mention: its apparent inhibition of an intelligent insight into the interrelations of events in a given situation, what Karl Mannheim called 14 substantial rationality. Persons complaining of red tape often say, in effect, that the things they experience are meaningless and make no sense to them. They describe red tape as complicated, unnecessarily complex, a mix-up or befuddlement. We need not presuppose that the demands placed upon a client, or the procedures with which he is forced to comply, are actually necessary or unnecessary. The only question of interest here is whether anything can be learned about the client and his frame of reference from his repeated references to red tape as confused or mixed up. Our data do not permit us to say whether, in some objective sense, the situation is really befuddled. We can be reasonably certain, however, that it does confuse the client, and that it provides him with experiences which are meaningless in his frame of reference. As Lundberg has indicated, the degree to which a situation appears complicated or simple is not only determined by the situation itself. It is also influenced by the frame of reference through which it is viewed. Thus, individuals coming upon a situation which they label red tape and finding it confusing are likely to have a frame of reference that cannot make sense of their experience. What are some reasons for this eclipse of substantial rationality and for the inadequacy of the red tape-sensitive frame of reference? Some clues may be provided by examining the kinds of organizations alleged to have the least red tape. Most respondents mention nonprofit, private associations, as having least red tape. These include churches, WISE, the American Legion, the Salvation Army, fraternities, and trade unions. In part, these groups are distinguished by their relatively personalized and informal relationships. The tendency to choose least red tape groups on the basis of this criterion is epitomized by one person who nominated the home. A second criterion apparently used by respondents involves the effectiveness of the possible cash transactions. Thus, one respondent, who declared that second-hand car dealers have little red tape, went on to say, "Here, money talks." The organizations listed as having least red tape in general appear to have well-developed, personalized, and informal relations or effective cash relationships. Among privately owned businesses believed to have little red tape, small businesses were prominent. These, providing service with a smile, also effectively fuse informal and pecuniary ties. Apparently, many individuals in our society expect organizations to operate on one or both of these bases. But a distinctive feature of contemporary bureaucracies is their use of relationships which are neither personalized nor pecuniary, neither informal nor contractual. Instead, they are attuned to abstract and impersonal rules. These considerations suggest that those who pronounce red tape to be a mix-up and befuddlement are utilizing a frame of reference which relies upon somewhat outmoded techniques for realizing goals. A frame of reference which depends upon market and informal arrangements as instrumentalities will be less and less effective as bureaucratic organization invades ever-widening spheres of the society. Rep tape as resentment. Other social sources of the red tape-sensitive frame of reference are indicated in Max Skeeler's concept of resentment. According to Skeeler, resentment is a compound of envy and suppressed aggression, a compound which sometimes bursts into the open and is directed against some diffusely defined group or object. Skeeler maintains that, the wider the gulf existing between the juridical condition of divergent social groups established by the political system or tradition, on the one side, and their actual power on the other, the more powerful will be the charge of psychological explosiveness implicit in the situation. 8. In certain major respects the red tape frame of reference and Skeeler's description of resentment converge. Both involve a belief in equality which is violated by a sense of powerlessness. Like the man of resentment, the individual hostile to red tape also feels that there are things to which he is entitled but never receives. Essentially, however, what distinguishes the man of resentment is not his frustration, but his feeling of powerlessness. He has little hope of rectifying the situation. It would appear, therefore, that a full analysis of the social roots of the red tape-sensitive frame of reference must link up with the phenomenon of alienation. Alienation of the conservative. If this is so, it is likely that we are confronted with the alienation of a distinct ideological group, roughly characterizable as conservatives. For it is the conservatives, rather than the radicals, who seem most concerned witn red tape as a social problem. 1 To designate this group simply as conservative, without specifying its other attributes, especially its status properties, is clearly inadequate. Further analysis of our data is required, however, before the other characteristics of this group can be stated with confidence. For the present, a tentative formulation might hold that red tape, as a culturally familiar epithet, has largely developed under conservative sponsorship. Point 15. This may explain why those indignant at red tape frequently direct their aggression against clerks at the bottom of a structure, while higher echelons escape unscathed. Their hostility is, moreover, aimed at means, e.g., forms and questionnaires, rather than at Group E7DS. Criticisms embodied in the term red tape enable the individual to express aggression against powerful and prestige-laden organizations, while still permitting him to be counted in. As such, red tape is a social critique readily acceptable to conservatives. The significance of the red tape stereotype seems, however, to be even deeper. Social institutions during the last century or so have undergone profound changes, partly describable as bureaucratization. The red tape stereotype gives compact but blurred expression to the resentment against the alienation, the impersonalization, and the dull routines that afflict bureaucracy. This suggests that the growth of concern with red tape may indicate new types of social problems. Crime and corporate organization. Edwin H. Sutherland. The characteristics of white-collar crime depend to some extent on the corporate form of business organization. The statement is frequently made that big business is more legal and more honest than small business. No organized research has demonstrated the truth or falsity of this claim. Research on violations of price ceilings during World War II indicated but did not prove conclusively that no significant difference was found between large and small firms. Point 1. At any rate, the corporate form of organization which is generally used in big business has two advantages over other forms of organization from the point of view of violations of law: anonymity of persons so that the location of responsibility is impeded, and increased rationality in behavior. The policies of a business which has corporate form are actions of a corporate unit. Responsibility is divided among executives, directors, subordinates, and stockholders. A director loses his personal identity in this corporate behavior and in this respect, but in no other. Corporate behavior is like the behavior of a mob. Persons do not act in these situations as they would act if segregated from each other. This is true even when the corporation is essentially a dictatorship under the control of one person. The difficulty of locating responsibility and the resulting security to individuals is exemplified in the decision against the automobile companies in the 6% case, where the corporations were convicted but all of the directors and executives were acquitted. The corporation was guilty of a crime but no person directing the corporation was guilty of a crime. The corporate form of business organization also has the advantage of increased rationality. The corporation probably comes closer to the economic man and to pure reason than any other person or any other organization. The executives and directors not only have explicit and consistent objectives of maximum pecuniary gain but also have research and accounting departments by which precise determination of results is facilitated, and have discussions of policies by directors with diverse abilities and diverse interests, so that the sentiments of one person are cancelled by those of another. This general advantage does not deny the disadvantages of corporate organization. Two principal disadvantages have been pointed out in the literature. First, the directors do not necessarily have their attention fixed on the balance sheet of the corporation, but often engage in log rolling for personal advantages, just as is true in politics. Second, the corporation, like a government, tends to become bureaucratic with all of the limitations of bureaucratic organization. In the earlier days the corporation aimed at technological efficiency, in the later days it has aimed more than previously at the manipulation of people by advertising, salesmanship, propaganda, and lobbying. With this recent development the corporation has developed a truly Machiavellian ideology and policy. It has reached the conclusion that practically anything is possible if resources, ingenuity, and strenuous efforts are used. It has appropriated the physical and biological sciences and applied them to its objectives of technological efficiency, and in the process has made significant contributions to those sciences. Similarly, it has appropriated the social and psychological sciences and applied them to the objective of manipulating people. Three aspects of the rationality of the corporation in relation to illegal behavior may be mentioned. First, the corporation selects crimes which involve the smallest danger of detection and identification, and against which victims are least likely to fight. The crimes of corporations are similar in this respect to professional thefts. Both are carefully selected and both are similar to taking candy from a baby, in that the victim is a weak antagonist. The advantage of selecting weak victims was stated explicitly by Daniel Drew in the decade of the 80s. I began to see that it is poor policy for big men in Wall Street to fight each other. When I am fighting a money king, even my victories are dangerous. Take the present situation. I had scooped a fine profit out of the Erie deal and it was for the most part in solid cash. And here was the trouble, it had all come out of one man, Vanderbilt. Naturally it had left him very sore. And being so powerful, he was able to fight back. As has been seen, he did fight back. He had put me and my party to a lot of inconvenience. That always happens when you take money from a man on your own level. On the other hand, if I had taken these profits from outsiders, it would in the aggregate have amounted to the same sum, but the losers would have been scattered all over the country and so wouldn't have been able to get together and hit back. By making my money from people on the outside, an insider like myself could make just as much in the long run, and not raise up any one enemy powerful enough to cause him discomfort. The victims of corporate crimes are seldom in a position to fight against the management of the corporation. Consumers are scattered, unorganized, lacking in objective information as to qualities of commodities, and no one consumer suffers a loss in a particular transaction which would justify him in taking individual action. Stockholders seldom know the complex procedures of the corporation which they own, cannot attend annual meetings, and receive little information regarding the policies or the financial status of the corporation. Even if stockholders suspect illegal behavior by the management, they are scattered, unorganized, and frequently cannot even secure access to the names of other stockholders. In their conflicts with labor, the corporations have the advantage of a friendly press and of news commentators whose salaries are paid by business corporations, so that their unfair labor practices can be learned generally only by consulting official reports. The ordinary case of embezzlement is a crime by a single individual in a subordinate position against a strong corporation. It is, therefore, one of the most foolish of white-collar crimes. The weakness of the embezzler, in comparison with the corporation, is illustrated in the case of J.W. Harriman. He was indicted for embezzlement in 1933 and later convicted. No criminal complaint was made against the banks which were accessory to this crime, and which were discovered in the course of the investigation. Their crimes included loans to one corporation in excess of the limit set by law, a pool formed by the officers of the bank to trade in the stock of the bank in violation of law, concealment of the embezzlement by officers of the bank and of the clearing house, and refusal by many of the banks to meet the losses of the Harriman Bank which they had agreed to do on condition that the embezzlement be concealed. A second aspect of corporate rationality in relation to crime is the selection of crimes in which proof is difficult. In this respect, also, white-collar crime is similar to professional theft. The selection of crimes on this basis is illustrated by advertising. Since a little puffing is regarded as justifiable, the proof of unreasonable puffing is difficult. Again, a corporation organizes a company union under its own domination because proof that this is an unfair labor practice is difficult. Third, the rational corporation adopts a policy of fixing cases. This is similar to the professional thief who maintains that if he has money and good standing with the fixer he can fix any case anywhere, since it is always possible to find a weak link in the chain of persons necessary for a conviction. A former officer of the Federal Food and Drug Administration has described the pressures on that organization to prevent the execution of the law on particular offenders. These pressures include threats by senators and representatives that appropriations for the Food and Drug Administration will be cut unless charges against a constituent are withdrawn. When the Federal Trade Commission after the First World War was active in the enforcement of the law, representatives of large corporations went to the President of the United States, who replaced some of the commissioners by others more sympathetic with business practices, This resulted in the dismissal of many complaints which had been made against corporations. When minority stockholders bring suit against the management of the corporation, a customary procedure is to make a settlement with the leader of that group. This is similar to the reimbursement by the professional thief of the victim of the theft in order to stop prosecution. The fixing of white-collar crimes, however, is much more inclusive than the fixing of professional thefts. The corporation attempts not only to fix particular accusations against it, but also to develop general goodwill before accusations are made, and even to prevent the implementation of the law. An instance of this broader policy is provided by the fire insurance companies of Missouri, which had agreed to pay Pendergast a bribe of $750,000 to intervene in a rate case. 4 of these companies which paid shares of this bribe immediately appointed as vice president a person who had great influence in the national capital. While Pendergast was promptly convicted and committed to prison, almost 10 years elapsed before the fire insurance companies were convicted and their penalties were limited to fines. The preceding analysis justifies the conclusion that the violations of law by corporations are deliberate and organized crime. This does not mean that corporations never violate the law inadvertently and in an unorganized manner. It does mean that a substantial portion of their violations are deliberate and organized. 8. Field methods for the study of bureaucracy. Until recently, most studies of bureaucracy have necessarily been based on documentary materials which turn up in the ordinary course of events. Autobiographies, memoirs, diaries, journals, newspaper reports, notebooks, letters, and official papers of the organization have chiefly comprised the raw materials for reconstructing the structure and functions of bureaucracy. Common to these materials is the fact that they were usually produced without concern for the needs of the social scientist. They already exist by the time he arrives on the scene. Indispensable as they are, therefore, and not exclusively for the study of bureaucracies in the past, it is only to be expected that these pre-established materials will have their characteristic deficiencies for social science. Often, they do not detail daily behavior of officials variously placed in the bureaucracy, being largely confined to information about the higher echelons. Often, the representativeness of data concerning a particular official cannot be determined. Often, too, irreparable gaps in these data make it difficult to reconstruct, with any assurance, some of the salient features of the bureaucracy, for example, the linkages of informal groups with the formal structure of the organization. And useful as they may nevertheless be for historical accounts of a particular bureaucracy, these documents are often not sufficiently standardized to allow the comparative study of various bureaucracies. Historians and others have, of course, been amply aware of these and other deficiencies of documentary materials, as can be seen in some of the works cited in the bibliography, and would therefore concur in the view that these materials afford an insufficient basis for the detailed study of present-day bureaucracy. To supplement these documentary sources, social scientists have devised procedures for the field collection of data bearing on social organization, and these are the subject of this concluding section. Methods of systematic self-observation by officials, direct observation of bureaucratic routines, interviews, and measures of attitudes, sentiments and expectations partly meet the deficiencies inherent in documentary materials prepared without the aid of the social scientist. As will be seen, these current methods of collecting data are only in their beginnings. Indeed, the authors of the following selections uniformly urge the need for their further development. But even now, their tentative findings do credit to their method. In the opening selection on self-observation by officials, Lasswell shows that large staffs of field workers are not required to study selected aspects of bureaucracy. He sets forth some rudimentary procedures, which lend themselves to elaboration, whereby the executive can describe essential parts of his organizational environment. However much these procedures may exclude from view, they have the merit of assuring a representative record of experience, in contrast to the essay diary, the journal and other documents which report, in patchy and unrepresentative form, the run of experience of the executive. These suggestions of procedures for systematic observation are taken up, elaborated and applied to several organizations by Carlson in his pilot study of the daily routines of business executives. By describing the various practical difficulties that need to be overcome, he provides a tentative guide for the further development of these systematic records of executive behavior. No one method is adequate to understand such a complex organization as bureaucracy. Whereas Carlson indicates the several points at which observational records of organizational behavior need to be supplemented by periodic interviews, Roethlisberger and Dixon indicate the points at which systematic interview materials need to be supplemented by direct observation. The latter selection presents working principles to guide the behavior of the observer, directing attention, in particular, to the difficulty, familiar to other fields of more disciplined inquiry, that the presence of the observer may change the behavior under observation from what it would normally have been in his absence. Stogdill presents a compact review of several methods of studying administrative behavior, among them, sociometry, rating scales and interviews appraising their distinctive uses and examining the interrelations between them. The interlocking of different methods of inquiry serves numerous purposes. For example, it enables the inquirer to test the validity of administrators' own reports of behavior by more objective indices of their actual behavior. Particularly germane in this selection is the brief summary of different kinds of problems which can be analyzed by use of materials gathered by different methods. Self-observation, recording the focus of attention. Harold D. Laswell. How can a busy man keep useful records? Time, or rather, the lack of it, is the enemy, a deadlier enemy than lack of objectivity. The inventive ability of man has not yet been adequately applied to the task of recording his own experience. There is, of course, the diary and the journal. However much we welcome the invaluable jottings of a Gideon Wells, we are always left thirsting for more. Besides, the essay diary is highly selective, and yet it chooses on the basis of no explicit principle. When we leaf through an essay diary, we learn that our diarist saw the head of a manufacturing corporation, who came to protest that he had been passed over in the awarding of government contracts. How many other manufacturers succeeded in reaching the secretary for the personal presentation of such a complaint? We scan through the diary, and sure enough we find another instance, and then a second or a third. Are these all the manufacturers who got through to him during his years in office? Or is the complaint so frequent that the secretary makes a note of it only on rare occasions? It is the problem of representativeness that plagues anyone who relies on the essay diary. What is the typical, not the special, appointment pattern of a given official? How much time is taken up in contact with members of the department, of other government agencies, with private persons? Among the private persons, how many are seeking favors, appointments, revisions of contract, news of government decisions? How many requests are acceded to, and how many are postponed or rejected outright? A high degree of disciplined interest in human affairs is enough to keep some busy policy makers busy on elaborate records. We cannot, however, assume this disciplined interest on the part of all practical men. We do not imply that the task of obtaining better sources for political science and history must be postponed to a future in which policy is in the hands of conscientious and skillful historians and political scientists. Many active executives can be brought to understand how the keeping of certain records will yield facts that bear directly on their own efficiency. Must be met. First, a question must be asked that seems to them worth answering. Second, a procedure must be available that does not interfere with their work. One bureau chief in the federal government was having budget trouble. A veteran of the public service in Washington, he commanded the destinies of a bureau devoted to the collecting, reporting, and scientific processing of certain data. For several years his appropriation had remained stable, though the relative trend was downward. Although somewhat concerned about the failure of his operation to expand, he had done very little about it. We had occasion to ask him if he had ever looked objectively at his own methods of administrative management in search of a clue to the static position of his bureau. We outlined to this bureau chief a simple method of keeping a record of his contacts. The purpose was to take note of every person who came to his focus of attention in the course of the day. He provided himself with a packet of slips. Only a slip a day was used. At the top he wrote the date. In the upper left-hand corner he wrote the letters in, and halfway down EX by the symbol in was meant internal, by X, external. The words referred to persons inside or outside his bureau. Each time the chief had a face-to-face contact, he entered a tally opposite in or EX. The results of this extremely simple procedure were somewhat revealing to the administrator. Well over 9 in every 10 contacts were with members of his own bureau. This included all waking hours of the day. This bureau head was a bachelor who was interested in the scientific phases of his work and practically submerged himself among his immediate colleagues. The test period of record-making brought sharply to his focus of attention some of the facts about his ordinary focus of attention. The effect was to underline some of the factors explaining the static position of his bureau. He, as the representative of the collective life of this organization, was not impressing himself or the enterprise upon the environment upon which it depended for survival. The degree to which the chief had internalized his contacts was given even greater emphasis when he noted among the X entries whether the person, though outside his bureau, was inside his department, or whether he was in another executive agency, in Congress, or in private life. During the trial month the record showed not a single legislative contact and less than 0% of total contacts outside his department. The executive secretary of a trade association, who used the same procedure for a test period, was also surprised to see how exclusively his focus of attention was controlled by members of the association. Well over 9 in 10 contacts were intra-organizational. Although nominally serving the membership as an intermediary with the external environment, he was actually doing a different job. He decided to alter his tactics and to extend the scope of his effective impact on the environment beyond the association. A very different pattern was revealed by a college president, who made use of the recording system. Living in a large metropolitan area, constantly drawn into civic and other activities, the president realized when the question was raised that he had cut down his faculty-student associations. But he was shocked to see how far this process had gone. The test run showed that over half of his contacts were external, that is, with other than faculty, students, employees, board of trustees, parents of students. Of the internal contacts, more than half were with members of the board of trustees and with one dean. Sensing the degree of alienation that had grown up between him and the campus, the president deliberately modified his pattern of contact in order to multiply his direct associations with faculty and students. Even such a simple homemade procedure as the record slip calls for the solution of many small technical problems. The basic idea is so flexible that any number of adaptations can be made. Suppose 2 people are interviewed at the same time, a small circle can be added at the top of the tally to indicate the extra person. Suppose one person is an insider, the other an outsider, the tally can be under in and the small circle blacked in. If the contact is by telephone, a small circle may be drawn at the bottom of the tally. Contacts outside the office can be shown by a dotted line. Beginning with this humble device, a never-ending set of complications can be added in order to answer questions that arise out of the material. An administrator may want to know in detail which persons or groups inside or outside of his organization occupy his attention. The superintendent of a hospital may examine his relations with trustees, medical staff, nurses, administrative and technical employees, patients, and families of patients. All these constitute the internal environment. In addition, he may want to distinguish certain groups in the external environment: physicians, press, clergy, teachers, politicians, businessmen. The persons or groups selected may be shown by letters put by the side of each tally mark. The basic procedure can be extended to characterize the significance of each contact. To what extent does the administrator play an indulgent role by granting requests and distributing rewards? To what extent does he play a deprivational role by turning down requests and applying disciplinary measures? Every administrator is necessarily a source of both indulgence and deprivation. However, it is possible for him to exercise some measure of control over the balance. The objective situation may justify tipping the balance one way or the other, but even under adverse conditions, such as retrenchment, the administrator can often find ways of diluting his negative function. Occasions may be created to justify a distribution of praise and the giving of tangible reward. With regard to technique, the administrator who gives the indulgence may enter a plus at the top of the tally. A deprivation can be registered as minus. If in the same relationship the interviewer is simultaneously plus and minus, overlap can be shown by circling the signs. The executive is himself a target of a stream of indulgences and deprivations from his environment. He may be the object of praise or criticism, of promotion or reprimand. If he cares to describe the impact of life on his own experience, the administrator may modify the recording procedure in order to make the appropriate entries. One convenient expedient is to put the plus and minus signs that refer to acts by the administrator above the tally and to put signs referring to acts toward the administrator below the tally. If desired, entries can be very detailed in regard to the nature of indulgence or deprivation. In the interest of reliability, the record maker may lay down a series of instructions for his own guidance. +1 or minus may first be defined to mean indulgence or deprivation in accordance with Standard 1, power. Standard may second be income. Subdivisions of these and other standards may be carried out indefinitely. The power relation, for example, may be broken down into many categories. +1a may be defined to mean acceptance of proposals by others. Such a notation would be used when another person accepts a suggestion. -1a would mean a rejection. +1b may mean approval of a past official act, -1b disapproval. The simple framework of the procedure can be adapted to more and more precise observations. Each contact may be timed approximately by dividing the slip horizontally according to hours or minutes. Slips may be filled out for each half-day or hour. With slight adaptation, the basic procedure can be applied to collective situations like committee meetings. On a diagram, movements can be assigned to individual participants according to the position they occupy. A tally can be made when anyone participates. These recording methods may be used by an individual to discover many perhaps unanticipated characteristics. Categories may be used to describe the approach of the other person. The type of aggressive or passive approach may be assigned code numbers and added to the tally of a given contact. The basic procedure can be adapted to the recording of what is said by the parties to a given contact relationship. An administrator may want a record of the frequency with which he hears criticisms of himself, his organization, his policies, or his ideas. Every symbol can be assigned a code number, to be recorded on a slip each time it occurs. These methods of content analysis are more fully described in connection with a study of what appear in the mass channels of communication. These record-making devices are not only contributory to personal insight, from a scientific point of view they improve the source materials of history and therefore of science. These methods are especially valuable in improving our knowledge of the focus of attention, the long-neglected dimension of personal and social reality. To account for what people do, it is necessary to describe their environment in two ways, as surroundings and as milieu. By surroundings we mean what the outside observer sees regardless of whether the people who are there see it. The surroundings of a great power include all the people and resources of all other powers in the world. The milieu, on the other hand, is what comes to the focus of attention of the members of a great power. The same surroundings do not always evoke the same milieu. Since it is comparatively easy to find reliable ways to describe surroundings, the data available to political science is comparatively ample with respect to population, material resources, technical equipment, output, resource consumption, and depletion. More refined methods of analysis and description will enable us to interpose two series of data between environment, in the sense of surroundings, and ideological and institutional effects of a final sort. The milieu of one group of workers may include clarifying explanations of why adjustments in wages and working conditions may be necessary to maintain the firm in production, while the milieu of a similarly situated group of workers in another plant may contain no such clarifying explanations. Unless our methods of data gathering provide us with this type of material, we are at the very least prone to underestimate the time relations between the final effect and the environmental change. Moreover, it is by no means demonstrated without these data that the choice of final effect is justified. Some of the procedures outlined here are capable of providing many of the facts needed about the focus of attention of those who occupy known positions in the social process. The ideal is to obtain more satisfactory records of the typical foci of attention of policymakers, advisors, and members of the rank and file. In this discussion, emphasis has been put upon self-observation as a means of describing those with whom one comes in contact and the content of what they say. This is only part of the process of self-observation. We may, in addition, take note of what we ourselves feel about the people with whom we are in contact. We may take note of our expectations about the way in which the situation will develop. In this is included our conceptions of goal and procedure for getting what we want. As a means of exploring the structure of expectation, demand, and identification with which we enter any given series of contacts, we may make use of the technique of free fantasy. Records of this type do not relate to the focus of attention of the individual but to his predispositions and response. It is important to keep these distinctions clear on both the conceptual and observational levels. Unclarity in this zone has handicapped both the writing of history and the advance of political science. Among political scientists, Lawrence Lowell and Graham Wallace have made the most valuable exploratory analysis of the function of attention in politics. It has been impossible to implement their insights, however, in the absence of more adequate methods of recording empirical data. Lowell's most significant suggestions are in Public Opinion in War and Peace. Nearly all of Wallace's remarkable essays are in Point. Records of Executive Behavior. Sune Carlson. In the present state of knowledge, our primary task has been to devise and test a method for an observational description of executive work. In so far as we have succeeded with this task, that will be our most important result. But what we want is an observational technique that will not only help us to describe the actual work of the business executive, but will also be a useful instrument for the detection of deficiencies in his work. As a frame of reference, we devised a set of operational concepts rather similar to Barnard's system of specialization. His first and third bases of specialization, the place where work is done, and the people with whom work is done, we also used. His fourth and fifth bases, the things upon which work is done, and the methods or process by which work is done, we formulated in a somewhat different way, distinguishing the technique of communication used in contacting people, the nature of the questions that are brought up before the managing director, and the kind of action he takes with regard to these questions. Thus, for every executive action we tried to collect data on, place of work, 2. Contact with persons and institutions, 3. Technique of communication, 4. Nature of question handled, v. Kind of action. Before I comment further on these bases of classification, I shall say a few words regarding Barnard's second base, the time at which work is done. The element of time was brought into our study in two different ways. Firstly, we had to select a specific time period, during which the observational recording of the executive behavior would take place, and secondly, the time together with the frequency was our main unit of measurement. We tried to observe the actual time used in every contact and for every particular piece of work. By doing so, we regarded time units as homogeneous units irrespective of what they were used for and when they took place. Thus, a 10-minute review of reports was regarded as one and the same operation, whether it was made in the morning, when the executive's brain was thoroughly rested, or late at night after a long and tiring working day. Let us now return to our system of classification and see how this was applied in the observational study. Place of work. The mere recording of the place of work gave us some idea of what the managing director was doing, or rather what he was not doing. If we found, for example, that he spent his whole day in his office, we knew that he was not on an inspection tour in the plant. If he was attending a conference outside the firm, The mere observation of where this conference was held also often gave us some notion of his duties. 2. Contacts with persons and institutions. Starting out with the conception that the main task of the executive is to administer his own people and to represent the firm vis-a-vis other people, the recording of the people he met in his daily work became perhaps the most important part of the whole study. It may be mentioned that the managing directors we have studied thus far spent between 65 and % of their total working time in contact with other people. These people included not only the firm's own staff and the members of their boards of directors, but also all the persons from outside with whom they had to deal as the chief representatives of their firms. Technique of communication. I believe, says Elton Mayo, that social study should begin with careful observations of what may be described as communication, that is, the capacity for an individual to communicate his feelings and ideas to another, the capacity of groups to communicate effectively and intimately to each other. By technique of communication we mean here the methods used by the executive in order to get into contact with the people and the institutions he has to deal with. It describes how he obtains information from others and how he himself conveys ideas to other people. For the sake of simplicity we have also included under this heading the technique of getting information by direct observation, e.g. during an inspection tour in the plant. 4. Nature of question handled. The concepts thus far discussed were useful also for the study of what questions the executives had to deal with in their daily work. The statistics of the distribution of their working time with respect to various places of work, of their contacts with institutions and people inside and outside the firm, of their attendance at committee meetings and of the reports they received gave us some ideas about the material contents of their work. In fact, during the first stage of our investigation this was the only data we collected. Our working hypothesis was that a mere observation of the personal contacts would also enable us to draw some conclusions regarding the nature of the questions brought up. We simply assumed that if, for example, the managing director had a talk with the sales manager, the issue discussed was a question of sales. The limitations of such an approach are obvious. The main task of the chief executive is, of course, not to consider a problem in its functional but in its company-wide aspects. Thus, a question brought to him by the sales manager may very well be classified as a sales problem from the point of view of the latter, but from the point of view of the managing director it may just as well be a problem that touches manufacturing, financing, or personnel, and should be classified accordingly. If the problem had no other aspect than sales, it would in most cases never have been referred to the chief executive's consideration. Furthermore, from a mere observation of his contacts we shall never find out either what the managing director does when he works by himself, or which problems he specially wants to talk to other people about. During the later stage of our study we observed that there may be some questions, e.g. personnel questions, that the chief executive wants to discuss with all his subordinates. If we were to assume in such a case that personnel problems are only discussed in the presence of the personnel manager, our conclusions would, of course, be completely wrong. In order to avoid these shortcomings we introduced during the later stage of our investigation a series of concepts relating to the nature of the question handled. We were here forced to abandon the purely observational approach and to introduce continuous interviews as a supplement to the behavioristic study. Firstly, we classified the questions the executive dealt with according to what might be called their material contents or field of activity. Secondly, we classified the questions dealt with as questions of development or questions of current operation. Thirdly, we classified the questions handled as questions of policy or questions of application. V kind of action. Our curiosity did not end when we had acquired a knowledge of the nature of the questions dealt with by the chief executives. We also wanted to know what they did about these questions. In our observational study the kinds of actions, consequently, were classified under the following subheadings: getting information, systematizing information, taking decisions, confirming or correcting the decisions of others, giving orders, advising and explaining, inspecting and reviewing, executing, and personal development. There are several critical comments to be made regarding this list of concepts, but before I embark on such a critique, I want to review some of the problems of recording and classification. Recording and classification of data. It should be remembered that the main part of the study took place in firms with which I had been connected for several years, and about which I already had a great deal of information. This information was, of course, of great help both when I had to plan the collection and classification of my new data and when these data were finally analyzed. The problem of collecting data was that the recording must not interfere with or influence the executive's usual behavior patterns, and I think that we were rather successful in this respect. The recording technique used varied with the nature of the data. Some data were collected by the chief executive's private secretaries or their personal assistants, by the telephone exchange operators and the porters, and one of my assistant's chief tasks in connection with the collecting of data was to train these people in the recording technique to be used. Other data were recorded immediately by the chief executives themselves, while for other parts of our study we got the necessary information through extensive interviews with the chief executives, their private secretaries, and other persons in their immediate surroundings who had an intimate knowledge of their working patterns. Place of work and personal contacts. The recording of the time the chief executive spent in various places of work and in personal contact with people visiting him at his office was generally done by his private secretary. A special form was supplied for this purpose, of which one part was to be filled in for the morning period, and another for the afternoon period and the evening. When the secretary could not observe the relevant events herself, she obtained the necessary information from the porter, the telephone exchange operator, or the chief executive himself. If, for example, the managing director left his office for the day in the early afternoon in order to attend a meeting outside the firm, the secretary would ask him the next morning when the meeting ended and if he had done any other work after the meeting. A similar recording of all incoming and outgoing telephone calls was made on another form by the telephone exchange operator. Finally, the private secretary prepared a list of all letters dictated and signed by the chief executive. Although with the aid of this recording technique we got fairly complete information regarding the time distribution of the executive's work with reference to the place of work and the contacts he had with persons and institutions, there were some deficiencies in the recording which should be noticed. Thus we never succeeded in recording all the personal contacts the executive had outside his office, e.g. when he made an inspection tour in a plant or when he attended a meeting outside the firm. It was also difficult to get a complete record of the telephone calls with respect to both their frequency and their duration, particularly the latter. This was especially the case with the internal calls, and where a conference telephone was used, we could merely observe which persons could be reached by this telephone. Fortunately, the conference telephone was used mostly in order to make appointments or for matters where only a quick answer was needed on a special question, and seldom for conversations of any length. Another item which was difficult to record completely was the executive's working time outside the firm. As was mentioned above, the executive had to report this work daily to his secretary, but it was not always so easy for him to decide what activities he ought to regard as work. Was reading of memoranda and trade journals work only when it was done in his office or without disturbance at his home in the evenings, or was it also when he did it in the train going to and from his office? Was it work when he discussed the firm's affairs with a colleague or a subordinate during a Sunday walk? We never tried to formulate any rules for the judgment of these questions, but left them for the individual executives to decide for themselves. Technique of communication. The technique of communication, as I have said, is the technique used by the executive in order to obtain information from, and convey ideas to, the people he is in contact with. We may here distinguish the following subclasses. Direct contacts. 1. Personal observations. 2. Conversations, person to person. 3. Conferences, regular and ad hoc. 4. Telephone calls, indirect contacts. 5. Via persons. 6. Via papers. A great deal of information regarding the use of these different communication techniques could be obtained from the data on the executive's contacts, mentioned above. These data told us, for example, how much time he spent on inspection tours to various parts of the firm, or informal and ad hoc conferences. They also told us when he made use of letter writing, telephone calls or personal appointments. Additional information regarding the communication technique was obtained by collection of data for a full year on internal committees and conferences, on internal control reports, etc. Thus we made a systematic survey of all the committee meetings and conferences inside the firm in which the chief executive regularly took part, recording how the meetings were announced, how they were planned and run, if minutes were kept, etc. We made another survey of all the reports which were read regularly by the chief executive, recording their size, main contents, and periodicity. In addition, we learned about the technique used with respect to personal appointments, telephone calls, and correspondence, and private reading from interviews with the private secretary, the telephone exchange operator and the chief executive himself. Nature of question handled and kind of action. In order to find out what questions the chief executives actually deal with in their daily work and what actions they made in relation to these questions, we had to ask the executives themselves. Our technique was as follows: we designed a standardized questionnaire, sized about 4x5%, which we spread all around the executive. He had copies of the questionnaire on his desk, in his pocket, at his home, etc. The headings contained on this questionnaire were the following: 1 date, 2 time, 3 telephone call, with appropriate space for noting incoming and outgoing calls, 4 place of work, annotations were made only if the place of work was other than the executive's own office, 5 person contacted. In order to simplify the annotations, symbols were given for the persons with whom the executive was in contact most frequently. Otherwise it was sufficient if the executive marked the initials of the person in question, which would permit his identification. 2. 6. Nature of question handled, with subheadings for a. The fields of activity. b. Questions of development and current operation. C. Questions of policy and of application. 7. Kinds of action, with the subheadings described above. For every personal appointment, conference, or telephone call, and for every question the chief executive worked on for himself, he was asked to tick the appropriate headings on this questionnaire. After a short introductory training, this task was done in a few seconds, and it in no way interfered with his ordinary work. Twice a day the questionnaires were collected by the private secretary or an assistant, who had to check them against the forms used for registering visitors and telephone calls. Naturally, the quality of the data thus obtained varied as between different individuals studied, but at least in 5 of the 7 cases where this technique was used, the questionnaires returned to us were quite complete and very conscientiously marked. These data regarding the nature of the questions handled and the kind of actions taken are, however, of a different kind from the data previously described. While we could register the actual behavior of the chief executive with respect to place of work and personal contacts, what we register here is not the executive's behavior but their opinions about their behavior. The opinions are expressed in standardized terms and they are registered almost simultaneously with the corresponding actions, which makes them very useful, but as with all opinions, they relate to particular persons at a particular instant of time. Thus, it becomes very difficult to make comparisons of the questions handled and the actions taken as between different executives. What one may hope for is merely that the individual executive will be consistent enough in his own marking for comparisons to be made as between the nature of the questions discussed with different people or the kind of actions taken for different types of questions. Since we did not expect to make any interpersonal comparisons, it was not necessary for us to define the concepts to be used in an exact way. We could leave it to the executive himself to decide within rather wide margins how he wanted to classify the particular items. While the executives generally had no difficulty in classifying what fields of activity an individual question related to, or whether it was a question of development or current operations, they said that in many cases it was rather difficult to decide whether it was a question of policy or of application. There is no clear borderline between these concepts. One may think at the beginning of a discussion that the item brought up is merely a trifling detail, while further consideration reveals that the decision taken turns out to be a most important precedent for the future. Nevertheless, every scrap of actual information regarding this aspect of executive work is, of course, most welcome. In the analysis of the data relating to the nature of questions handled, we got among other things into the following difficulty. It often happened that the chief executive classified a question under several different headings. An item discussed with a sous chef could, example, be marked as manufacturing and finance, development and current operation, and policy. Whether in such a case there were actually two different subjects that were discussed during the same visit, or one subject which had all these aspects, we never knew. At the final stage of the study we got one of the executives to make out a separate form for every separate item he worked on, and not only one form for every visit, etc., but he said that it was generally very difficult to decide whether and when the conversation shifted from one item to another. This weakness in our investigation technique prevented us from drawing any but very tentative conclusions regarding the frequency of company-wide questions as compared with questions of a purely functional character, a study which, of course, would have been very interesting to make. The study of the kind of action was, as I expected it to be, the most difficult part of our whole investigation, and neither the concepts nor the recording technique used are as yet sufficiently refined in this respect. Nevertheless, the data obtained were most valuable. They clearly showed, for instance, that for the chief executive the main problems were those of getting information and advising and explaining. In their own opinion, most of the directors studied did not take part in so very many decisions, and it was seldom that they gave orders. It is probable, however, that if we had asked the subordinate to mark down the kind of actions taken, the picture might have been quite different. A conversation which from the point of view of the managing director merely means the getting of information may very well be regarded by the subordinates as decision-making or even the receiving of orders. It seems to me that our knowledge of this aspect of the executive work would have been much more complete if we had classified the nature of the questions handled with respect to their time aspect also. By that I mean whether the particular question related to a coming or a past event. When, for example, the executive gets information regarding something which has not yet happened, this seems to have more of a directive significance than if the event has already taken place. In general, the concepts used for describing various kinds of actions only get an exact meaning when they are clearly related to the time aspect of the question on which action is taken. Unfortunately, this was not done. Complementary data. As a complement to the observational study thus far described, we carried out a fairly extensive interview program, which included not only the chief executives themselves but also their secretaries and other persons inside their organization who had first-hand knowledge of their daily behavior patterns. The interviews were generally semi-directed. There were some definite topics which we wanted to bring up, but they were complemented by a series of free conversations. We also collected data regarding the formal organization plans of the firms, the location and size of the various plants, the local amenities and the internal system of communication of the head offices, the associations, boards, and outside committees the executives were members of, the number of meetings these various institutions had had during the last 12 months, the number of days the executives had been away from their firms during the same period, etc. Group observation and personal interviews. F. J. Roethlisberger and William J. Dixon. Tuesday, NEPROR, a more systematic inquiry. The foregoing illustrations of social organization among employees were derived almost entirely from interviews with the men in the different groups. The investigators had little opportunity to observe the groups at work. They knew little about their output except what could be learned from departmental records, which were kept for practical rather than research purposes, and they knew almost nothing about the overt behavior of the employees toward one another and their supervisors. The statement that little was known about the overt behavior of the people studied implies a distinction which should be made more clear. By overt behavior is meant the manner in which the employees acted toward one another. In the interview situation, the investigators obtained only statements of how the employees said they acted. The interviewers had no means of relating these statements to what actually transpired. This distinction between actions and words, or between overt and verbal behavior, is emphasized here because it led to an innovation in method which distinguished the study to be reported from all the others dealt with so far, namely, supplementing the interviewing method with direct observation. The bank wiring observation room study, then, was planned with two purposes in mind: to develop the new method and to obtain more exact information about social groups within the company. It was conducted with a group of 14 male operators who were working, as they were accustomed to work, under standard shop conditions. The study lasted from November 1931 to May 1932, when it had to be terminated because of lack of work. The investigators spent the period of 6.5 months in observing the situation before them. No intentional changes were made in the situation once the group was so placed that observation was possible. One need not have an intimate acquaintance with shop departments to anticipate many of the problems which arise in studying them. There is, for example, the question of size. Many departments in the plant contained 100 or more employees exclusive of supervisors. To study such a large group carefully would not only require a large staff of investigators and entail a great deal of expense, but it would also require an unusual amount of tolerance on the part of the supervisors and employees. Closely connected with the question of size is that of complexity. Technical, administrative, supervisory, and personal problems are all mixed up into one interacting whole. It is practically impossible to study all of these factors in detail. Some selection is essential. The selection made, of course, must be determined by the questions one has in mind. In this study, for example, the investigators were interested in the technical aspects of the work to a certain extent, but they were not interested in engineering problems as such. It was enough for them to know that the workers used certain materials and were supposed to carry through certain specified operations. Whether or not the workers' routines and the layout of the job were organized in the best possible way was a question with which they were not concerned. They were, however, very much interested in administrative and supervisory practices because these deal with the organization and motivation of the personnel. A third problem is that of change. Most departments are exceedingly dynamic. The personnel is frequently increased or decreased, technical changes are made, and people are often shifted from one job to another. The keeping of records becomes very difficult in such a situation, especially if they are to be kept individually and with precision. Quite apart from problems like these is one related to the sociological nature of working groups. This problem is too frequently ignored or considered unimportant by investigators in industry. A protective or defensive attitude surrounds many shop departments. It may be brought into play whenever the employees feel that their security is being threatened. Any person unknown to them who expresses more than a casual interest in their work or affairs is likely to be regarded with suspicion unless he takes pains to make clear to them just what he is doing and why. Even then, they may not believe him and may alter their work habits and behavior in defense. This attitude has a parallel in the suspicion of the stranger manifested by many closely knit groups in modern and primitive societies. It was especially important to overcome such resistance as this in the present study because the success of the study depended on establishing a situation in which the employees would feel free to work and behave as they were accustomed to, even though the investigators were looking on. To illustrate the manifestation of such a protective attitude, the following case may be cited. One day an interviewer entered a department unobserved. There was a buzz of conversation and the men seemed to be working at great speed. Suddenly there was a sharp hissing sound. The conversation died away, and there was a noticeable slowing up in the work pace. The interviewer later discovered from an acquaintance in the department that he had been mistaken for a rate setter. One of the workmen, who acted as a lookout, had stepped on a valve releasing compressed air, a prearranged signal for slowing down. The problem of allaying the attitude of distrust had been handled exceedingly well in the interviewing program, and by continual demonstration of the company's good faith the same end had been achieved in the relay assembly test room. It was felt, however, that the problem would be much more difficult in studying a whole or a vertical section of a department because the entire departmental structure, including the supervisory organization, would be brought into focus. To the apprehensions of the employees would be added those of the supervisors, from the foreman on down. One false step might ruin the relation between the investigators and the department. Accordingly, this aspect of shop situations had to be kept constantly in mind throughout the study. Closely related to the above problem is that of what constitutes a change in a situation. It is one thing to overcome defensive attitudes, it is quite another thing to do so without introducing a fundamental change in the situation. This difficulty arises from the fact that the importance of a change in a worker's situation, however insignificant it may appear to an outsider, can only be judged in terms of the meaning attached to it by the employee. Changes unwittingly made in a situation while experimenting with rest pauses or hours of work, for example, might have more effect on efficiency than the experimental change itself, yet the investigators might attribute the entire result to the experimental change. The success of this study really depended upon being able to study a situation without at the same time introducing major changes in it. Those things which the investigators were careful not to alter will be discussed later. The foregoing discussion is intended to emphasize certain difficulties in studying shop departments which otherwise might be overlooked or considered negligible. Group Observation and Personal Interviews 441. The importance attached to them by the investigators was such that every step they took was in some degree guided by consideration of them. Tuesday Miruo or Srupi. In view of the size and complexity of the average shop department, the investigators decided that it would be better to concentrate on one small group engaged in one type of work rather than to spread their efforts over a number of groups with dissimilar jobs. Inasmuch as departmental rules, policies, and practices applied to every worker, it was believed that they could be assessed in relation to one group as well as another. The same was true of the departmental supervisory organization. Accordingly, the investigators decided to study a vertical section of a department. It was assumed that one vertical section was essentially the same as another and that any vertical section, considered separately, would reveal the same type of factors as would be revealed by a study of the whole department. Secondly, it was decided to place the group to be studied in a separate room. This was done reluctantly, because it meant a change in the workers' environment. The alternative of allowing the workers to remain where they were was unfeasible. In the first place, it would have been extremely difficult for an observer to keep adequate records of behavior without making a nuisance of himself. The ordinary shop was not so arranged that an outsider could mingle readily with the workers or sit at a desk near them. In the second place, it was felt that the group studied might feel uneasy in the presence of acquaintances not included in the study. They might feel obliged to do or refrain from doing certain things in order to keep in good standing with the remainder of the group. Such problems would not arise if the group to be studied were segregated. Thirdly, in order to assess the effect of placing the group in a separate room, base period studies were to be made before either the workers or their immediate supervisors knew anything about the study. Fourthly, nothing was to be said or done in selecting the group to be studied, in explaining the study to them, or in removing them from the department which might alter their status in any way. Fifthly, no records were to be taken which might tend to make the workers apprehensive or too consciously aware that they were being studied. For example, they were unaccustomed to having their output recorded at short consecutive time intervals. It was decided at the outset, therefore, not to take such readings. To do so might arouse many apprehensions which would be difficult to allay. Similarly, records of such things as diet and hours of sleep were not to be taken because of the antagonism which such personal inquiry might arouse. The investigating work itself was functionally divided between an observer and an interviewer. This was done in the belief that the types of material to be obtained by the two people were quite different and, furthermore, that both types of material could not be obtained equally well by one person. The observer was stationed with the group in the role of a disinterested spectator. His function was to keep necessary records of performance as well as records of events and conversations which he considered significant. The role of a disinterested spectator was a difficult one to maintain. In order to obtain the confidence of the group, the observer had to establish friendly relations with everyone in it. This inevitably meant that he became a part of the situation he was studying. To keep his own feelings and prejudices from coloring the material recorded and to keep his own personality from affecting the situation under observation required a high degree of personal insight and objectivity. It was decided beforehand that the observer should adhere to certain general rules. He should not give orders or answer any questions which necessitated the assumption of authority. He should not enter voluntarily into any argument. If forced to do so, he should be as non-committal as possible. He should not force himself into a conversation or appear to be either anxious to overhear what was going on or over-interested in the group's behavior. He should never violate confidences or give any information to supervisors, whatever their rank. He should not by his manner of speech or behavior set himself off from the group. It was recognized, of course, that rules like these could only help the observer to define his role. What measure of success he was to achieve depended upon his own ability and personality. Apart from the observer's relations with the group, there was the question of what constituted a significant event. The observer had to make some selection of material to record, but what should he select? Of course, common sense determined part of the selection. For example, a heated argument between two operators or a clash between an operator and a supervisor would be noted by anyone. But the question goes much deeper. The point is that observation, if it is to be at all scientific, must be guided by a working hypothesis which enables the observer to make active discriminations in the complex interplay of factors before him. Without such guidance he is likely to miss much of significance and become lost in a welter of irrelevancies. It may be well, therefore, to state what the investigators agreed upon as being important for the observer to look for and record. First of all, the observer had to have clearly in mind what the situation was demanding of the supervisors and employees. In other words, he had to know the formal and technical organization of the department. The formal and technical organization provided an object of reference to which observations of performance and behavior could be related. Every item which indicated a similarity or difference between the actual situation and the way it was supposed to be was to be recorded. Secondly, he was to look for evidences of any informal organization which the employees in their face-to-face relations consciously or unconsciously formed. To this end he was to watch for recurrent verbal utterances or overt acts which were indicative of the relations between two or more people, manifestations of the kind and extent of a person's participation in the immediate group situation, evidences of the existence of a group solidarity, if there was such a group solidarity, to what occupational groups it extended and how it was expressed. Thirdly, should the observer detect evidences of an informal organization, he should attempt to understand the functions it fulfilled for the employees and how it was related to the formal company organization. It was assumed here that every group organization fulfills functions both for the people participating in it and for the larger structure of which the group is a part. Sometimes these functions are explicitly stated, but more frequently they are not. For the most part, they can be assessed only after a careful, objective study of the group and its relation to other organizations. It may be well to add a few words regarding the attitude required of a person doing the kind of observational work being discussed. He must above all else refrain from evaluational judgments. His function is to observe and to describe. Whether or not the conduct of those he is observing is right or wrong is entirely irrelevant to his function. The reason for this is that, as soon as one becomes involved in questions of right or wrong, attention is diverted from the only significant areas, personal and social, in which an explanation of a given action can be found. The observer's attitude toward the situation he is studying should be exactly the same as that of the interviewer toward the interviewee or of the doctor toward his patient. Instead of asking, "Is this man's conduct such that it should be stopped?" he should be asking such questions as, "Why does he act this way? What do his actions indicate his position in the group to be? How? Such questions provide fruitful leads for further research. They lead the investigator directly to a consideration of the personal and social contexts to which the actions are related, whereas evaluational judgments merely lead to a statement of the observer's own sentiments and to the formulation of irrelevant questions. The interviewer, as contrasted with the observer, was to remain an outsider to the group as much as possible. Although he was to be in daily touch with the observer, he was not to enter the observation room unless it was necessary. It was felt that if the interviewer was an outsider, the workers would feel more like telling him about themselves, their work, and occurrences in the observation room. In other words, the mere fact of talking to an outsider gave point to their relating certain events and experiences in the immediate work situation which they might otherwise pass over as being common knowledge. The interviews were to be held by appointment and conducted in privacy. The function of the interviewer, as contrasted with that of the observer, who was to describe the actual verbal and overt behavior of the operators, was to gain some insight into their attitudes, thoughts, and feelings. He was to look for the values and significances for them of their situation. In addition, the interviewer was to learn what he could about each person's personal history, family situation, and social life outside the plant. The method of study developed can be summarized by visualizing a simple diagram consisting of 3 concentric circles, the innermost of which represents the department, the second, the company as a whole, and the outermost, the total community. The workers to be studied participated in all 3 areas. Their active participation in the department and, to a certain extent, in the larger company structure was subject to direct observation. Their participation in the wider community and their subjective attitudes, beliefs, and feelings toward their immediate surroundings in the plant could not, however, be observed. Such material had to be elicited from the individual, and the best available technique was the personal interview. The functions of the observer and interviewer, therefore, were complementary. Their attention was fixed upon the same group, and one simply attempted to get information which the other, because of his relation with the group, either could not get as well or could not get at all. Interlocking methods of organizational study. Ralph M. Stokedill. The studies are aimed at discovering general principles concerning administrative leadership, as well as practical applications. The practical objectives have been stated as follows: to determine the value of various methods of appraising leadership performance, to develop facts and methods for use in the selection, assignment, and transfer of persons in positions of leadership, and to derive basic principles and methods which may be applied by naval officers in evaluating the leadership requirements of various group situations. Although these objectives are stated in practical terms, the task is not conceived as one of problem solving, but as one in basic research. The following methods have been employed in the Navy project. 1. Interview with commissioned officers. This includes questions pertaining to the history and aims of the organization and its various subdivisions, the responsibilities of the executive, and his methods of communications and working with staff. 2. A study of organization charts and manuals. These sources provide data as to the formal structure of the organization, its goals, functions, and responsibilities. 3. Sociometric methods. The executive's list of the persons with whom he spends the most time in getting work done permits the charting of informal organization. The test-retest correlation with a 2-year interval for one sample is 0.9. 4. Time expenditure logs and checklists. These checklists require the executive to estimate or log the time he spends in various kinds of work performance. The test-retest correlations with a 2-year interval range from .O to .G for self-estimates of various kinds of work performance. 5. RAD scales. These rating scales require the executive to estimate the level of his own authority, responsibility, and the authority he delegates to others. Split-half reliabilities of these scales range from 0.6 to 0.8. 6. Leader behavior descriptions. Scales which can be used for self-descriptions or for descriptions by others. The behaviors to be described are communications, production, representation, domination, recognition, initiation, systematization, membership, and integration. Split half reliabilities range from 0.6 to 0.9. 7. Rating scales. Morale ballots, estimates of group opinion forms, decision-making scales, and other devices. 8. Production records. Performance records, re-enlistment records, disciplinary records, and other records indicative of performance and morale. These methods have been employed in the study of a rather wide variety of naval organizations. Approximately 20 ships and 20 shore establishments have been studied. Levers or anathesis. The first organizations studied served the purpose primarily of testing and revising methods. Nevertheless, they yielded information which has been subjected to several levels of analysis. First, it is possible to construct a profile of the responses of a single individual. Second, it is possible to obtain a profile of the average of the responses of several individuals in the same professional specialty, thus yielding some idea as to what variables are specific to various technical and professional positions. In the same way, it is possible to obtain a profile of the average responses of individuals in different echelons in the organization, thus yielding an index of variables that are characteristic of performance at different administrative levels. Third, it is possible to compare the average scores of all members of the organization with average scores of all members of another organization on the same variable. This level of analysis permits us to determine what aspects of performance are specific to a particular organization. Fourth, it is possible to compare the responses of an individual with those of his superiors and subordinates. This permits us to study relationships at a very simple level. Fifth, through the use of sociometric charts, it is possible to study the working relationships among all members of an organization. Sixth, through the correlation of each variable with every other variable, it is possible to gain some conception of an organization as a constellation of interacting variables, and to isolate some of the factors which appear to describe the organization as a going concern. I should like to present briefly some of the results that have been obtained at each of these levels of analysis. First, the construction of a profile of a single individual is useful primarily as source material for other levels of analysis. The second level involves the construction of an average profile for the members of a given professional specialty, or level of organization. For example, the work profile of personnel officers shows time spent in personnel activities, planning, coordination, and interpretation, while public information officers are shown to spend time in public relations, planning, and evaluation. If we inspect the profiles of the members of an organization when classified as to echelon, we find that top-level administrators spend major proportions of their time in planning and public relations. Second echelon administrators spend large proportions of their time. Interlocking methods of organizational study 447. In evaluation and planning. Third echelon administrators spend major portions of their time in planning and coordination, while fourth echelon administrators spend more of their time in planning, evaluation, supervision, and interpretation than in other responsibilities. It can be observed that work becomes more diversified at the fourth echelon in the organization hierarchy. Analysis reveals increasing diversification of function at successively lower echelons, but not to a statistically significant degree. The third level of analysis, which permits a determination of the factors that are common to all the organizations studied and those that are unique for specific organizations, yields a large body of information. These results may be illustrated by describing the findings from an analysis of data from 4 naval and 4 business organizations. This analysis, done by Mr. E. A. Fleischman, indicates that there are no significant differences among the 8 organizations in average amount of time spent by administrators and executives in inspection, interpretation, research, personnel activities, and acting as professional consultant. Significant differences are observed among naval organizations, among business organizations, and between naval and business organizations in coordination and reading and answering mail. Naval and business organizations differ significantly in the average amounts of time spent with assistants and with outside persons, as well as in thinking and examining reports. Naval officers differ significantly from business executives in self-estimates of level of responsibility and delegation of authority to subordinates, but no significant differences are found between naval officers and business executives in self-estimates as to level of authority. The fourth level of analysis permits us to determine certain relationships between the performance of superiors and subordinates. It is observed, for example, that persons who describe themselves as delegating more authority to their subordinates have subordinates who in turn describe themselves as possessing a higher degree of responsibility and authority and who delegate more to their assistants than do their associates whose superiors do not delegate so freely. The superiors who tend to delegate more also tend to receive a larger number of nominations as work partners than do those who delegate less freely. The fifth level of analysis permits us to chart the working relationships among all members of the organization. When the sociometric chart is superimposed upon the formal organization chart, discrepancies between formal organization and informal organization become readily apparent. It has been found in all naval as well as business organizations studied, that some discrepancies appear. Reference to interview data, however, reveals that most of these discrepancies are related to the demands of short-term objectives and work requirements. There are, of course, some instances in which discrepancies appear to be related to personal factors. Those persons who are revealed as having the greatest number of working relationships within the organization are usually those who are at the focal point of activities necessary for the attainment of the immediate primary objectives of the organization. Those individuals who bypass one or two superiors in order to work with an individual who is in a still higher echelon, are found to be technical specialists such as public information officers, public works officers, and legal officers who possess technical information that cannot be readily transmitted through their immediate superiors. The sixth level of analysis permits us to study an organization as a complex of selected variables in interaction. The basic method is that of constructing a table of intercorrelations among all the variables. Cluster analysis and factor analysis are probably the most efficient methods for isolating the combinations of variables that describe the operations of an organization as revealed through a table of intercorrelations. Using factor analysis, it is possible to rotate the factors in such a manner as to determine which are common to all the organizations for which data on the same variables are available. Such a factor analysis was performed by Dr. Robert H. Wary on tables of intercorrelations obtained from a study of 3 naval organizations. The following factors were found in common in the 3 organizations: high-level administration, high-level policy making, methods planning, and personnel functions. 2 other factors, each specific to a single organization, were found. These were technical consulting and investigation report writing. These are not characteristics of persons, but of organizational functioning as measured by the performances of persons. Tuesday derivation or estimate time to lockrep time. A large portion of the data we collect consists of self-descriptions, self-estimates, self-perceptions. One of the troublesome questions we always have in mind is whether administrators can with any high degree of accuracy estimate the way they spend their time. If we are to place reliance upon our data, it is necessary to have an answer to this question. In order to obtain data on this point, a restudy was made in 1949 of a naval air station that had been previously studied in 1947. Mr. Charles F. Elton assisted in the study. 40 officers were asked to keep daily work logs. The logs could be simply executed by checking the beginning and end of a task on a chart subdivided into 1-minute intervals, and by entering on the chart a code letter to indicate the kind of work performed. Because of emergency conditions caused by heavy snowstorms and interruption of operating schedules, it was possible to keep the log for only a period of 3 days. At the ERD of this period, the logs were collected and forms were distributed requiring the officer to estimate the amount of time spent in various kinds of work performance during the period over which the log was kept. Analysis of the results indicates that there is a fairly high correspondence between Interlocking methods of organizational study 449. Logged time and estimated time in such performances as writing reports, reading mail, talking with other persons, operating machines, and attending meetings. The correlations between logged time and estimated time on these variables range from 0.4 to 0.8. However, the correlation between logged time and estimated time for thinking is 0.3 and for planning 0.0. Some of the correlations are lowered by the fact that very small amounts of time were logged or estimated for the performances in question. These tentative results suggest that self-estimates of objectively observable kinds of work performance have some correspondence with logged time in the same performances. Joss versus Mann. One of the questions in which we have been very much interested may be stated somewhat as follows: does an administrator develop certain patterns of work performance which he carries into a new position, no matter what its nature, or is his pattern of work performance determined by the requirements of the job? Our restudy of a naval air station after a lapse of 2 years, permitted us to acquire tentative information on this question. In the restudy we found a number of officers who occupied the same position as 2 years previously. We found that a number of officers had been transferred to different positions within the organization. A number of positions were occupied by officers who had not been on the station 2 years previously. This enabled us to study same man in same position, same man in different position, different men in same position. It was possible to construct 3 tables of intercorrelation, correlating data found in 1947 with those obtained in 1949. The variables that appeared to be characteristic of the 7 and rather than the position are delegation practices, time spent in public relations, evaluation, reading and answering mail, reading technical publications, and time spent with outside persons. Variables that appeared to be characteristics of the position rather than of the man are level in the organization structure, military rank, time spent in personal contacts, time spent with assistants, time spent with superiors, time spent in supervision, coordination, and writing reports, as well as number of nominations received for working partner. That these results are not entirely unrealistic is indicated by the fact that military rank for same man same position is correlated 0.9 even though a 2-year period elapsed between the data collections. The correlation for level in the organization is 0.8. Both of these correlation coefficients dropped to 0.0 for same man different position, but were raised to 0.9 and 0.6 for different man in same position. The very fact that these findings reveal a characteristic condition of an organization, namely that the same position is likely to remain approximately at the same echelon level over a period of time and is likely to be filled by a person of the same military rank, suggests that the other results obtained may have some validity also. In addition to obtaining general information, we feel that our methods should be tested to determine what practical applications they may have. As one step in this direction, we designed what might be called a clinical prediction study, in which we shall attempt to follow up officers who have been transferred to new positions. The plan requires us to study an officer in his present position immediately before his transfer to a new position. Then, before he arrives in his new position, we shall study the present occupant of that position. On the basis of the information accumulated from the transferee, his superiors, and his subordinates, and from the occupant of the job to which he is to be transferred and that person's superiors and subordinates, we shall make a prediction as to what changes will occur after he has become established in his new position. The prediction is then to be checked by a follow-up study 6 or 8 months later of the officer in his new position. All data including interview data, observations, and impressions, in addition to the quantitative data, will be utilized in making a recorded prediction on each of the variables for which quantitative data are obtained for an individual. In addition, the reason will be written out, justifying the prediction on each variable. These predictions, which are made by several researchers, are then to be sealed and put away until after the follow-up data have been collected. We have just completed a pilot study in which we interviewed 10 officers who are to be transferred, as well as their superiors and subordinates and other members of their organizations. We have also interviewed the officers whom they are to replace and other members of their organizations. The data have been transferred to special forms devised by Dr. David Bacon in order to facilitate the recordings of our predictions, but since we have just returned from this field trip, it has not been possible as yet to record our predictions. The trial study indicates that it is at least possible and feasible to collect data for such purposes. It is planned to obtain data on 50 or 60 transferees and on the officers whom they are to replace as the next phase of our data collection program. Whether we succeed in our attempts to predict an officer's future behavior in the new position is perhaps not of as great an importance as that we have made the attempt, and have been willing to subject our methods to a rigorous and realistic type of test. Bibliography. Since this list of works is intended to supplement the materials in the reader, we do not cite here the 50 or so selections included in the book itself. Additional sources, bearing upon specific points under discussion, will be found in many of the selections and in the books and articles listed below. For the student interested in the comparative study of bureaucracy, we have suggested a few descriptive accounts of bureaucracy in societies not touched upon in the reader. It will be noted, however, that no systematic attempt has been made to sample the numerous writings on bureaucracy in the literature of European social science.